Did nobody see that video? It's crazy.
Ring a bell.
Right. Hang on.
K96. Were you trying to talk, man? I'll take that as a maybe.
Yeah, if you're trying to talk, dude, nothing's coming through.
I'm jealous. Definitely one of my favorite names I've come across in a long time. K96 Radio. It's so catchy.
Dude, why snakes though? They're just kind of silly. Like, how is it that snakes are supposed to be so badass, like reptilians and shit? Like, you know what I mean? Of all the reptilians on Earth, there's much scarier shit. Like, how is it going to be a little lizard bitch, little fucking snake nonsense? You know, scary.
What happened? Snake!
Oh. Because snakes in the ancient world were symbolized as eternal youth and wisdom. Because
snake oil, though. It's all snake oil. Remember that?
Because of their ability to shake off old age, so to speak.
Right. They can shed their skin, and there's the idea of them eating their own tail.
Don't step on a snake, okay? This is stupid. Why are we?
How
I get it. They're not menacing, really. Like, just they're part of nature. Avoid them. Like, I don't get it.
But can you eat your own tail, Glad?
I could give a shit about that. Who cares about doing something like that? What?
They're definitely
right. It's like Ouroboros. Yeah, you're like, okay, I get it. Yeah, so it's something that's noticed. What the fuck does it mean? Oh well, it means everything. Really though? Does it? Tell me what it actually means for me today.
Well, you've got to put yourself in a time. Sorry, Dave.
Real quick, Glad if my mic's working, is it?
Yeah.
How about a 30-foot python wrapping around you? Is that scary?
Well, of course it's scary. Just don't let it do that. The same thing as a bear coming at you. Are they going to put a fucking, vicious, slobbering bear face over the top of everybody inside of a building? Bears are way scarier than a fucking snake, all right? I'll outrun a snake all day. I may not outrun a bear. Does this make sense?
I had a 2-meter long python. She was a very lovable little snake. If you don't feed them, of course, they might, get a little frisky, but she just wanted warmth and cuddles.
Exactly. There's lovable reptiles and shit out there. So again, like I said, what's the obsession with? It's like, well, I'll put it to you this way: it seems a bit sexual, doesn't it?
Well, no, they communicated through symbols rather than like the alphabet like we do. So they use these symbols to talk to one another. You see.
Because one could say it's the symbolism of your spinal cord as well, like Kundalini, right?
So it's not supposed to be like intimidating. It's supposed to be like this symbolism of we know everything, and here's how we know. Here's how we know that we know, or just virtue signaling across the world with these fucking symbols.
Hey, well, if I need to communicate in a little code, I can say, "Hey, Andy, I got some snakes in my grass. I'm about to mow it." So.
And I'll think that's ancient wisdom, and I'll be like, "Brilliant! What's he got to tell me?"
Snakes get a bad rap, man. I'll tell you.
It's kind of.
I would think that there's overs in the chat that need to be taken care of.
Exactly.
What's a real snake in the grass?
Mickey gets it. Yeah. If there's snakes in the grass, it's time to mow. Yep.
Well, it's like we've all heard about like the turtle and like how the Earth is actually a turtle, right?
I thought it was on his back.
Right, like on his back, right? And if you've ever counted the actual shapes on a turtle's back, it has 13 hexagons for the 13 phases of the moon. And then on the outer part of every shell on a turtle, it has 28 fins. right, representing the 28 days of the moon cycle. So I tend to wonder if that's actually what they were talking about. They're like, no, it's what's happening on the earth. You know, like all things are connected, you know. But what I mean is that in comparison to the snake, right, there's these iconic creatures here that I would think even numerically, just like we were talking about the golden section with plants and how they grow, there's a golden section to kind of all of it, even ourselves, I think. But hey.
What were those
Yeah,
two
there's a
movies?
great design to all life.
Absolutely. And I just find it incredible that people are like, no, it came out of nowhere. It came from a primordial soup. Are you kidding me?
You don't have to be responsible for your actions.
Yeah,
You can do
there's
whatever you want.
That's actually on the
There's
seasonal menu at Spacey's. They're featuring a primordial soup. Go ahead, Mickey.
no, I said there's intent behind design, so there must be an intent. So when you actually start to see the reasons behind all the animals that they have, predator and prey, everything that was the way it is, it's meant to function in an ecosystem. And when you
I'm like working.
go ahead,
I was just making sure y'all can hear me. Is all. Cool.
yeah, we
Okay, you carry on then. You're good.
No, I was gonna say when you disturb that ecosystem, then you start to see how people can interrupt things like life cycles of certain animals living in certain habitats, and you can disrupt that by interfering. But it's delicate. The balance is delicate, so we don't understand that. But it's still resilient. Animals are resilient as well. They can learn to live under certain conditions that they weren't previously learning to live under, like domesticating animals and such. It changes them. If you have a pig, you can have a pig domesticated, and then but you let it go into the wild, and it grows tusks, and becomes a part of the environment, and it gets a little bit more resilient than it does when it was getting fed versus it fending for itself. The same goes for cats. There's almost just stray cats in our friggin' city, and some people let them out, and then they just take you to run around, and they kill birds and whatnot, squirrels, birds, mice.
That's what they're supposed to do, pest control.
Yeah, but when you have them as pets and you give them, kitty chow, they're not doing what they're doing in nature.
If they bring me enough birds, I'll cook them. If there's enough meat, I can.
You wouldn't eat those things.
The trade-off, what you're saying? You trade them some kibble for a couple birdies?
We're gonna have to hold you to that, Glad. Next time your kitty brings a couple of birds in, you're gonna be like, all right, Glad, time to belly up to the bar.
It's a badass cat, though. I'm not gonna lie. So what you're saying is flat earthers prey or globe earthers?
I would say we prey on anybody who thinks the Earth is other than flat. Bring it. What do you think the Earth is?
I think
globe is just one thing it isn't.
Earth is an anagram for heart.
True story.
Also, he art. I don't know if that's some kind of like nod to God or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always really bugged me that live and evil are the same. Like both.
Yeah, it makes me wonder like which one actually is the bad one.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter because to me, intention is everything. So,
true.
It's in the way that you use it.
And what's great is you can really prove that to yourself. Yelling at water or like singing for water and having in control, doing nothing to water, freezing them in like a space where you can kind of make a difference. Now, it's not going to make like a snowflake for you, But it definitely changes the structure of that water, and it's pretty interesting. I'll tell you that.
Energy,
Yes.
frequency, and vibration.
Yeah. I've never tried that. What I
It's
do is
fun.
I guess I just try to put the positivity towards everything. Yeah, and it's so funny when you said that. At first, I was just listening broadly, like as a layman, and you said, yeah, and like when you yell at water, I'm thinking, no fucking way. What if someone just came in hearing that was the first thing they heard someone say? Yeah, when you yell at water. Oh my god!
Wait,
Flat
you
earthers
guys
are really
don't
nuts.
yell at water?
Well, don't tell Sasha, but it's not only pronounced, it can not only heart or earth, it's also Earth.
What a pretty little blue pearl it is. What was it called? Earth?
Actually, it's pronounced Earth, Daddy.
Really?
Christ,
But
what
there's
is
an A in it. I'm just going to keep calling it Earth.
I love that, dude. Thanks for letting me play that. So funny. I'm just gonna keep calling it Earth. Brilliant.
Hey, what is that?
Yeah, man, that's that show. That's that show I keep talking about, that Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I'll just drop the link. Well, I'm just gonna keep calling it Earth. I probably laughed at that for like 2 weeks straight when it first played live. So
Creation Bear. I think you need to meet the creators of Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon
What
Ball Z
about-
Abridged is priceless. Even if you've seen the whole Dragon Ball Z series, the Abridged one is just hilarious. I've seen it twice.
yeah,
It was really good.
it is fantastic. So I'll drop a link to this episode. But yeah, this series is great. So a lot of the clips I have on the board are from that show, the Abridged show, the one where it's comedy.
I almost feel like it might be more entertaining than the actual show, the original show itself, because the goofiness of the characters, like the way he draws them and shit, is just you can make it super goofy if you wanted to. Way more goofy than it is in the regular series.
Yeah.
It also plays on a lot of things that, like, in the normal series, like the pacing is a lot slower, and he cuts it up a little bit to make it work, but it becomes just so funny.
Yeah, quick. It's fast paced, and yeah, it's just brilliant. So I definitely would, if you have some free time. The episodes are like 10, 12 minutes. There's only 60 episodes total. It's very, very funny, and I think they poke some jabs at outer space along the way, and some of those clips I've grabbed and kind of, like a squirrel with all their nuts. So I've gathered up some good ones. Like here's a good one. I don't really play this one a lot, but like, imagine you're like talking to a baller and he's kind of starting to break down in front of you.
Oh my God, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
So, yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I can hear the subtle jab at the outer space thing. He's like, oh, it's like putting down old Space Yella. And, in the back, he's like, how is that a thing? So it's brilliant.
Yeah, they sneak it in there.
Anyway, not to derail the conversation, but yeah.
No, man, what else are we going to do? We need that curve. Need that curve.
It's true. It's true. I mean, is there going to reach a point where we just stop saying that? Or is there going to point where we're going to be like, all right, look, we know there is no curve. Just rip the Band-Aid off type of thing? Or
that's what needs to happen, yeah, at this point.
Am I roboting?
Nope, go ahead, Dave.
I was interjecting. Whoever said something about talking to water and affecting water, so somebody needs to make the water curve, is what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Just tell it to curve already. Jesus. That's funny.
I've been trying. It just won't do it.
Get Sasha in here. Maybe he can help.
Dripping distance.
There we go.
Dripping dust.
Yeah.
Dripping dust.
trip over Dostans.
And then at the end of Sasha's explanation, somebody needs to say, "I didn't understand you. What'd you say?" That's every time, Sasha.
Did you say water? I don't know what you mean by that.
Keel level. Drop in distance.
Why do they
Drop
call
in
it sea level? Water. Level water. I'm gonna get.
Water.
I'm gonna get.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Because it's leveled with the center of the earth.
Listen this.
Listen that.
Listen this. Listen that.
There it is flat.
Tell me about water.
Water is our best friend.
But
Can
what about the
have
water?
curvature without water.
If let's say, imagine, assume, then you can.
Then you can.
Yeah, pretty much. But what about the rope in distance?
But you cannot use only if. You need to assume, imagine, and let's say.
I love it, man. I love the way you say water.
I'm gonna be floored the day a Glober comes in here and they know some shit about their model, like the degree of the tilt or anything, really. They know Copernicus. They go back to or whoever the hell did the sticks and shadow thing, but that's about the only thing they come up with on their own model. The rest, we got to feed them.
They don't even know Aristophanes. That's just one of the first things that comes up on Google. So they just like, oh, Greek discovered it. I can't read his name. So that's basically what they got. They got nothing.
True. Or they might have heard it in high school or something. But yeah.
They usually are very confused about that whole topic of who discovered. Some guy, was it some Roman? 4,000 years ago?
I think his name's like Eric Toddler Knees or something.
Was it I'm pretty sure it was some Egyptian. No, wait a minute. No, it was a Greek guy. Yeah, he was like back like 6,000 years ago. Like he discovered like, and they go. I'm serious. Like this is the answers that I've heard already. Like they say it this way. It's some guy, like, you know, he lives in the Middle East somewhere. Like these are all things that I've heard. Like they try to gauge the distance between like the time frame. So they're giving you like in thousands of years. You know, it's like, you know, was it 5,000 years? Like they're fumbling through it, and I'm like, are you sure that's what it says? I'm pretty sure. Like that's how, you know. Are you really? I mean, you go look it up, and then usually, you know, you'll hear them typing, and they'll look it up, and they find out that wherever they pull the source out from is going to give them some type of like obscure way of saying it, and that they're not even going to know how to like repeat the information about even what it says. So I find that
they'll start reading it off like they're an expert, right? Won't they, Mickey?
Yeah, they come at it from a sound. Well, you see, it says right here. You know, you're just like, no, you don't see it. You just started to read it right now because you didn't know. You said it was a Greek about 7,000 years ago. Like, you don't know anything. You give me some of these, like, you know how it is when you want to sound smart to somebody and intelligent, and you start like, well, if you look at the formula, you know, E equals MC squared. And did you know that? Like, it just started, you don't even know what that means, man. Like, why are you telling me?
Based on my Google search, which took 2/100ths of a second, this guy, Toddler Eratosthenes,
I freaking hate that. The other guy that was in here yesterday, the guy who was in here yesterday, he was talking like with that formula. I was like, bro, you don't even know what you're saying. Like, let's get real here. Like, you're repeating a formula, and you're saying, well, the mass equals volume. And I was like, dude, you don't know what that means. Like, and so you're telling me something that you have no knowledge on, because how does it relate to reality? Because he was trying to provide evidence for gravity. You remember that guy? And it doesn't work, because at the end of all of his spiel of trying to sound like an intellect, he sounds like an utter fool. And I even told him, you sound like a fool, dude. Like, you don't know what you're saying. You're telling us some formula that you probably don't even know how it came to be about. And then just to sound smart, you're going to repeat it here again, like as it means something if you say it twice. Like,
Yeah,
it
dude.
doesn't.
Just die
I
on
want
the
to touch
hill.
on that point, man. That's an interesting point too, because everybody thinks because we're in an information age, they can just look up the answer to what the mainstream accepted answer is to any subject, and they'll just repeat it, and they'll go to school, they'll memorize it for that week, they'll take the test, but they don't understand it. They just know that's what we say the answer is, and they remember it, and they copy it down, or they repeat it. But they don't
rattle
understand.
it off like it's something to say. And I usually expose it because it's like, man, that whatever this construct is for whatever mathematical formula that it has, you don't know how that applies to our known reality. Because go ahead and make the correlation, because you're not going to be able to. This is a theory. It's just something that someone made up. It's a bunch of nonsense, and you're trying to repeat it like you know what you're saying. And obviously, even the way you're saying it doesn't even sound like you know what you're saying. But it's not even that you're presenting it, it's that you're not even presenting it well. So that's something to be said in this conversation, because we're not going to get anywhere if you're rattling off some formula or some arbitrary numbers that you're just making up in your head. Oh yeah, it was 8,000 years ago. We've known the Earth was a globe. You don't know any of that stuff. That stuff is just something somebody told you, and you're running with it. Like, yeah, coming in here. But to me, I think it's more curious that they start picking just people from different countries. Well, some Greek guy, some Roman, some Egyptian guy, right? Like, trying to ask you about it, right? And we're obviously from the opposing side of what they think, so that person may or may not have existed. And then we don't even have primary information. We got like not even secondary, but like information that's been handed down that's just like whittled down to like some really watered down story of this person. May or may not have existed in reality.
Keep an eye on the chat, Mickey. I'm dropping a screenshot of somebody saying the Earth being round was literally proved by some Egyptian guy. So.
I totally do. It doesn't. There's no end to it. Whatever nationality, he might even come from America at some point.
You know what's weird is that it's the first thing they go to, and they're okay with it having been 5,000 years ago. First thing they go to is something that no one can confirm happened. Like,
yeah, but that's right across the street, Glad. That's just that's just happened yesterday. Now just 5,000 years ago, bro. It's like we can remember what happened 5,000 years ago. That's how it makes it sound when they come in here saying this nonsense. Oh, it was just like, yeah, it was only 5,000 years ago. Only? Like, do you know how long 5,000 years is?
Yeah, man. It's ridiculous. How many generations is that? Do you think the story remained the exact same? Do you think it was even written 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 years ago? Get the fuck out of here, folks. Come on. You're smarter than this.
But we're going to keep getting these ideas from people. So, but it's not even coherent with like the rhetoric. Most of it has to do with gray areas and stuff that you can just be very ambiguous about. And I think that's where they like to be, where they never settle on anything. Where's the Carmen line? Well, we don't know. And then it's stated by that article that I put out from The Verge that the military likes it that way. They don't want to put an arbitrary line, because then that gets a little sticky when you're hovering around a different area, and you could be looked at as you're spying on another country. Well, if you have a place where you don't know if you're in space or not, then you can't put it on somebody that they're actually in high altitude, observing you in another country. Interesting.
I found another one where this guy says it's a Roman guy called Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah, look at the chat.
Oh, God. Yeah, and there's many more. I mean, these are like some of the examples that I've heard anyway, coming in here.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I've heard the same thing. Roman, Egyptian. I've heard both of those.
Well, even the quote-unquote experiment, they're like, I think it was a well, or was it sticks and shadows, or was it obelisks?
Yeah, no, I had the one guy come in here, and he was actually like correcting me. No. He, of course, he was like a globalist, but he's like, no, this is the way it was. And it was one well and one obelisk. Because you're saying it's two sticks and shadows, and it's not that. I'm like, okay, go ahead, run with that. Like, you corrected me on the story that you may or may not know is true. That's wonderful. Now, where are we getting to? Like, it doesn't matter if you're somebody from the globalist mindset and say, no, you guys, you don't know what you're talking about. It was 2 wells or 2 obelisks or 1 well and an obelisk, and the 1 well was in Cyrene, the other one was in what's the other store? The other town? It's Syene, and the other one, Alexandria. And so you got one in Alexandria, one in Syene. It's like, who cares, man? Like, none of this doesn't, like, how did he actually accomplish said thing? You're marching along on foot, on foot patrol, trying to get from one place to other. 500 miles is a big distance, man. That's a long way. So if you're gonna go travel that some way or shape or form, you're gonna need to pack some stuff. It isn't just like, hey, let's get in a car ride and go visit and Georgina or whatever and wherever. Like, you're not doing that. You're actually gonna trek from an old way, with maybe a donkey or something, and try to get there.
Which would take days, even in modern times at 100 miles an hour. That's 5 hours.
That's 5, and yeah. So
would they
you're
do,
not
synchronize their sundials? Like, come on.
There's a lot of inconsistencies with how they've done it, So,
but how do they do it? What is the point? How, and what is the message?
The whole deal is that one guy at 12 noon was seeing the sunlight go straight into the well, all the way to the bottom. So he saw everything all the way down, because the sunlight at 12 noon was hitting straight down in one location. And in the other location, the sunlight was hitting either the obelisk or the well. I don't even care what you even put it this way now, but the light was at an angle. So at 12 noon. So in one location at 12 noon, the light was hitting one direction, and the other place at 12 noon, the light was in directly straight down. Voila. That's the whole bit. That's the song and dance wrapped up in a nutshell. That's what it is. Because we see 2 shadows differently on 12 noon and one location to the next, therefore, conclusion, globe Earth, have a nice day. That's it. There's nothing magical with formulas and calculations. It's just that these guys were saying, because of the assumed idea inserted in there, and they wouldn't. Some people get into that story. They're like, well, the sun was this far away. They never said the sun was any number of distance. It was unlimited. They didn't know. So that was even another issue, which comes into, like, people are trying to tell you the story about some Greek that lived 10,000 years ago. And then they start telling you the sun was like 93. No, it was. You can't. They didn't know what the distance was to the sun. At least in that story. But yeah, many variations. Of course, you can say whatever you want. To me, it doesn't really matter. Like, what does this actual rhetoric say? It probably says like 3 or 4 different variations. 3 sticks, 2 wells. Like, who knows, man? So,
it's like when I get on people with... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just saying the same thing kind of happens with, like, the curvature and the radius. Like, so they're like, well, we like, even some people I talk to, they're like, well, I know that the radius is this, 3959. And I go, well, okay, well, how did they get that? Well, I don't know. And they're being pretty honest. And, they come back a little bit later like, oh, man, dude, I can't find it,
Oh, we have some new people in here. Does anybody want to unmute them at the moment? Oh, at least, who's Lionel Human? I haven't spoken to that guy. Hey, we got Name in here. Name, are you there? I disconnected you because I didn't know if you were a bot or not. Because I seen you in here yesterday, but there was no answer. I don't think you have a role. I took your role, or at least I gave you the permission to speak, but you didn't speak. If you're in VC, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Danny57's in the chat. What's up, Danny? Crafts Moogle is in here. These guys, they don't have any roles. Let's see. Might have to get back to my PC. Let's give these guys some rolls. All right, let's see what we got here.
Looks like we got Zax as well.
Oh man, it's cold. It's cold up.
I don't understand how Creation Ministries can abandon biblical cosmology.
Creation Ministries?
Yeah, how Creation Ministries, like Answers in Genesis, how they can, be out of line with both Martin Luther and John Calvin, and push this narrative of a universe that is responsible for its own existence. The biblical cosmology is very simple. It's heaven above, earth below, and under the earth. What's so hard to understand about that? Was God incapable of communicating that to people when he wrote it? Or is his creation, he was incapable of creating a creation that could understand some heliocentric model? So is God unable to create well? Or is he just inept in the first instance?
It's just man taking what he said out of context to suit their traditions and the way they speak. That's usually what it is. And they side with man because, of course, if you go against them, then you're going against the popular opinion. And nobody
I get it.
Nobody wants to be that guy.
Yeah, they don't want to be embarrassed by what the Bible says, right? But outside of cosmology, I mean, there's a wealth of egg on our face as Christians in the first place, right? He was born of a virgin. He died and rose again. He raised people from the dead. He fed the multitude with a few loaves and some fishes. I mean, you don't have to rely on cosmology to embarrass you as a Christian. We have many things in the faith that are unexplainable from a humanist worldview.
Yeah, for sure. But these guys, in regards to like the globalists, would say that the advancements of like human intellect were done via the ways that we understand God to be speaking in His Word. So, like what they say is that they knew the Big Bang happened. They just knew who banged it. So that's crazy, right? But that's what they would say. That their idea is that the Big Bang cosmology suits the way that, well, when God spoke and because I've seen, like, I won't say documentaries, but like videos of like Christian apologists like speaking of it in this way. They'll talk about like the Big Bang happening, and that's when God spoke everything into existence, and then everything came to be because of that, and stars and planets and all that. So the idea of how the universe began was the way it was in the Word, but it just happened a way more towards the planets and all that were done, instead of it being just the Earth that was here. But they were more inclined to say like the universe was created, the entire realm of existence was created, like many galaxies and planets and everything by God. So they just make whatever he said bigger in the sense of like it's bigger than what we think, because they always say that when you speak to these globalists and you're Christian apologetic, you're going to run into the fact that they're going to say, well, you just try to put God in a box. And it's like, well, you tried to make him out to be he's something he's not. Like the box that you're trying to put him in is, I think, is just a bigger box. But the box that we're talking about actually is who he is. It's not we're not making stuff up as who he is, We never said things that you're saying. Like he never even said that, like for the first place. Making galaxies and black holes, and what does that say in the Word? Like, does he say any of that? Like, all that stuff? Like, no, this is what man is saying. They're fantastic stories. That's what we have to deal with, and at the moment with these guys, and they're going to continue on. I mean, they're going to feel like they're righteous in their position. They're righteous because They're fueled by other Christian apologetics who've grown up in the same way that they have, where they were taught as a young child that the earth is but a spinning globe. So they're teaching because this was impressed on them as a child growing up by, the authorities were telling them. So now they're going to just say that, well, that's right, because how are we going to deny science? I'll be a science denier. I don't want to be that. If I'm a science denier, that's bad. Science denier, bad. So let me not speak against science and say all the ridiculous things that these guys are saying so that I can keep my Christian apologetics, which, if you've come to find out, is you're actually speaking against everything that they would claim. But never mind that. Like, let's just stick to whatever's popular, right? Not the way to go? Popularity is going to get us there, huh? That's always the key. The most popular opinion wins.
Hey, can I add something on this too?
Kay, you're very low and we can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now? Way better?
Very, very, very low.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Go for
it. Okay. So, we as you guys have talked about Christianity and Abrahamic thinking in the East, whereas there has been a new movement. So they're literally translating all the scriptures of the Hindu and the Buddhist texts to incline the New Testament. So last time when I read or when I went through the Bhagavad Gita or Mahabharata, the ancient text of Hinduism, there was two things that were changed. One was there was one more character that was synonym to, in a way, Jesus and the Holy Spirit that was not in Mahabharata and 20 years ago. I know for sure. And all the series that's been televised from 2015 or so in every TV series, like on the name of the scriptures, it's all related to Western philosophy, how the Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eve, the Garden of everything is relating. So they are slowly, with the help of these visual effects, with the help of the TV series, they're changing the original scripture story with the new story. That's ways inclined with today's science or heliocentric model. Because there's one form of God that's Varaha in Hinduism, okay? So what it texts is Earth was submerged in water. Think in this way. It's clearly said. It says Earth was submerged in water, and God had to come over and to fix it. It was literal translation. But now, when they're showing this in TV, they're showing a globe out of water. I'm like, bro, the water is in the globe. How are you putting the water out? The TV series is brainwashing the children, upcoming children. They don't even know what was in the original scriptures. And only 10 to 5% and the whole population will go to the original scriptures. That they're brainwashing the whole East, thinking that's how what the scriptures had in it. But
Right.
that's not the case.
I would say this, that TV is just a vehicle. Social media is a vehicle. A person whispering in your ear is a vehicle. Anything that can be a vehicle is via the way you receive that information. So it doesn't matter how it happened. It just matters that it did. So indoctrination comes in many different ways, right? There's the doorway to it to get to you happens in many different ways. So it doesn't TV is one way and Western ideas is another. But the dichotomy between East and West is also another idea behind who's right and who's wrong. But okay, so what I would say is the truth is the truth no matter who speaks it. That is true. Because when we know something that's self-evident, like if I say we're both standing at the beach and I say the earth is appearing to us, you and me, as flat and stationary, right? That is a true statement. And that can be self-evident too. I'm just saying what I see, but it's self-evident as well. So if somebody tells you, let's say, deception or something that isn't true, It doesn't matter how they say it or where it comes from, the vehicle that brought it to you, you still received it. So TV, radio, some person telling you it was written on the ground, whatever. You saw it on the billboard. It doesn't matter the vehicle. It only matters that you are looking at that and contemplating. That could be your reasoning with what you're looking at or hearing, or how it's administered doesn't matter. It's just a vehicle, how you receive the information. But the thing is, you receive that information. That's the important thing. So I think it's more important to look at what the person stands on in their own, like, what is their critical thinking level? Are they accepting to anything? Hey, let me hear your new idea. I'll take it in and maybe see if it works for me, and if not, or do you have truth to kind of act as a buffer? So, like, if somebody tells you, if you jump in front of a car, a moving vehicle at 70 miles per hour, don't worry, you won't get hit. But there's a lot to tell you that you wouldn't put yourself in harm's way. So critical thinking is now going to be used and be like, no, that's pretty dumb, dude. I wouldn't do that. And so a lot of things that you think were obvious to people to kind of realize with critical thinking doesn't happen. So the buffer that's supposed to be there is not, because you're allowing stuff to come into your mind and you're letting it change your perspective. All of these things are done because you allowed it to happen. You don't have to. You can say, look, I understand this to be self-evident, and what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Do you see how that works? So if somebody tells you through TV, through a radio, because that's been longer than just TV, right? Indoctrination and deception has been happening for as long as we've been alive. Like, people have been alive. That has always been the case. Maybe it was just one aspect, Kay, that you just brought in, just one little portion of it, but deception has always been coming through different vehicles. So what we're doing now is identifying that people have been deceived, and now we're addressing the issue with critical thinking, which is now the next place where we're at the moment. We're giving people the awareness that this is happening. Be aware, because you're going to be lied to on many different fronts. And it happens everywhere. Like, deception happens everywhere. So you have to be equipped to understand that you're going to critically think about, let me listen to what you have to say. I'm going to hear you out, but I'm going to pit it against our known reality. And if it doesn't check out, then I'm not going to take it in. Why? Why should I? You're telling me that this globe Earth exists when I don't see anything that can tell me that it does. Doesn't measure globe. Certainly don't feel any spin. So everything that leads you to your critical thinking, and if you ground yourself, you have a great place to have a buffer against this deception. So yeah, it doesn't matter if it's just TV or whatever, radio. It's just a vehicle that's been social media, internet.
You guys know about the CERN 666, right? I wanted to ask you guys about some of the things, because I did my own research and I couldn't figure out something that I think you might have the answer to. You guys know there is a Hindu god statue, Shiva, Nataraj, in front of CERN 666, right? Anyone know what's the real thing they're doing in CERN 666? Not just giving us a fake website on dark matter and other things.
Unless you work there, you probably don't. It's gonna be speculative. If you don't work there, if you haven't worked there, I'm just gonna say real quick before somebody jumps in, like a truther is gonna jump in here in just a moment.
Yes.
But if you haven't worked there, if you don't know what's going on actually inside, then you're gonna speculate and you're gonna give everybody else your speculation. So please go ahead if you think you know what's going on in there.
So what's going on in there? They're actually trying to open a portal into hell. They think they're opening dimension doors into like different dimensions to go into different realms. Because there's different dimensions in reality. There's like some people say 13 or much more, but they
you believe all that shit? I think it's all bullshit.
Hold on one second. Let me just finish quickly. There's just one thing I want to say quickly before you can comment. There's what they did was they did experiment, and they actually one lady that they are witches. They are Satanists and witches, and a lot of the people working there that are actually full on Satanists, full on witches, right? The one lady, she actually got turned into dust when they tried to do it, when they tried to turn it on, and she came back. They said they went to a terrible place. It was like scary and really bad, really horrific. And then they came back, and then when they came back, it was really like a hot place, like hell. And then when they came back, the one person was turned to dust as well, the one witch. So they were like real witches, like very, very liberal, like very satanic, very evil, New World Order people. They're very, Satanists, baby eaters, the whole thing. So there's the people that make CERN, and these are the people that control CERN. That's what they're trying to do, and that's their goal, to try and contact the supernatural, to try and contact the devil or something, and try and bring him into existence. And that's their goal, 'cause that's how evil they are.
All right. So the next thing that follows up from what I just finished saying, I knew this was going to happen, but the reason why I say it is just to preface the idea, because of the fact that we take on, and I just finished saying that just a while ago, we take on information we don't critically think about. And did you guys hear me just say that? Like, I just said that. So I know, Trinity, you might have that perspective, but check this out, right? And then there's no slight to you, bro. But if you took that on as the reality, how have you pitted that against knowledge that you can verify, sir? Did you verify this information? Not just verify. Okay, so as in the globalist, I would say verify doesn't mean look at it on a piece of paper or that somebody said it. That's not verifying it. I mean empirical evidence. How did you falsify what was said?
Did I go there and teleport to them and go talk to them and interview them and actually interview each person and ask them for experience and actually watch it and see it and measure it and go there to hell with them and measure the whole experience? No.
Okay. I mean, that should be, because like, listen, and it might, listen, when you fall in one camp or the other, you could hate or love what they're doing or whatever the case is. But then the thing is, you're going to look at it in a specific light, and you're going to give it this specific, idea. And so people are going to listen to you, right? Whoever they are, and they're going to take in what you're saying, and it's up to them to decide whether what you're saying is true or not. But one of the hallmarks of it, something, being what you just claimed it is, not just that it's like a facility for whatever research they're claiming it is for, but what you're saying, like burning witches, like there needs to be evidence for that. But obviously, like maybe some whistleblower might have like said all these things or whatever. But that's the thing, though. Like, you have to like really watch out for what you take in, because if you're sitting on that, you think that's absolutely the truth, then I would say be careful, because how did you arrive there? If you arrived by just believing somebody because they were on the internet saying that, then I would say then you should be careful.
I read multiple articles from various sources, multiple articles, lots of articles from various sources. Yeah.
Right, but that's what Globers do, don't they?
Well, Globers, they look at, they watch videos on YouTube of things that don't even make sense, because I watched all the videos that they watch, and all the videos that they watch don't even make any sense. They don't have any logic in them. The only thing that has logic is Flat Earth, because Flat Earth is very logical, and that's what made... that's what convinced me, not any hype or any pictures or memes, but the logic of the whole argument was very logical. That obviously, that was
but it also has a deeper meaning because it follows in reality. So it's a demonstration that we can actually provide to people. It's not just that it's logical; it's that it follows with reality. If you go somewhere, you don't measure any curvature like the way they're claiming you do. So there isn't anything curving anywhere. So it goes far beyond.
I mean, logical measurements. Yeah, that's what I mean.
It goes far beyond us just claiming that it's flat. It demonstrates that it's self-evident.
Exactly.
And so something that's self-evident is far beyond it being just something you say or read or hear, or I could say it, you could say it. It doesn't matter. Somebody could go against it. It still stands to reason that the reality is self-evident. Now, on the case where you're listening to somebody tell you about CERN, that's not self-evident. It's something that's been given to you via a different opinion of what they think CERN is. And so you're taking that thing on as truth, and then coming in here and then telling us about what your opinions are as fact.
CERN, I agree with them on it. It's in their mission statement.
Yeah, but here's the thing: are they burning witches? Are you saying that they're burning witches, Hawkeye? Because it sounds like you're saying.
No, I didn't hear him say that they're burning witches.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. So like,
Yeah, no,
that's what I'm addressing. So I feel like if anybody was like gonna like say anything, like they should have like heard him say it.
No,
That would
I didn't say
My
burning.
apologies.
I didn't say burning witches. I said they teleported into hell and then they came back as dust. The one lady.
Right. So I know, I know. But what I'm like, yeah, it's like just be, and not just this thing, right? I would say many other things that sound like a truther would be look, this is all truth, guys. But like, it just listen. We know evil that's already imposed onto us. That stuff that's self-evident, right? What is self-evident? Well, agendas are self-evident. We know that there's agendas being pushed on us on the daily, and they're bad. Like that stuff is bad. Like whatever agenda you think that's the narrative, right? Stuff on TV, that stuff that they're telling you to believe in. We're running out of resources. We're running out of diesel. It's going to be this and it's going to be that. War is coming, and like that. Those are agendas. Those are evident that they're actually doing something to kind of control you. This, however, is in another realm. It's a bit of a fringe, even for like people to think, of what the truth is. To think that entertaining something like this is going to be better to like tell other people about it. Because when you tell somebody else that's impressionable, when somebody comes out, and I'm long-winded about it, because I think like you have to look at the fact that some people are coming out of the deception of the globe, and they're ready to like okay, well, what is the truth? And then you hand them this. This could be an impression on them, whereas to you it was just like something to talk about. But to them, they could be like, man, you got something going here. I really think this is truth. So do you see what I'm saying? You're going to give them a misrepresentation of what truth is versus like what your opinion is. And so I don't think critically thinking people that can look at things that are self-evident, because you can make a case for something self-evident. CERN isn't one of those, like what it is or what it isn't. Like we just know it being a facility where people work at, and they're, I guess like their mission statement or whatever they're saying they're doing, but it's not what people are against saying what it is. Like they're burning. Witches are being burnt. People out of dark holes are coming out and turning into ashes, or whatever the case is. Like that's not something that's coherent with like our known reality, because we're getting into something that I don't think anybody's ever witnessed, right? Unless somebody did witness it and they're just anecdotal, like, hey, I saw somebody get burnt out when they came from hell. Like, how do they know they went to hell? What if they, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's stuff that's just for the mind to kind of get you into a different category and then have you say things. I don't know. Maybe.
How do you know though? What if it was a real? What if it really happened?
That's the thing that you just used one of those words that I always said. What if? Those two words right there, that right there, what you just said. What is the black swan for that? Because the what if the Earth is a multiverse? What if the space could exist? What if like all that stuff is a what if, brother? The what ifs are what take you down.
We know those, yeah. Those are facts.
Right. What is facts? The what ifs?
Black swan's a fact.
No. I'm saying the what if. Like the what ifs are what keeps people's minds continuously thinking of like, well, what if the Earth could be a globe? Like, somebody can get you with that. Because if you're in the what if stage, then you're contemplating what else thing could happen outside of your perception.
There's a lot of things in the conspiracy world that are heard by hearsay that we can't verify. A lot of things happened in Vatican, a lot of events, a lot of different things that you hear online, and eventually the truth comes out. You hear it over and over and over 100,000 times, but there's things that you can't verify yourself that you've heard hearsay, but not just because it's on YouTube, it doesn't mean that it's not true. Sometimes it is true.
Name one. Name one. Trinity, name one.
I'm sorry, say again?
Name one. Name one of those things you just said that people take on.
There's like, for example, underneath the Vatican, that there's lots of flat earth evidence underneath the Vatican in big books.
Right.
And all kinds of occultic things. There's so many thousands of people that have said that.
That's hearsay though, right?
So it's hearsay. But eventually, when you hear enough people say that, I mean, you got to start thinking, hey, man, maybe it's true. I mean, it could be true.
No. That's what's that fallacy? It's
I mean, if you're going by
consensus. And I'm proving a point, Trinity, because it's everything that we're because you're in a channel that actually is you're with a lot of critical thinkers. I think if you wanted to go to a server where they're talking about CERN being the most predominant thing that needs to be talked about, I think you would find it being like that would be the place that. But because this is a critical thinking server, everything will be challenged when it gets put into appeal to the majority. Thank you, old dude. People will kind of scrutinize the things, and it's not just you; it's everything that gets said here. So if something gets put out there as like hearsay, and a lot of people believe in hearsay. Let's say you just spoke to, how many people do we have in here? 30 people? Let me see. Okay, just for example, Trinity, you spoke to 26 people in here. Well, 25 because the bot doesn't count. You spoke to 25 people in here. Maybe you just impressed on them the idea that you just gave them. Witches being burned, people turned to ashes, and that's what CERN's using it for. You made that as a matter-of-fact statement on hearsay, sir. Do you understand the implications of that? Trinity? Hello?
I understand how it's off topic here. It should be somewhere else. I agree.
I'm sorry. I think I got the wrong topic again. Yeah, I wasn't thinking.
No. I'm sorry. This is getting misdirected. No, I wanted Trinity to respond. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I didn't know if Trinity was here or not. Okay, so let me just address. Maybe he's not here anymore. I'm talking about what old dude was. He correctly said appeal to majority. So if we're using appeal to majority and bring something into here, what happens is we're gonna all jump on. Some people might jump on the bandwagon and say, yeah, a lot of people say let's put it this way: a lot of flat earthers say that there's flat Earth evidence in the bottom of the Vatican. Like that's. Everybody's saying, all the flat earthers are saying that. Well, if we have even more flat earthers saying that, is that going to make it true? Everybody can chime in on that. Yes or no? Is that going to make it true if enough flat earthers say that there's evidence of flat Earth in the Vatican, in the bottom of the Vatican?
No, just because something is possible does not mean it's 100% going to be that way. Like, it could be there, but we don't have evidence as of yet.
Okay. So no evidence, no case, right? Case gets thrown out. But if there's evidence, then it's something plausible. Which I say to that, remember that, guys. You guys are supposed to be the staple for truth and adhering to what having people reason with themselves. Let's not fall back into the same sinkhole that we were in with the globe and hearsay and appeal to majority and all that kind of thing. Those are fallacies. We shouldn't be thinking like that. Is there a possibility that witches were burnt? Well, there wasn't any evidence for that. So why would we entertain such things? It's something somebody said for sure. Maybe there was an article out there, but the reason why you took it on is because you thought it was something to think about.
I find it kind of find it like correlation, not causation. You can correlate the Vatican does have a secret library, and we don't know what's in it. And so because of that unknown, you can speculate all you want what's in the library, but until we see what's there, we can't really say we know that it is there.
Hopefully that makes sense, guys, because that's what we're in here for. We're here to share truth. And if that means that sometimes, within the context of our conversations with other flat earthers, we have to do the hard topics. How are you going to provide evidence? And if the person doesn't provide evidence for the case, then it's hearsay. And having 1,000 people to 10,000 people say one thing, it still remains hearsay until there's evidence for the case. I know. I'm the party pooper. I've been told that many times.
What are you talking about? You're the life of the party.
Oh, yeah, at the moment, I'm eating right now, but I was just discussing with my girlfriend here how like people here they have that's great. You don't just hear like watch a YouTube video and then just come out here and represent that you think the Earth is flat or something. You guys know what you're doing. You're not messing around. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Everyone is a critical thinker. That's what I love about here.
But what's strange is, don't feel bad if you bring a topic up and you get corrected, or there's another way that you could think about it. I think what happens is because we've been doing this quite a while, that we've heard a lot of the arguments and fallacies that people make. So the fallacies are easy to see once you've heard like the type of fallacy that's being committed. And so I forgot that one that appealed to majority. I know that I thought it was appeal to consensus. Or is it the same? It's probably the same, isn't it?
It's the same. It's the consensus of the majority that's being appealed to.
Well, you know more about that, Drace, than I do. Challenging Dead Air Day. This is Dead Air Miggy.
Miggy, so if I talk about something like another topic, okay, beyond flat Earth or just on the spiritual realm, but if I get an explanation behind it or a story behind it, would that be considered in a way evidence or
no
relatable or no? You have to be objectified. So it has to be objectified.
How is this in relation to our known reality? Our known reality has to correspond with what you're saying. If just I guess for an example that was just being used right now with the fact that CERN is doing some kind of sending people to hell, then bringing people back and then turning into dust. Like if I was to tell you that story, Kate, how does that relate to your known reality?
Yeah, I got you. You're right. You know what I mean? It's super practical,
Practicality and the supernatural, because there's a lot of metaphysical things that we don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll give you an example, right, to kind of further along what I'm saying. When we're speaking of things that we don't know, but we can see, and that's a part of our physical reality. One example is the sun. We can feel the effects. We can see it. What it is, no one knows. And I mean to say, no one knows to the sense of explaining it from a material, physical position. A spiritual one, however, there's an explanation for that in the Holy Writ. And a lot of people have holy texts that can tell you what the sun is, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you come in here, things get challenged on a physical level too.
It's true. Like I wanted to, in that topic, I wanted to relate on the, just say reincarnation or people like Donald Trump having clones or other topics that's kind of related with flat Earth in a way on the political level or medical level or biological level. But I was thinking, so if I bring a topic out, I should have a point on my own too. So that should be valid. So I could explain you guys and relate to the reality. So I was thinking, how can I relate those topics with reality? So that's why I'm making sure, is it okay to take that topic out or nah, it's not good? Because like, let's just say reincarnation, there have been some of the evidences on past life regression in Germany, where they put people on hypnosis and go to deep hypnosis and they start talking from their subconscious, the unconscious, and they're different character of their own. And there was some incident after World War II that in the East Coast and the West Coast, both in Japan and USA, there were some soldiers killed, and the children around those areas had the stories being told. It's a documentary of its own, and it's related with the East concept that it says the soul never dies; it's just the body. And what if? Because I'm into different topics and different opening. I'm not saying I have evidence with it, but I can relate. Like it says, in every 100 to 200 years, there's a moment in the spiritual war is always there on Earth, and it's just which sides are you on? Are you on with the good or the pure-hearted one, or are you with the evil, or that's just the devilish way or animalistic way? And reincarnation is one of the topic that I think everyone should be aware of. I'm not saying you should believe in it. You should be aware of, because see, one way or another, it's not the first time we all are on Earth. And one way or another, you guys, I know you guys can feel it that this isn't the first time you did this or you did that. There's deja vu every one single time. So it says sometime you reincarnate for other people for some purpose, for the large. There is no individual purpose, but if you are in a collective consciousness, and let's just say, and everyone is reincarnation, there is a way or another you are doing something greater good in the future, which we might not have known. But if you just accept the fact, okay, I might have been reincarnated. And it's not saying I want to believe it in it, but there's many ways, many of your question in a personal level, you actually get an answer from in an individual way. It's like software. I just download it on my phone. Now I can access different data. But if I don't download it in my brain or accept it, let's just say, it will never ever happen. So I'm just putting that out. I'm not proclaiming anything, okay, Maggie, or anyone.
Oh, by the way, my name is not Maggie, it's Miggy. I don't know if you got the name. It's
Miggy, sorry.
You've been saying Maggie. I'm like, it's not Maggie, it's Miggy.
Oh, sorry, man. There's just a noodle in India. This Maggie stuff. That was my first. Sorry.
No, it's like with the conversations that we have in here, they need to be held in a scrutinized. If somebody has something to say about what someone said in here, then there needs to be a case for that. It can't be like, oh, you're just dumb. That's not a case for it. Or poking fun at what somebody says. It needs to be thoroughly understood, as in, how is this possible? And let the person explain. Like, let them make their case for what they're saying. Justify it if you can, and pit it against known reality. Let what somebody says stands in here as somebody would scrutinize and use their critical thinking to discern. I think that's healthy. What's not healthy is you sitting at a point of mockery where you're just mocking the person who's saying that. So, like I told a gentleman who was talking about the demons and stuff, I waited till he was done. The Trinity was saying what he was saying. But what I was referring to was that it being hearsay. And is that true? So we'll get to the bit where truth becomes the most predominant thing that people actually start to use here. When truth becomes it, then the person can realize, hey, that is hearsay. I did just hear somebody say that. And it doesn't matter if 1,000 or 10,000 people say it, it's still hearsay until there's evidence. At which point, I will be able to discern and say, okay, now we have evidence. And evidence is something that's irrefutable. It's you can be like, okay, there was a guy with a video camera that was walking in there and he portaled to wherever and saw something, and everybody's like, whoa, what the heck is this? And it's whatever. But we don't have nothing like that. There isn't firsthand people you're not going there and coming back and saying, look, man, I can describe everything. It's more of what you think is going on because some other Joe Blow on the internet was saying that, and you just you like the way it sounds. So, but that's not what we're here for. It's like, we have to disseminate what truth is. And that's difficult enough when other people are coming in with a matter-of-fact kind of way of saying things. Hey, do you know, as a matter of fact, Trump is dead evil, like there's no good in him? No, that's not true. Don't say those things. Because he has done some good things. And it's like, because you have an opinion about it, you have a very cultish mentality. That's what the agendas want you to have. You have the Trump haters and the Trump lovers. There is no in between, right? Because you have to either pick one or the other. There is the Elon Musk lovers and the Elon Musk haters. And then there's Republicans and Democrats. And whatever dichotomy you think that exists in this world, it's a dichotomy so that you'll never sit down and agree with them about anything. Because it's good. Keep them scattered so that the wolves can eat them and devour them daily. But they're harvesting your mind. I already said that. That's self-evident, because look at all the information that gets put out, the algorithms that harvest that information. That's easy to see. They know what your likes and your dislikes are, and they're able to calculate when percentage-wise what the high rate mark that you would be likely to click on a specific link, so they can highlight that and be more effective in their advertisements. I've already said this, but this is why. So if you're not hip to the game by now, listening to all of this, then you're still going to be like, that's what you think. Well, no, it's self-evident. And I can point many, many, many reasons why it's self-evident. But I don't have to, because you can see it for yourself.
What?
So anyway, that's my hope anyway. Got a few people in here. Name is popped back in here. Name, what's going on? I've unmuted you. You have control of your mic. Are you here? I think you're a bot, Name, so either you're going to chime in or no? Not even a text? Not even a hot pocket?
Well, I'm not a bot. I'm here, and I wanted to say something. I forgot what it was, though. Oh, it's about the enemies, or hearing somebody say something. Like, if people are all saying a certain thing about a certain person, you got to look at them, who's saying them, look at their interests, why they'd be saying it, and all sorts of different things that go into it. For the Trump people, for example, the people that love Trump, they're usually people that have more critical thinking skills and look at things more logically, and look at evidence too, because like he was a great president and did a lot for the country, and there is evidence backed up, like GDP growth, unemployment rates, and cost of everything. So that's provable.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's you can see the good in what they do, but can you now say that you see the bad in what some of the things he does?
Absolutely, I understand the vaccine's not the greatest, and it might be controversial, so I won't say any more on that subject. But he is stubborn, and they attacked him for years. Him and his family made fun of him, said he can't read, he's retarded, all these things. So he wanted to take credit for it because he's stubborn, and he's taking credit for something that they're ultimately going to use against him later on. So he's got an ego, and he wanted to protect his ego because of all the negative things that were said. So he's like, it's kind of an arrogant prick, but at the end of the day, he got something done.
Yeah, that's, I mean, and that's at the end of the day here, that's all we're saying is like, how can you be against your brother who's in here speaking truth when you start to become like one of these cultists for any of these iconic figures, right, in our reality? When you're like, Trump is the best thing since sliced bread. I said this before. And then you argue from a standpoint of like, he can't do nothing wrong. And so you are pitting yourself against another guy who's like, dude, Trump has said some really stupid things. And you're like, no, he didn't. He might have said that, justified in saying that. Like,
yeah, so, but that's just it. I wouldn't say that.
No. Okay, I'm referring to the fact that there's these agendas that get pushed on us. They're meant so that we can feel emotionally attached to one way or the other. It's I totally think that he's just so great. He's the greatest guy. And
he's a great president.
Like, dude, he's a devil, like some other people might say. But you know what I mean? Like,
and they'll be wrong.
Right. But that's the same with any agenda. That's the same with any agenda. So now I'm going to show you a little bit what I mean. In the interest of like speaking in here with the topic of flat Earth, look at the mess we got ourselves into by going along just to get along with like the idea of the azimuthal equidistant projection. If you heard or may not have heard about this, think about it like that.
Say it again. What is it?
The azimuthal equidistant projection, the AE map, or the Gleason's map of the flat Earth. Have you heard about that concept?
I may have seen it, but didn't label it with a name. If you could send me whatever.
It's a top-down version. It's just, you've seen it. It's a top-down version of the Earth. If you look in live stream voice text, I'm pretty sure somebody will post one in there. It's a top-down view of the globe Earth flattened out to like what the Earth would look like as a flat map, with all the continents splayed out the same as it would if it was a globe, but just flattened out.
Yeah, I had that on my fridge for a while, I think.
Right. So you know what I mean. So that is a reification fallacy. It's reifying a concept. It has no relation to reality whatsoever. You might be gasping at the moment what I just said, but it's the truth. Now, going into it, How can we verify that that is the true version of the earth? Can anyone justify that to me? With not just saying, well, we're not saying it's the thing of the earth, it's a concept. Without saying that, you have to come forward with it's 100% the way we should look at the earth from a top-down view of a perspective that none of us have been to. Go ahead. Try to justify it. And please be logical when you do it.
Well, I would like to, but it's like in order to do that, you'd have to have a lot of money if you want to really do. I mean, you can do small scale type of experiments. You know what I mean? Approach it from the scientific method like you should do with everything. Right. But if you have the funding to actually get up there, like you own a place like SpaceX or something, for example, and you could really, really put it to rest, you need a lot of money and funding and the freedom to be able to do those types of things. And then also report on it and not have your information censored by the powers that be.
Check this out. Check this out. The thing that I asked for right now was to justify the AE map, which is this one that you're seeing in live stream voice text.
I understand. I'm saying that you wouldn't really be able to do it as much.
Thank you. That was it. That was the point. I'm sorry, but that was the point. Evidence. So because it's not able to be done, it's not able to be proposed, is it?
Right. And I was leaning more towards what we would have to do to make it be able to.
Right. But see, even that was like a leap of faith or a leap of like logic to say, like, if we're going to do that, X and Y and Z has to happen before that. Well, that's great. But we don't have X, Y, and Z at the moment. We have this, which is a concept and a reification fallacy. So I'm reasserting the point that I'm making about one of the reasons why, this is one of the reasons why we fall into the camp of like falling in for like defending something that has no, it's like hearsay. It's a concept that has no relation to reality. Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I do. I understand.
So therefore, anybody that proposes such things should at least be shown like, hey, this isn't what Earth is, right? At least somebody should be pulled to the side. If you don't have to call them out and thing, but you should be like, hey, you know, guy, we can't put this out. Like, this isn't. We're not. How did you verify that? Like, who's done that? Like, is this a gold standard? Are we going to start telling people that FE, check out FE, this is what it looks like? And then you might say, well, what else are we going to give the people, right? What else are we going to give them? Like, what are we going to hand them? Just ideas? No. That's not what I'm saying. How do we verify the Earth not having curvature? Can anybody tell me in this chat, without using the AE map, how can we verify that the Earth does not have curvature? Please chime in.
That's what I was getting at, though. Like, if we did have the resources that we could independently put something in, space and report on it without any censorship.
Right, but like that's the thing I'm getting to right now. How can we verify, like without using the AE map, that the Earth is flat? Can anybody tell? There's a lot of people in here. I'm surprised nobody's chimed in right now.
Doesn't Biggie? I mean, I guess at some point you can't nullify it 100%. But I mean, celestial navigation is used on a.
We've been down that road, you and me, so we know where that ends. But like, listen, I'm asking a simple question. I think anybody reasonable in here that knows about the flat Earth for a while, which is astounding. It's like the third time I'm asking it. How do we know that the Earth is flat from just without using the AE map, like void of the AE map?
For us to uproot, there's no way.
But why you just make an observation?
It's observably flat, but we don't know its ultimate nature, right? How could we know its ultimate nature?
No, Dej, you're when I say when you're making statements, make sure not to generalize them because you're putting the whole group in with what you're saying.
Fine, no worries, right?
Yeah, remember that because when you say we, you're including everybody in this chat, and so people might not agree with what you're saying. So you can't.
Sure, fair enough. No worries. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go down the I don't know what I don't know road. You've justified that. That's not what I'm saying. I guess I'm just trying to answer your question. So
okay.
But I'm not going to go down the I don't know what we don't know road. You helped me understand that well enough. I'm not going to do that.
So like, well, with this topic, because it's okay, and I know maybe are people trying to figure out what I'm saying because it's very easy, right? How obvious is it for us without the AE map to check out to see if the Earth is or is not flat? Like, how are we going to do that? Like, what is the method by which we will attain that information? Like, what are we supposed to do? Are we just supposed to believe that it's flat? What is the method? And does anybody know?
Test
without the AE map.
People put a lot of things in the chat if you're reading it. Different types of laser mirror tests over water, stuff like that. But it also has to be done from a specific altitude because you have to factor in all the mist, waves, and all those other types of variables that will get in the way of the laser.
Don't we already know it's flat?
Right.
We have to prove something otherwise.
But that's the answer. I was just answering the question.
I'm answering Maggie too. At least that's the position I always arrive from. We don't have anything to prove. We already experience it being flat.
Yeah, we don't feel inertia through all those different motions. And if people like you said, someone said at the beginning when I first jumped in, I was cooking at the time. But it was like the people that you'd be surprised if someone came in here that's a glober that actually knows how the heliocentric model is, because they're arguing that that's the answer, but they don't even understand the things that they're saying it is are so like ridiculous. Like all those different rotations, spinning, shooting through ever expanding infinite space at crazy speeds, but the constellations stay the same. And like,
I would say the best way to answer is to never affirm or never defend, because you don't say, well, we don't feel movement. Nope, that's a defense of something. I would say we just experience it flat. Do you have evidence to the contrary of that? And that's it. That's 100,000% it. Because the moment you start saying we don't feel movement, you're already conceding something. You're conceding that someone somewhere has validated something.
So I was looking into the idea that people are saying the AE map is valid, and so using that and giving it to somebody else, and then giving it to the rest of the group, and to the other gentleman's point, he was talking about something that you might have missed this meme, but Trinity was saying that somebody that goes to CERN and what CERN's doing, and I was like, wait, I even prefaced the conversation, I'm like, before anybody speaks, as I know a truther's going to chime in, that they're going to give us like what they think is going on there as in hearsay, but they're not going to know. They're going to only repeat what they heard. And sure enough, Trinity came in here and was like, well, they're burning witches and they're going to hell and coming back and turning into dust. And like, how is...
Okay.
Yeah, but like... and I was like, okay, like you just said that, now it's like a matter of fact statement, that's interesting, because how did we get to that? Like, how do you know that's what's going on? It sounds like it's information that if they're doing that, but he went to hell, and like, are they reporting back because they went there and they turn into dust? Like, I don't know how the person is getting whatever whistleblower that was, that's like letting you know that this is what the case is. But now it's become, hearsay has become matter of fact. And then I think Trinity followed up by saying, well, it's like somebody saying that they got flat earth documents in the Vatican in the bottom, and then we don't know that. But if we have like 100 people or more, like a lot of thousands of people are saying that there's flat earth documents at the bottom of the Vatican, then that will automatically start to give it more credibility. I'm like, no, it don't. It's just hearsay, more hearsay.
Yeah, it's always, it doesn't matter if 1 million people believe it.
No, I said the only way you'll know is if there's evidence. Now, when there's evidence, you got something. You have something to go on. You don't have any. Like, you just have people saying that they think that this and that, this or that. So when that happens, or like concepts are reified, with the flat Earth, azimuthal, equidistant projection, stuff like that gets pushed on you, and it's like, check out the flat Earth, and then you're like, oh, that's cool, but how was that verified? How do we know that right there is what we're looking outside and seeing? Like, is there a top-down view of the Earth that somebody has a perspective of that went ahead and did? And now gave us this map to gloss upon and say, all right, well, look at...
I have to point out that you can't navigate on the azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah.
Do people know this?
No, some are defending the point. That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, they will defend the point that air flights work on an AE map, and sailing on the ocean works on it. Like, it all like it works well on the AE map. So the AE map has been like the...
Here's the funny thing. Let's say I draw you instructions on a piece of paper, like how to get down a dirt road, and you take a right at this tractor, and I draw a box for the tractor. You think it's going to be to scale? You think it's going to be a perfect representation?
Of course not.
No, because that's what a map is. It gives you directions, gives you the relative locations of things. Maps are not scientific. All right, they're not. And what we have for like ships and planes, we always used charts. Charts are like 300 miles. And then when they get to the edge of that 300 miles, they pull out the next set of charts.
Yep.
It's not, nobody's navigating on the AE map. It's not a map, it's a map, but it's a map that is a representation. It's not reality. I don't know why people still defend the map. So.
Well, that gets us into a lot of trouble, like especially with these guys who are like, show us your FE map, and here comes the AE coming out of the woodwork, and it's like,
tell them to show us their globe map. Where's their globe map at?
Yeah.
Is the Peterson projection, the azimuthal projection, the southern polar aspect projection? Which map is the right map for them? The Mercator? Nobody's got a map. Nobody's got a map of the world.
Yeah, it's
they have
great.
representation.
It's a great topic, but like I think what happens with a lot of these guys that come in here, they like to say the matter of fact statements, and then you pointed out to them it's not. These are matter of fact statements that you're carrying right now that you think are like, well, we need to be talking about this. Why? Just because Joe Blow and Sally Sixpack are talking about it, like, so what?
Sally Sixpack.
I give them weird names, but these characters that they
so long. Joe Blow and Sally Sixpack. How old are you? Anyway, yeah, you're right. It's
boomer terms, I guess.
It's the E word. It's the E word, man. It's ego. I figured it out. I've got the answer. My group believes this. It's ego and tribalism.
This morning has been it's been amazing because I was getting into the idea the all or nothing fallacy is a bit more prevalent than I thought, so within the community. I was like, wait a minute, like freaking Elon Musk, we got some Elon Musk lovers and Elon Musk haters. He's an actor, he's this, he's that. Okay, fine. Yeah, but what else?
He's a human like the rest of us. Take it or
he's done great things. To say that he hasn't done great things is like to negate the fact that the man's a businessman. He's like, what is he, owner of like different companies? Like, so he's employed people that have like feeding their families. So like,
yeah, that's the thing. What are there are people who hate Henry Ford, right? But Henry Ford built schools. He built neighborhoods for schools. He built factories just to keep people employed. He kept people employed while the factories were down.
Yeah.
You can say bad things about them, but you can also say good things about them. Humans are nuanced creatures.
The staunch position of an all or nothing fallacy person is a very cultish mentality, and I think what it has done, it's brought about the agenda control that it was meant to, and that's to divide and conquer.
The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction.
Well, divide and conquer, right? So as long as you say you hate person B and I like person A, and we're both at odds with each other, we're gonna, whatever party we're in, we're gonna hate each other on the basis of the iconic figure that we're following. That's weird, huh? We can't just let it be that the person is fallible as the rest of us. Like, we have to make it like they're better than, I said it this way, the best thing since sliced bread, and then that, or he's just a piece of junk, like it's a devil, like whoever.
It's like when people go after a musician because their fans are toxic, right? It's like, how is a musician responsible for toxic fans? It's because what they do is there's these people down at the bottom who congregate around figures, around their idols, and they create these little cultish groups. And then they either select targets to go after or select targets to defend. And they're almost all operating. The woke left it all operates on that fallacy. Just black and white, all or nothing.
Yeah, I feel like. Go ahead, obviously.
You go, Mike.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I want to chime in and say, I often think about, how we kind of always go on, the politicians are never going to serve the people. They're never going to look out for the people or stand up for anything that's really right, or put their neck out there. And it's like, why is that? And it's like, well, yeah, they understand they're in a completely co-opted position, and they've probably done pretty, bad stuff to get there. They know what they've done, and they're aware of it, and they know exactly what the masses do when they just come at it in a black and white fashion when someone is kind of put out in front of the masses as being an evil, bad person. The masses tear them to shreds. So they have absolutely no incentive to want to side with the people. They're just going to stick in the position they're in,
I agree with you.
On top of it being, it's a comfortable position, they're making good money, good status, prestige, all that's going for it, but they're also avoiding the noose, you know what I mean? So really, they're changes. It's that whole thing where it's kind of like, we need to approach this with love, that type of thing is like love thy enemy type. I don't know.
That's true.
We need to get past that and forgive their badness somehow,
100%.
So yeah, just my thoughts.
No, you'll find that I agree with you on that. I'm not anti anybody. I'm not trying to bring down the elites or anything like that.
Yeah, I try to just look at, if you're in their position, what you're going to do is, okay, right, yeah, I've done some terrible shit. I've sold out my people. Yeah, I'm going to admit to it to all. These people are really fucking dumb. They put everything in a black and white, false dichotomy, kind of debate. So I'm either going to be an evil person or a good person. So I'm going to come out with all the stuff I've done bad. They're going to label me an evil person, and then they're going to... Ether, hold up with the clips, man. You got to work on your timing.
So anyway, I would say, let's say you're a genuine idealistic politician. You get elected, and then once you're elected, you actually get to know how stupid and wicked the public is, the people are. And it just instantly jades you. And you're like, these people are too retarded to rule them, for me to represent them. I'm not representing these morons. I'm going to work for either a better interest or my own interest, because these people are degenerate, and I don't want to, and they're too stupid to think for themselves. And so I'm going to think for them. I can actually understand how that could happen to somebody.
I can totally see it, but when you speak about it, people think you're like an apologist for the elites.
No, because it's like you hear people, they want good things, they just don't want to pay for it. They're like, we want better schools, we want better roads, we want better, give it to us now. And you're like, okay, well, we have to raise taxes a little bit so we can get money to build. No, you're evil. You're like, well, dude, didn't you just ask for the thing that you want me to? How is this coming out? Like, it's in some way, shape, or form, kind of like and I'm not, like I said, I wouldn't advocate for the other agendas, but like there's certain things that people want to happen. At the same time, they don't want to pay for anything. They just want it like, gimme. So it's like, of course, when you sound like you're entitled.
Who was that cult leader that said, democracy is for the people, but the people are retarded?
Who is that?
I know I recognize, but I don't know the name.
But some cult popped up around him. I was like, he's right.
Yeah, I know the saying, but I've heard it, but I don't know his name.
Either trying to be the next CB here.
Was that Age of Empires I just heard, or was that Total War?
That's
Halo. Okay. It was a little garbled. I only have one speaker on right now. Only got half my ear in.
So yeah, as far as it goes with the elites, it's like it's just forgotten that like at the end of the day, whatever the fuck they're doing with their plans, they have to make a decision, one way or another.
You know what?
And it's dictated by the masses. People always going around running, we're the masses, we're the power. Yeah, that's totally correct, and they know it too.
What's funny?
On you go.
Let me just interject, because I got a point that goes along with yours, is the elites are exactly like us. They are the same flesh and blood. They have the same human spirit, all that stuff. elevating them to this godhood status is the all or nothing kind of conspiracy types who are saying the elites have godlike powers. And so that's why it's so toxic in the truth community. It's not really a community, it's just people, a bunch of disparate groups all fighting each other. I think that's the wrong view for people to have. Like, to be scared the elites can do all this stuff. The US government, I mean the NSA, would lose shoes in a shoebox.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Yeah, listen, when I said it earlier that Elon, and I realised you weren't attacking me, Mickey, at all, but when I said that Elon's an actor, now I feel I have to clarify my point. I thought everybody gets it. I don't need to explain it, but the point is that if you look at any company, any chain, and you follow its roots back, it will lead to 3 companies, say Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. And the same people, the same small group of shareholders, literally own everything. And so you can't get one person coming in and cornering the electric car market. That's not how this place works. Everybody gets that, right?
Oh, I think there's a system of quid pro quo that exists on a monumental scale. Absolutely.
You have to join the right club, quote unquote, and then you put forward as a puppet, essentially. Now, I'm not saying Elon Musk isn't loaded. I mean, it's probably not even his name, but that's not even the point. I'm saying that he's pushed forward. These people I'm talking about, you don't know the names. You don't know the face. As Chris Rock once said, they own the colour blue. They literally own everything. And they're not going to turn that monopoly board over. No. And this is why they could, push policy forward, and suddenly we find the entire world doing all the same thing. Which, I'm not going to say. Couldn't talk about that.
We know well enough that electrical transport's nothing new, They were just setting the grounds for the best time to get it pushed on the masses.
Problem is, it's just electric cars are just a red herring anyway. They're never going to make a mass. It's never going to take over.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. I mean, yeah.
Because every 20, 30 years, they do this electric car push. They always do it. The problem back in the 1890s when they first created the electric car was battery. Distance, but more importantly, storage, especially when the battery dies, because you can't replace batteries like that.
The only thing I'd say to that, though, is in the past, they have not had such a foothold with their climate change propaganda.
But I don't think the climate change propaganda is to bring in new technologies or to supplant technologies. I think it's just to tax existing technologies or ruin existing infrastructures. There's never going to be an electric car. They're just trying to create a crisis with it. And I mean, honestly, 2 years of Facebook and Twitter and all the other, propaganda outlets, and people forget what it's about once they come out with a new system. People just forget that all this ever happened.
True, but we've now got generations come up where this stuff is ingrained very early age, very hard, And again, they have the narrative for their actual agenda, but then there's the kind of knock-on effects of how it changes the psychology of the people that believe it at the ground level, and it's changing the way they think about, what they're buying as far as the car goes, and switch to electric and all that, and then the virtue signaling aspect, and then the people that are genuine, they believe it, and they don't want to hurt, the world. So try to be good about it.
I have this crazy opinion, and I don't think modern environmentalists are genuine. Any of them. I think there's something missing in their life, and they're bored, or
just a false cause.
They feel inadequate. And they're trying to do something that they can claim as virtuous or heroic. But I think it's even on the lower levels. I think it's a false pretense. I think even on the lower levels, they're liars. Even the people in the
At
streets,
least it applies to more than half of them, Mimas. Yeah.
Well, personally, I have to believe there's at least one person out there that's just trying to do the right thing because they think it's the right, for the right.
You know what that
whatever.
person's doing?
But I would agree with you for the majority.
On the weekend, they're taking out of their personal time to go clean up a beach or clean up a road or clean up a sidewalk.
That's the type of people I'm talking about.
Okay, those are actual,
and they're doing it in in solitude.
With a group.
Yeah, but I would imagine people that just go out there and do it, and they don't need a picture taken of them.
Yeah, spontaneously, whatever given moment. Yeah.
Yeah. They're more likely to be genuine about it. So.
And that's to be expected from the unbeliever. You see, no, we're not going to go out and evangelize the gospel and warn people about the impending wrath of the Lord. No, we're going to go out and evangelize, do what is best for the environment, for the earth. And we have to warn people about the eschatology doctrine from the unbelieving scientists in their laboratories.
It is funny that that's what environmentalism is. It's kind of secular eschatology.
Yeah. Everyone has their eschatological doctrine. It's unavoidable. Everyone has their doctrine of what is going to happen in the future, especially the end of the consummation or the ultimate culmination of history from the present time. And this is their version.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%.
And it's funny because it ends the same way, except the only difference is they take the big red marker and cross out God. You read the epistle from the Apostle Cephal, Peter, I think it's the first or second epistle, and he talks about the elements being burned with fervent heat. But that's because of the Lord doing that, destroying this old world and making the new heavens and new earth. They come along and say the same thing, but it's not the Lord that's doing it. It's just this godless universe with a humongous ball of fire that's going to consume the face of the earth and destroy our life with no hope. Unless we build our rockets and fly to another humongous ball of solid liquid or gas in this unfathomably large godless vacuum. It's a very difficult word to say, unfathomably. Unfathomably. Unfathomably.
Really, when you that is a real word, but like when you're doing public speaking, you would change your sentence structure to describe it as an unfathomable, just because it's not phonetically attractive to crowds when you say unfathomable.
Yeah, exactly right.
Kind of funny that we're still in the same conversation we were on yesterday, the all or nothing policy. It's that bad, huh? It's that penetrated into the like the soul of the truth community. It's always been that way too, because I've been around the truth community for 23 years. So
There's nothing that's not endlessly nuanced if you want to go into it, It's merely for the sake of time and practicality that we just generalize these group of people as bad, these group of people as good,
Yeah. No, I agree. For the sake of brevity,
the generalization is when it is the evaluation is asserted as absolute upon every single member without exception. That's erroneous. Nevertheless, at the same time, on the other hand, there are commonalities that are true about the majority of the members in whatever given group that is being critiqued. And people understand this, but people keep, giving these ridiculous sophistic retorts and blurring the obvious distinction. Like, that doesn't need to be explained to folks. Everyone knows the difference between a hasty generalization versus a valid critique about a group, about whatever particular thing that the group is being critiqued about in general, notwithstanding the minority that doesn't apply.
Unfortunately, I think that's completely lost, Gregory, on most that come in here, and the Glovers and stuff. And it's a big problem.
Sadly, yeah.
Mimas, I want to say to you before, just to kind of close it off, was kind of getting to the point where you realize that pretty much every issue in this world is built from the top up, the bottom up. Is kind of the, epiphany,
You're saying what brought me to that?
No, I'm saying it's kind of when you're pondering these types of things that we're talking about, realizing that it all starts from the bottom up. That typical image, that pyramid we get presented, where it's like elites and governments, military, and then sheep at the bottom. It's the other way around. It
really is.
The world is built from the bottom up, and that's what, of course, is completely forgotten within the masses. They do hold all the power. They are creating all these idols. It's them that's propping everything up, and as soon as they're done with it and they want to actually truly change it, just stop.
What makes Billie Eilish famous? She has no talent, nothing.
Just the public that consumes, purchases her content.
Yeah, right. The public that props her up. Not even the producer. Go ahead, maybe.
I was just gonna say we got some new people that joined our chat, so let's see if they wanted to chime in. We got JQ that's in here. He's got Children of the Corn. I don't know why he got that on his tag, but VC verified nonetheless. You guys are welcome to chime in. We got Name popping back in here once again. Name, if you're here, I'm going to unmute you for like the third time. Go ahead and chime in if you want. We want to know what you think about the shape of the earth topic and why. Two things. What do you think about the shape of the earth topic and why? Like, do you think the earth is a globe? Go ahead and unmute your mics and let's hear what you guys that are new have to say. I think these two are the only ones. Melancholy, I think we've spoken to you. You just haven't been active. Fun Guy, welcome back. You've been listening to Nathan Oakley and come pop in here and see what's going on. But yeah, we got it going on in here. So we got, I think that's it for the ones who aren't here often. So after that, Gregory, welcome back. And we got Mimas in the house, the admin of the server, by the way. And
thank you.
Just everybody that's in here, guys. Great discussions this morning. We're talking a lot about, the fallacies that people make when they're looking at the world as a whole. And maybe for the truther, there's a lot of mistakes being made. And that's okay, right? Like, this is a learning process. I've always viewed this place as being like an academy of sorts, that you start to learn how to think within the people that have been doing this for a while, and the mistakes that we've made along the way, because we're all subject to making mistakes, guys. And so making the mistakes and actually being corrected, coming along that, we want to kind of make sure that everybody passes that information down to someone else. And so maybe there's some thinking that you have that could be like, there's some people that say they've been in flat earth for 7 years. They come into this forum and they realize it's a whole nother animal. It's something different. It's not even the same. So that's one thing to be considered. It's not the same.
Nikki, when are you starting an FE radio show?
Well, I've been dabbling in like starting my own channel, but at the same time, like I do want to be like, I want to personalize it, which I want to show my face and everything. People can actually talk to me, and I really do. I aspire to do that. It's just at the moment I'm kind of doing it slow. I have a channel which I'll link to you guys if you want it, and I just started it like maybe a few days ago. But I definitely think that having people on there, like even flat earthers, because like Mimas would say, you know, he banned more flat earthers than he has globe earthers. And, you know, just listening to the people that spiral out of control when he speaks is evidence that they haven't gotten rid of the residual baggage that comes from like the globe earth mentality. There's a lot of stuff that's not just coming to the idea that the earth isn't what you've been told, right? Like from the way they proposed it. It's just a tidbit of it. There's a lot of baggage that still is brought over from that kind of thinking, right? On other topics. So, and we get that exposed here daily. As you saw earlier, somebody had the idea of what was happening in CERN, and it's like, it's hearsay. How do we know that's what's happening? So it's the same for any other topic. It doesn't matter what it is. When you bring it in here, you got to remember that you're putting it in front of a bunch of people who are now critically thinking about what you're saying. And whether that makes sense or not, it'll get put to the test, right? At least that much. You don't want just a bunch of yes men that are just going to agree with everything you say. You want at least to put it to the test. Is what you're saying true? And how does that hold up to scrutiny? So we'd hope that that's what you aspire to be, somebody who's efficient at what you say and able to coherently bring about the truth without having to infer a lot of hearsay. So that's great. We're getting to that. And we can also divide the topics into, like, when you start speaking about something that's speculation, preface with it being speculation, not as a matter of fact statement, because that has been the case, right? People will say matter of fact statements and they don't know if it's true or not. When you get down to the nuts and bolts of what their conversation's about, you're like, so how do you know that's true or not? Can you verify it? Is this able to be falsified? And they usually come back with like, well, there's just a lot of people that know about it. Well, that's what Globers say, right? That's how they tell you their information is solidified. Well, a popular majority, right? But the consensus knows about it, right? That's all that matters. A lot of people know that the Earth is a globe, so therefore a globe. You know, it's not how that works. So what's going on with everybody? We got Quetz in the house. Quetz, are you here?
Going on? It's getting cold as shit here. Needing the sun to move back in, man.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, man. What's up?
Nothing much, man. I haven't heard you in a while. I thought maybe you just
a lot
became
of work,
a bot.
and I chime in. Like, no, I mean, I join some time, checking in the mornings when you guys are doing your thing.
What up, dude? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been nice listening to you guys. I'm going to work and such.
Got Martoth up in the house too. What's up, Martoth?
I've been hearing some crazy globe zealots today, and that's been kind of fun.
Where did you hear them at? Oh, the Tartaria server?
No, today in the Discord here.
Oh, really?
In the morning, I think. Maybe
Did I
evening
miss
for you guys. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. You were in different time zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That would be, I don't know, Mimas, were you around last night for us? Was that who he's referring to?
A little bit. What was
Were there
it?
any crazy globers last night?
Nah. Not that. Well, I don't think I was. What time last night?
How many hours ago was it, Quetz?
Let me see. 12 hours ago, maybe. Ish. 12
Yeah, I wasn't on that late. No.
Yeah, that's pretty late for us. Oh, what were you hearing? What were they saying? Earth globe? What was the...
Well, everything they could assume about, about the globe, but not show the fundamental proof or evidence of curvature of the surface of the Earth. Anything but that, basically. So yeah, no proof of curvature, but everything else, satellites, yeah, you name it.
Wow.
Radar bouncing waves, whatever.
Were they Americans generally, or?
One of them were European, I think. The Mono guy, what was his name? Mono something. Mono something, I don't know. The mushroom profile picture, whatever that was.
Yeah, now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy. Mono something, yeah. He was talking about satellites and everything. I don't know what the fuck.
I was on my lunch break, yeah. Leluca wanted for us to have a conversation with him, and Deuce Vault was in here.
Mm-hmm.
Judas was in here.
Judas was in here?
Yeah, yesterday. I was on my, I think it was my second lunch break or second break, and I seen him. Judas was opening his mic.
Yeah, Mono were really into doing the doppel thing effect. What do we call it? A Doppler with the Doppler effect with the
shift.
Yeah, he wanted to do some kind of experiment with that to prove.
To prove what?
He said he had done it. He said he tracked satellites, and then it says the Doppler shift from them, and it aligned with all the simulations and models. Therefore,
what Doppler effect was he talking about?
Yeah, I wasn't paying that much attention.
I don't know.
I think Keely was putting a clip up of it soon. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Shooting out waves, radio waves, and seeing how it bounces, hitting something in the sky. I don't know, tracking something in the sky. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. If it bounces back and reads the signal, like it hits something, then I don't know. He said he will be presenting that experiment today or later on, maybe night.
How is that supposed to prove that the ground isn't flat as we experience and measure?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Unless you tell me, man.
I don't know. He has to explain it. I don't know. His experiment was kind of. He didn't go into details though. So
anytime someone goes into bullshit like that, I always say, "How does that validate 8 inches per mile square?"
Yeah.
Where's the measurement? They don't want. It's like trying to hold a wicked woman accountable, where everything you throw at them that's fact based is just, tossed aside. I mean, accountability is their kryptonite. That's the thing with Globers. It is their absolute kryptonite. The moment you're giving them a measurement, that's when they fail. So I don't even give them. I don't give them the sky. I don't give them anything. I don't give them anything except measurement, unless I'm laying a trap down specifically that I want, like gravity or something. But no.
Yeah, I mean, he got spoken to for about 2 hours, but it was generally weedish conversation. Elijah was kind of having fun with him.
Yeah, I mean, he conceded that there's no proof of curvature, but once you go into the topic of curvature, proving that refraction comes into play. So it's already it's conceded at that point. That's when you ask them about the curvature. It goes straight into refraction. Then there's the last battle already.
Did Mono make the claim that we could see thousands of miles because of refraction?
3,000 miles or 3,000 kilometers. I don't know which metric he was using, but yeah. Yeah, I heard that one. Elijah was like, what the hell? How's that even possible with refraction seeing that much? Seeing something that's not there, basically. Over the curve.
Y'all can't hear my TV, can you?
No.
Okay, good. I'm playing the 2015 Mad Max game.
No, I don't hear anything. You guys know that scene from Good Will Hunting where they're in Robin Williams' office, and he kind of just gets down to brass tacks with Matt Damon, and the scene ends with him like kind of grabbing him and repeatedly saying it's not your fault, and he starts crying. That's how I feel with these globers when you've been it so long, and you're so numb to the deception that is the global Earth, because it's a nothing burger at the end of the day. It has massive implications, but it itself is a nothing burger. And these globers that come in here so passionate for it to be real, and you just feel sorry for them. It almost feels like you just want to do that for them, grab them and say, it's not your fault, it's just a lie, it's not your fault. If they could just kind of, but they won't, because it only comes with time.
Yeah, sometimes I feel sorry for them.
We know it's destroying their whole identity. Sorry, we know it's destroying their whole identity, but it doesn't have to be that way. They're still real. They still have a life. They still have choices. They can still do still choose their path, like they thought they could before and were doing before. Nothing changes in that kind of regards. But of course, the cognitive dissonance reaction and all the psychological mechanisms. It's a shame it has to go that way. You have to fight through that.
I'm just going to say this is a brilliant headline. Pope weeps as he speaks of tormented Ukraine. Oh dear.
I think because the reptilians, isn't that the definition of crocodile tears?
Oh.
David Icke here.
And the big problem with everybody today is they don't know who's a reptilian or not.
Is that the guy from National Geographic's voice line?
No.
Sorry, two at a time, one at a time.
You got this whole snake theme going for you today, huh?
I guess so, man. Shit, it's calling me. Maybe I should do some research.
Just run with it, man. If it's been working for you.
Fuck all that. I don't care about the reptilian nonsense. I don't. I make fun of it. You heard me earlier.
Yeah.
Very good. We're on that. I truly believe David Icke genuinely believes himself.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a liar or anything like that, or a disinformation guy, except in that he's got a lot of disinformation, at least not intentionally. But I think he's a genuine believer.
Yeah, for sure. He's very passionate.
It could be his source of information is tainted or something.
He might be a fucking lizard.
Kind of sounds ridiculous. Yeah, some of the things are just
You're right,
quite top. Yeah, but the other stuff is quite right. I guess he was talking about freedom and such, freedom of choice. Don't stand up for the bullshit, against the elites and whatever authority.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like an Alex Jones character in the whole truth community.
Nah, I would say there's far more for it than Alex Jones.
Well, you see what I'm trying to say? It's like it's all a show. It's like there's some kind of just if it's a presentation.
Certainly, yeah, certainly.
So like David Icke is a personality, right? I used to listen to him because I liked the way he spoke. He's a very affirmative speaker, and he talks with his hands a lot, his arthritic hands, and I just kind of liked what he was talking about, and it was one of the first times. Let's be honest, it was one of the first times I heard about any of that kind of stuff. Anyway, so I was blown away. I was like, no shit. So I was paying heavy attention to around the same time, Alex Jones. Maybe that's just my experience talking those two characters, and especially Alex Jones. He's a fucking character. Are you kidding me? He's getting paid to act like that. But I had to escape the clutches of the David Icke thing because there's another guy called Jordan. You heard of Jordan Maxwell, and you've heard maybe of Michael Tsarian, and all these researchers that David Wilcock or something. He's famous as hell now with the alien shit. So I was all into that side of it forever. And the long story long, the David Icke stuff. I saw him get made fun of over and over and over. And honestly, I let that sway me at the time, and I shouldn't have done that. But turns out I'm not missing much. I mean, he's kind of saying, if he's not talking about weird conspiracy stuff, he is kind of preaching to the choir about, government corruption and how they've infiltrated it, all societies, all cultures, everything that people do or do not understand about the world. So he's right about that stuff.
I actually don't think either of them are paid disinfo agents. I think they're just people that are acting in their own interest and from their own point of view.
I mean, he does say some good things. I can't take that away, but I've seen him dance over the topic of flat Earth like a cat burglar over lasers. Like, just amazing how he did that. But just the fact that he's associated with Alex Jones makes me, I don't know. I'm like wary of him. I mean, I used to listen to a lot of Bill Cooper. The Hour of the Time.
Yep.
And he did not like he didn't like Alex Jones or David Icke. He didn't have a good thing to say about him. So, But the more I look into things, the more I realize, hey, even Bill Cooper might have been some sort of actor of some sort.
People say, and someone's going to say something bad and good about everybody. So there's that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mimas, you think that the information kind of industry is still organic at them levels?
I mean, depends on what we mean by organic.
Well, no hands coming in and dictating how things should or shouldn't go, essentially. Not having to, sign away your soul or whatever. No threatening of family.
If higher powers do come in and try and influence you with either money or threats, that's organic too, isn't it?
Well, in the most absolute sense, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe it's just part of the nature of everything. Maybe once you get to a certain level, because look, I saw Alex Jones' early stuff. That was a man who was struggling. That was not. And even 10 years in, when he was like starting to make good like money and get a lot more press, and I mean, just looking back over that 20-year stretch, I'm not seeing a high amount of deviation from his original stuff.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
That's the thing. Has he really changed in 20 years? Because he was saying that stuff. He was saying that stuff 20 years ago.
I know. The only thing that changed me was the size of his following.
Yeah. Did he change his script or something, or what? Or are people saying that?
Well, I think people say, "Oh, there was a time, Alex Jones sold out," and I'm like, "When?"
Oh, right away. It was right away for sure.
It was right away. He wasn't benefiting from it.
Oh,
he was never benefiting from it.
I wouldn't necessarily say right away. I mean, given whatever we think about the other conspiracies regarding him,
I mean, I worry that a lot of times when people say someone sold out, there's like a jealousy element, like this person made it, and so they had to have. Okay, well, he probably made it because he's a maniac who is consistent and doesn't give up.
Well, yeah, he's a hard worker.
Yeah, he's a hard worker. That's, in my opinion, that's why he made it.
But again, Mimas, harkening back to what we were discussing earlier, the practical aspect of ruling. Somebody that has a following in the millions is a very dangerous person.
That's
true. Somebody that's uncontrolled and has a following in the millions. That can topple empires in days if left unchecked. So this is kind of like, didn't necessarily sell out right at the beginning, as Clark said. But what changed over his 20 years or whatever? Maybe his script didn't, but the size of his following did. So at one point or another, it hits their radar, is what I'm getting at. And they have to step in. And that's kind of, it's personally how I go about things when it comes to these characters. It's really what's the size of their following, because I know the controllers they're not bothered about the ragtags that have a few thousand people listening to them. But once you get into the millions, it's that's playing in their territory.
Yeah, I can imagine if you're getting millions. The problem is if you're getting millions of followers, doesn't it become dangerous to try and manipulate them?
Well, I mean, it's a bribery system, isn't it? So if they've got something on them, then, I mean, they're just going to do whatever they're told.
That's true. That's true. Does Alex Jones, does he create support or trust in the system?
There's also no, he doesn't. But there's also subtle manipulation where he could be fed information through people he believes are sources, which seems to correlate a certain idea that leads him down
I
a
think
certain road.
that's very likely. That I believe, and that is I believe how I don't think people consciously sell out or are selling out for any other reason than when they get well known. These experts are given to them, sent to them, and say, okay, we're going to tell you the truth about this item because we know that you're influential. And then they get misinformed themselves. But I don't think anyone sits there and sells out and says, okay, for money, I'm not going to talk about this, and I am going to talk about this.
That's not how the mob works. It works with you don't say it straight out. You have them accept it like he's sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah. Yes, that's possible too. But then again, if you're going around threatening a bunch of people with millions of followers, different people with millions of followers, that's going to get out. Like at that point, you're not the one with power. It's the person with the followers with power.
It can also be just as simple as like you're saying stuff that the public doesn't like, so like we're gonna cut our ads or whatever. So it sounds like they're not actually threatening them for other content, but they can put these screws on them, kind of, so they get the idea that like it's gonna be hard if I don't play ball.
Yeah. Now, and that's interesting. Didn't Alex Jones get banned from every platform?
He did.
Every major platform, I mean.
Yeah.
So, I mean, aren't they showing the corruption to everybody by doing that? And Elon Musk is coming out and saying, no, I believe in free speech for everybody now, and unbanned a whole bunch of people. Probably going to unban Alex Jones too.
They're just letting off steam. Or letting out pressure, I mean.
Oh, yeah, that's possible. Or maybe
built up over the last 2 years with the blatant censorship.
Yeah, or maybe we're just part of a natural cycle of just self-destruction and collapse, and this is just part of like the nature of it. And maybe everyone is acting genuinely, but there's something programmed in humanity itself that does this. Like we're a self-cleaning oven, and every once in a while we just turn up the heat and bake ourselves.
I can see that. Don't know if it's true, but I can see it.
It's this book, I forget what it's called. It's about empires, the rise and fall of all the empires in history. The title is something like that. But it's where we get the quote, "The hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times." And it's like a cycle of every empire has a time where they're colonial and expansionist, which is like the exploratory phase. And then there's right after that, there's the wealthy phase where it grows, it expands, it gets wealth, and it's happy. And then there's a descent phase where like the last generation forgets how hard it was to build it, and so they take it for granted. The whole thing collapses, and then it starts all over. And this just keeps on happening, and it's almost like we're programmed.
Where do you think we are? Where do you think we are right now in that slippery slope? Don't you think we're like maybe 2 degrees away from that being collapsed?
Oh, the collapse already happened. The collapse is done, man. What we are is we're like fleas on a dead dog, but the dog just died not long ago, so it's still kind of warm.
But what do you think that
we can still suckle on the dog?
No, I'm saying, what do you think the warmth is going to be gone? Because that's what I mean. Like we're at like where it's going to be completely cold. Like there will be, like I was telling people, there's not going to be any reasoning with these guys anymore. Like, not even a glimmer of hope is going to be left with these guys who come in here, trying to say that the Earth isn't what. Like I was saying, innovation is getting to the point where now people are going to be putting Neuralinks on and virtual reality that mimics close to what reality is, and all that innovation is just going to bring about more deception, and until finally every bit of truth is kind of like drowned out by, your voice of reason won't be reasoning anymore. It will just be like a fringe topic that's something dumb.
See, but that, to me, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, right? That's just a sign that it's time. It's time. Other civilizations lost complete touch with reality. We're not the only ones, and it'll happen. And it's nothing to be afraid of. It has to happen. I mean,
yeah, it depends on what comes out of it. Like, it has to happen, yes, but like, I think a lot of the older families understand that like these things are cyclical, these things happen, and so you have to be on top of it to maintain control, maintain some semblance of power of your former status.
Are you mean people, Trace, or just the elites? Who do you?
I'm just talking about mainly the elites here, or the families that have been like in positions of power throughout history. I think that's why it's so important to remember history, because we're repeating these cycles again and again. They're just different variations of the cycles almost. Like we're handling similar problems, just a different variation of them.
See, it's funny because they talk about like 13 families. There's only one family. Only one. And that is, yeah, it's the human family, because I'm related to royalty. My ex-wife is related to royalty. Like everybody's so related. And if you take away the closeness of relations, power has changed from elite to elite to elite. Yeah, sure, there's some close marriages here and there, but it is different structures that come about. Now, it's usually elite stealing from elite, right?
Yeah.
But, the age of kings is dead. There's no more kings anymore, right? Now you have the absolute bottom of the barrel. You have governmental structures. You have groups. You have think tanks. And these cannot maintain an elite group awareness like a king can. Because, people centralized around kings. And
yeah, or royal family. They were bred to rule, everything was centered around that.
Yeah, and part of me really agrees with that concept, because then they lack the ambition to obtain power. They're just born with it. Because you don't want a man in power who has the ambition to obtain power. But now you have voting blocks. So you have 130 million people who want to obtain power. That's why I say the day of the kings and those royal families of the bloodlines, that's gone. They aren't the elites anymore. The elites are the organizations that exist. And I mean, you look at all their CEOs and you look at all the people who run these organizations, even the three most powerful organizations, they have nothing in common. They're not related. And some of them aren't even related to royalty or anything. Like, these are just, like I said, it's almost like there's just a programming somewhere in our DNA to do this. Like, every once in a while, we just got to turn the heat up and burn it all down.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the old families know this, and they're setting up all these pawns to fall with the cycle. Like, Klaus Schwab is an obvious bad guy, but he's not part of the old families.
Right. You know what's funny is, I think what they do, the elite knows something is coming. I think everybody knows something is coming, right? Everybody knows. Everyone has this feeling. Everyone has this like burning premonition that that the future is limited. Like, there's limited time to act for some reason. And the elites know this too. The problem is they don't know what it is. So they have all these stories out there. Is it going to be AI? Is it going to be a pandemic? Is it going to be nuclear war? Is it going to be a large-scale land invasion? Is it going to be an alien invasion? Is it going to be a meteor strike? They have all these different narratives out there so that when whatever is going to happen happens, they can either claim to have done it or claim to have known about it. And that's the best they can do.
Yeah, just covering all bases.
Or claim to have saved you from it, and therefore, they're the savior.
Confused. They've always been confused ever since the beginning. Like, there's never been a time where they knew what was going on. They don't know, and that's evident because of the fact of how they're playing this game. They're giving people multiple cataclysmic scenarios of the world ending. And, you look at that and it's just like, that's evident. If it was really, they knew what was going on, they could just imply one specific, like, cataclysmic event that would take place, and that would be it. Like, they're hedging their bets against, like, throwing as much out there as can possible and seeing the reaction people have to all these different ideas. And just, like, whatever works best, I think, is what they're trying to go with. That's the way I see it. This recent thing that was going on for 2 years with the jibby jab, that's kind of evidence of that as well. Seeing how the people react and being suppressed and put in their homes and, wearing these things and, getting the reaction out of people, seeing how they.
Yeah, I like this video from Indio. It's very interesting when concerning this topic.
I think they can predict social movements pretty accurately at this point.
Oh yeah,
a metadata collection.
They're farming our information, bro. They know exactly.
Sure, they can.
You're telling them. You're when you click on the different websites, you're telling them what you want to see, and they're farming that. And so they're like, "Oh, I know what this person who's specific ethnicity is, and so on and so forth, and he likes this and this, he eats this and this." So they get a number of people in your category, your specific ethnicity, and they start piecing together a puzzle of like what people like from your, they would say a male, age 35, he's, Native American or whatever. They just start putting it all together. Then it's easy access to like then predict what you would want to get, in your. When you're 39 or 40, like they got these algorithms that can predict certain things with a high number of accuracy. They'll be able to give you like things you would like, so that the products they push will be easier for you to consume because that's what you want.
It can also be more than that, because they can collect what you believe about things, and so they're collecting data real time, how their psyops are working, what was working, what was convincing people more, and so the progress of that is going faster and faster because they are understanding more and more how to manipulate the public.
the Smashing Pumpkin song say? Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat.
Still just a rat in a cage.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth? Like, don't matter how mad you get, you're still there in the maze, trying to find a piece of cheese.
Key is to not get mad.
That's it. But what happens is the cultist mentality is like, what did you say about Elon Musk? You love him? Dude, don't you know he's an actor? He's totally against us, man. He's going to space. What are you talking about? There you go. Now you got Group A against Group B, and then you come back with like, you're a freaking idiot, dude. You know, like and we're fighting each other. And what happened to the icon figure? He's sitting back doing I don't know what. He's probably eating ice cream. Like he doesn't care about me arguing over him. You see what?
This is a story that I like to tell. Imagine everybody is on a big giant ship that has no windows, fully automated, right? You have no idea what the course is, and it's generational. So this is going back 10 generations. Nobody knows how the boat works. They just know they're on it. Food comes at the right time, and there's a group of people who, in the beginning, figured out that the ship was
dumb.
Yeah, what they did is they went up and they created a fake bridge, and they put TV monitors and everything in there to make it look like they were handling the ship. That's what's going on.
Wall-E.
Don't have control at all. They don't.
Yeah.
Hearts and minds, that's all they can win.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
And they showed this in the Pixar movie Wall-E. That was basically the same analogy.
Oh, really? I never saw Wall-E.
But Steve, hey man, I've been telling people about this, like as far as like, well, you know, come on, let's think about these psychopaths want. It's like from the effects of what's happening, it's easy to see they want to control us. They want to have these agendas pushed on us so that we can react in a specific way and collect the data from that specific reaction, and then obviously be able to base on what we're doing. They can know how to target a specific audience or like give agendas out more efficiently. And some stuff that works, some stuff that don't work, but at least they have data to work with. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like if the method is to try to figure out how to keep the people, at odds against each other, then that's easy to see. Like all you got to do is create some kind of iconic figure, have people love them, have people hate them, and then have groups about conversations, forums, videos, things like that. And then you have person with agenda A saying that people are lizards, against people with agenda B who are thinking the controllers are being, the people are being controlled by the information that they're not, and that's the thing. Now you got people railing against the guys who think the people are lizards, and the ones who are for people thinking that there are lizards out there, lizard people. You know what I mean? Like, so then you just got that fight going on, and amongst the other.
You know the Illuminati card game?
Yeah.
One of the cards is conspiracy theorist.
Was a tinfoil hat guy wearing a tinfoil hat, right?
Well, he's standing in front of the board and he's got a pointer. I don't know if he's wearing a tinfoil hat in it or not. But it says one of the things is gives the elite a pretty good idea sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one with the flat Earth. It says flat Earth is something that most people don't, or something like the bottom of the
people laugh, but the flat earthers know.
Yeah, their wacky geography aside, flat earthers know something.
Yeah,
and that's actually my position.
Yeah,
we know something because I don't know what the Earth is now. Like I'm in the camp where don't know what it is, not gonna say what it is because I can't. It's just an environment.
Wasn't actually aware of that card. Gives the elites a good idea.
Who has that game, by the way? Does anybody here have that game?
I've been thinking about ordering it.
It's cost a pretty penny, I think, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's in print again.
Is it?
Yeah, I think he sells it. Let me see.
That'd be interesting.
Well, I mean, they're not going to look to the rabbling masses for what they need to change. They're going to look to the ones that are disenfranchised. So it makes total sense.
It's how much is it?
They have to worry about that.
I can order it on Prime. Let's see, $39.95.
What?
Yep.
Do you have the link to that, or here? Let me just look it up.
No, just look at it on. You
What
probably
is it
got
called?
Amazon Prime. All of us do. Illuminati: The Game of Conspiracy by Steve Jackson Games. One of his stories was getting visited, not raided. People say raided. He wasn't raided. He was visited by the FBI.
What was the pretense?
They thought he might have been making seditious materials, which sedition is actually a crime in the United States.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about the second edition? That's what I'm looking at.
I'm looking at. It doesn't say what edition this is.
This says the second edition. Steve Jackson Games Illuminati second edition.
Yeah, second edition is $33.76.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
That's a second edition one, so that's an older one, right? Now there is a larger one. There's a larger one that's like a full Bavarian fire drill. Okay, I like this guy. $20 for that. So I guess you're probably going to spend about $100 if you buy every single thing for the game, like the cards, the expansions, and like the board. Okay, so if you buy all three, you're going to spend $88.70. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was thinking of the card game, the one that I seen. I don't see that they resemble that. They are games, but they're not the one that I was looking at. The card game that I'm thinking of has like, well, you guys know which one I mean.
I have Illuminati card game full set, and on Prime it has the Game of Conspiracy. Let's see.
Oh! It's a 1995. Let me see. I think that's it. New World Order. Hang on. Damn. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the Illuminati 1995 New World Order card game factory sealed CCG NIB NW. Well, INWO. $899.
Okay, that's the original.
Oh, shit.
That's the original, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the one.
Wow.
One left in stock.
This is control your own faction of the Illuminati, the Discordian Society, that's us, and the Servants of Cthulhu.
Yeah, this is the one, Mimas. I'm scrolling through the images. This is the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Can you link that, Miggy?
Yeah, I was about to say, put that link in here.
Yeah, somebody's gonna hit the buy button because it's $8.99 right now on this thing.
$899.
Discordian Society, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, to have the original one, I think that's the one you want. Everything else is just. Let me get the link.
I'm good with a replica.
Yeah, I would be too, but I don't even. Is there such a thing?
There's got to be second prints.
Somebody's got to have a replica of this thing.
Because he still makes the game. It's like board games and stuff. And it's all expansions to like that. It's the same factions and everything.
If you got $899 lying around.
Nope. I mean, I do, but I don't have 899 that I'm willing to spend because I'm a huge miser.
I'll drop it in the live stream voice text. There it is. Factory sealed even.
Oh, factory sealed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fresh out of
Well,
the package. Good luck to the buyer, because I'm not gonna be hitting buy on that. I would like to. That's the first edition. That's the one.
let me see. It's called New World Order card game. Let me.
Yeah, check it out. That has the original cards, the ones that we've been talking about. I mean, it'd be something cool. Like look at Terrorist Nuke, like one of the ones. This was 95, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that's $39.95. Okay, I'll tell you what it has. It does have everything. It's got 110 cards, 2 custom dice, tokens, rule sheet. It was released in November 19th, 2019. So he re-released the game. But the original editions are obviously, for collectors' reasons, are going to be way more expensive.
It shows that the terrorist. Look at the card. Like they show for examples: Terrorist Nuke, Pentagon.
Yeah.
Like this is a 95, bro. 95. 95. And look at the charismatic leader. Who do you think that is? Hillary Clinton.
I mean, I want to say Biden, but he's not fucking charismatic.
Freaking look at the next one, Epidemic. Interesting. Look at the bottom, has a mask there. Quarantine.
It'd be funny if in 400 years someone is doing research and calls Steve Jackson a prophet. The writings of the prophet Steve Jackson.
I'm pretty sure they're doing that now, I mean.
Well, a lot of times that's what we do is we look back and we, hey, this guy, like, what's his name? Like all the prophets out of history who just happen to get things right.
Oh, y'all gotta click on that PDF for education purposes only, though. The one that everything that we're looking at right now for that price is for the low price of download. And then once you click into that PDF, then you can, all you need is a good printer and some ink.
Yep. Cardstock. And then about 50 hours of meticulous cutting to give them the curved edges.
But that would be, I think, well worth it, wouldn't it? Just maybe laminate them.
I'm sure you could get a template to cut them all exact.
Probably so.
Hopefully
nowadays you can probably go down to the print shop and it actually cuts the cardstock for you.
Shoot, we can all look at the and the pages, and then within those pages we can, hey, look at page number 5, and then like specific card on there.
There's only 2 really creepy ones in here to me. One of them is The Tape Runs Out and The Ark of the Covenant.
Let me see. The tape runs out. Which is that one? Oh,
I haven't.
No.
The missing.
Let's see.
What page is that on?
Oh, I don't know. I just remember them from. I just have them from memory.
What is annual convention about?
Yeah.
It's like running out of a burning building. They got hats with horns on them. Seems like it's going to be some kind of orgy going on. I don't know. What's that referring to?
Bigfoot. Bigfoot has the power to distract any media group by showing himself in public. There you go.
Atomic monster.
Blinded by science. If we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be research.
Look at this one. Alternate goals, Plan B. What's that stand for? And I'm saying that rhetorically because we all know what it stands for. It's like got it in a top secret folder. What's that agenda about? What is the depopulation agenda? You take what to stop you from having
Plan B? Center for Disease Control. Chain letter. I remember those.
Annual convention.
Middle America. Church of Elvis. Comic books. Yeah, conspiracy theorist. Here we go. This powerless and much mocked group is prized by the Illuminati because their wild ravings often contain useful ideas.
Does anyone have the game?
Have the what?
The instructions.
You can download. You can get a PDF of it.
I wonder how many families play this.
Some of the ones I don't maybe not understand. Perhaps there's not a real understanding at the moment. But like Bjorn on page 10.
Bjorn?
Yeah, what is that about? Is it like Barney the dinosaur teaching kids like pseudoscience or what? That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, this came out in the 90s. And it's Bjorny, right? Instead of Barney, it's Bjorny.
So it's like a what you call it? A slide to that.
What's it listed as? What group is it part of? Or what's its power and resistance?
Oh, it's got a light. Somebody was taking a picture. It's got a glare on the where it says they're peaceful something. But the glare of their light when they were taking the picture of the card.
God. People and their stupid.
Yeah.
See, those kind of people I would wipe off the face of the earth. Right? People who take pictures of things that have laminate surfaces, but there's a glare in them. It's like, don't you know how to use diffuse lighting in a photograph?
Yep.
Moron.
That would have helped.
Tell us how you really feel, man.
Straight to hell. Straight to hell. Bastards.
Betray your friends. Crush your enemies. Control the world. Drink some coffee.
And honestly, those are the best types of games to play with your friends. And we all know it's true. It's why we play Monopoly. It's the same thing.
So I found this 1994 limited edition, and it's way cheaper than the one in Amazon for some reason.
One on Amazon is factory sealed.
Yeah, it hasn't never been open.
The one I found is sealed as well.
I found the Globers in the card game. They're called Ditto hats or Ditto hats.
What page?
Yeah, I saw that one, Race. I didn't say anything.
Post it.
They can only be controlled by personality.
Dude, check out California. It's on page 14.
No, I saw it on.
Isn't it
20.
interesting? Damn. Why is Canada on here have its own card? What's Canada like? What you Canadians up to, man?
I've said that before. People think that Canada does nothing. That's a problem.
There's some kind of sleeper cell thing.
I'm about an hour and a half away from Canada. Yeah, we're
really, eh?
Yeah, maybe closer, eh?
Don't let your dog run away, because it'll be running away for 3 days and you can watch it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Don't you know?
I'm fucking here, right? Fucking here.
And the Flat Earther card says the Flat Earthers' weird alternate geology has led them to a gold strike.
They got the trucker strike on here. One of the cards on page 17.
Oh, really?
Weird.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's page 17.
That's really specific.
Yeah, it is. The guy's holding the picket sign. Truckers, local. I guess it's like local 101, trying to represent like a union on strike.
Was he doing a union thing or a truckers thing?
This says truckers local 101 on strike.
So it may be a union card and not actually a truckers card. Like
very specific and poignant to today's time. AMA, the AMA card.
Yeah.
Holy crap! He depicts the wow. See the depiction? The pyramid on top of everything?
The pyramid in the hexagram.
Yeah. The name of the card game is the Illuminati.
But I think that's the pyramid in the sky.
I think that might be about maybe unions or truckers and such.
Power 6. Woo! Dang.
Name. Remember earlier you were talking about the fact that they're not omniscient, they're not omnipotent, and so they have to invest in the multiple different courses of action. One of the cards is alternate goals.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Yes, because they're truly powerless, they have to scramble. Absolute abject losers.
Yeah. If you look at the truckers, it's not specifically about truckers. It's about unions. I'll tell you why. It says liberal corporate underneath it.
It's just kind of cool that it resembled the strike.
Yeah. The activity, the action, the results, though, it's the same.
Another card poignant to our time is Backlash.
Yeah, Backlash. Obama. Is that Obama? Is that what everybody thought? Was that one looked like Obama?
I mean, I suppose, given his brown complexion and his hair, but it doesn't look aged enough in my eyes.
Look at the card on page 23. It's Comet Hail Bob.
Hail Bob.
Nigga, are you using Google Drive?
Yeah, it's the
check out the card 4 and 8.
I love it.
Page 25.
Page 25.
That's it. I knew it. Them damn aliens got all the goddamn gold. Chip.
Hey, Mickey, what did you say was on page 25?
Sorry for cursing. Foreign aliens.
Oh, I was looking at page 23, but that was Comet Hail Bob.
See the green dome above the alien's head?
Okay. Another page 24 for me in Kindle. Let me see if there's a difference.
There's one for conspiracy theorists and one for conspiracy, and it shows them playing the Illuminati card game. But the other one is the guy pointing to like a chart and showing different things on it, like how it resembles like I guess you could say somebody walking somebody through their position as to why they think this theory is viable. It looks like he's got a chart up and he's pointing to it with like a pointer stick.
Was that the conspiracy theorist card?
It says at the top of that card, it defines conspiracy theorists as powerless, a powerless group. Well, two things. Number one, you wouldn't have to say that if we truly were powerless. Number two, is that why you censor us? But we're powerless, but you censor us, but we're powerless, but you feel me?
Yeah, but it's still correct. I'll tell you why. It is powerless. Look at the resistance count, though.
Not powerless, man. It all does something.
No. Power as defined means you can achieve. Resistance is what the card is doing.
I'm just saying, love wins. End of the day.
I happen to think we are powerless. Nothing. We're not going to change anything. We're not going to change anything. It's just a ride.
Well, stuff's going to happen the way it's going to happen regardless. It's just how we roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Howard's convenience store is a part of a conspiracy. Do you guys see that?
What is it? Post it.
Page 27. I can even.
I think he's referring to this.
I can do screenshots.
I think he's referring to this when you mention the convenience stores. When the convenience stores are set up, at the very least, it encourages some degree of lethargy and slothfulness. Worse than that is the convenience stores are always providing that which is not nutritious conveniently, while the things that are nutritious are not conveniently accessible or not accessible at all. And then in addition with that, the convenience stores are usually set up by other ethnic groups almost the vast majority of the time, other than a specific ethnic group, so-called black people. And they're the target, most of all, of these convenience stores. I think he could be referring to that.
That's a probability, yeah. Well, at least I could see it being the case. Gun control, that's interesting.
Gun control.
What was the saying? You can have this gun after you pry it from my cold dead fingers. Look what they're doing in that.
What they're doing.
Charlton Heston. From my cold dead hands.
And that's what they're doing. Look, they stomped on his hand like they're taking it out of his cold dead.
My cold dead hand.
Yeah, and look at the effects. It increases the power of all violent government groups by 3 and increases the power of all criminal groups by 1.
We should print this out and like do a game of it.
It is interesting, isn't it? Like just to, like
it very much is interesting. It's rather edifying.
Can you deny? Can you deny the fact that they're putting the power and resistance at a level where it seems like what we see today?
I mean, this whole card game is very poignant and concise. Like it's like TikTok before TikTok about these subject matters.
Some of the things in here, I wonder that they're implying or they're using, like they have this one called counter spell. Like, why would that even be a thing to put in a card if it wasn't like something that it's truth in plain sight with these guys, right?
Oh yeah, because I mean, some types of magic are real.
Interesting.
Which is why the Lord forbade them as abominations in the Torah.
Particularly mimetic magic.
Yeah. Mimetic.
Yeah, the collective magic.
Have you seen Probably Alexandra? Mimus?
What is it?
The content creator on YouTube, fellow disciple, she's Probably Alexandra.
Nope. I haven't seen her.
She has a video on that. I'll send it to you. I'll post a link.
Okay.
Yeah, check this card out.
I haven't done memetic research in like 5 years. Memes.
Look at that one. Look at the praying to they're praying to the Democratic golden donkey statue, dude. The power, look at the power, man. 6 out of 5. How's that?
For every reaction, there is an equal and opposite government program.
You see, whoever posted this card game, now you two are going to love this entirely too much. You're going to incorporate this into your vocabulary. You're going to incorporate this into your whole arguments. Oh boy.
Well, here's the thing, though, Ben. Like, isn't that what's happening, though? They have an equal and opposite for everything, dude. Somebody says something, they're
yes.
We've got a government program for that. Yes, absolutely.
They're 6 out of 5, bro. Like the power level is off the charts with these guys, man.
That's funny how for every reaction there's an equal and opposite government program.
No, I'm with you. Like the funny how the resistance is like that. Maybe it's because it's more seen than actually believed, perhaps.
Yeah. They don't actually fight in your favor. They're really just there to increase the scope of governmental power.
But they're always in your face, so they have the control of the media. Like they're the minority, and they're projected as the majority. Like, and so the resistance. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, the system of thought that is so-called democratic is most prevalent because that's what's most featured.
Democracy, the stupidest form of government ever.
Now, here's one that what do you guys make of this one? I won't say nothing until I post it. I'll let you guys decide. This one.
Dentist.
Yeah, what is
You're not doing anything this week, Senator. Those wisdom teeth have to come out right now. I don't know what that's about.
Interesting.
Were they still putting the toxic stuff in your mouth back then at the dentist?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The
It's gone.
What you call that?
There was an alloy that was turned out to be toxic. It had mercury in it, didn't it?
Yeah, they're putting mercury in people's faces. They still are, I think.
No, they got rid of it. They got rid of it.
Are they using rosin like that?
Now it's a polymer that is non-porous, which means it'll never fall apart in your mouth. It'll just break and come out if anything happens. It's actually safe now.
So there's many people that still have that in their face.
Oh yeah, a lot of people. You know what's funny though is there's a lot of older people who have it and haven't gotten cancer
or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's bits behind it. There's facts. I don't know. Like you just I'm kind of mixed about it.
Maybe it's just a funny card.
Perhaps.
Maybe it's just a funny card because if you've ever suddenly gotten a toothache or something, like especially a wisdom tooth, all of life cancels. It doesn't matter what you had going on because the pain is so intense and you got to get to the dentist right away.
You said canceled.
Yeah. You've just been canceled. Just say no.
Why is she burning all her records?
I love the IRS. He's got the guy on stocks on the wall.
So I should post a link to this then. This other content creator I was telling you about earlier, probably Alexandra, some of her videos have been deleted on YouTube, so I'm posting the link to her BitChute channel, which is also on Odyssey.
Don't touch that dial.
The way you said that was exactly how the sentence said it. Don't touch that dial.
Look at the little demons are stabbing his brain.
You didn't say the magic word.
Hey, there's Antifa.
Oh
Killed
yeah,
the thief.
there it is. Look at that. Is the guy like falling down before that guy with the peace sign?
Maybe as you see at the bottom of the text chat, the cult of Kek. That's what I was referring to earlier.
Oh yeah, I actually got a bunch of my stuff published on a banned account like 6 years ago, on doing the Keck research. I know all about
it. On YouTube?
No, it was something I wrote. I had written up, and I had done. What was it on? It was on something we used to use to attach to Twitters. I had like thousands of followers on Twitter at once, long time ago. And I did this whole write-up on something that attaches to Twitter that you can like unfold. And then it got published in like 2 places. The publishing's gone because the link was a direct link. So, but it was all about like ancient Egypt and like the mythology of the frog in the first place, being is that it's a spirit creature that can transform because it goes from the water into the air, which is why the prince can transform from a frog into a prince. And so the frog always dealt with transformation and change and chaos, and that it was part of the collective mimetic belief system of people, so that they could literally summon it. So it's like a thing that exists everywhere at all times. It's just a mimetic power. But then I had like all the charts of like Kek and like the ancient gods that all had the frog symbolism, like the person sitting in front of the computer and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Oh, a synonym to magic, and specifically, it's a rather subtle and insidious way, as opposed to a more bombastic and overt and forceful way.
Well, yeah, it's because it deals with like the collective. I don't know another way to describe it. The collective consciousness.
Yeah, you're trying to gather as many persons into the group to cause the desired effect.
Yeah, if enough, if entire cultures believe something, the theory goes, it can manifest.
Here, check this out. I'm going to put 2 pictures back to back, one with card and another one that you're going to check out. Watch this.
Is it really alive? Or does it just think it is? It's Alexa.
Here it is, right here.
Weird. 2 out of 10 would bang.
This garbage is the modern version of the Golem doctrine, the abominable magic Golem doctrine, trying to counterfeit what Yahweh Elohim does with us.
How did the Golem turn out for the Jewish guy? How'd that turn out for him?
How'd that turn out?
It wasn't good because it was so stupid it had to be told everything to do. And then when he turned it off, it fell on him and killed him.
Humans are so wicked and abominable that we would dare to have the audacity to counterfeit the very act of creation of us that he accomplished.
People were always asking the question, like, why would they lie? Why in the world would they lie? And you just show them like evidence of the fact that they're being controlled every day by these agendas. But furthermore, like these guys, they got the Duper's Delight, because they're telling you straight out certain things, like this one card, like different ways, right? And so I've said this before, but it's like people talk about like how they're being manipulated by what they hear and what they see, and they understand that much. They just are like don't understand. They can't make the connection. Well, why would they lie? Well, it's already easy to see. You're being controlled by all these agendas.
Humans and their wicked, sinful nature cannot help but be inconsistent and contradict themselves. And the qualitatively worse the wickedness is, the more profound and impactful their inconsistencies become, including when they tell the truth contrary to the lie that they prefer, and their inconsistency according to their sinful nature. And that contradiction can be both in words or non-verbal communication. Like when you just mentioned Duper's Delight, when someone is in the midst of Duper's Delight, they're saying a lie verbally, but then the truth is being revealed non-verbally by their body language and or their actions elsewhere.
Hey, look at this. This check this out, Gregory. This next card. Isn't that what they're selling, bro? Come on, come on, man.
Let me read this. Eternal salvation or triple your money back. Abandon hope. Refund $90. Count 'em. 2 paradises for 30. No, 2. Count 'em. 2 paradises for $30. 1 while you're alive, lasting as long as you want, and 1 when you decide to die. Oh, that's a. I need to stop. My. Hold on. I'm reading on my laptop. That is not working. 1 when you're alive, lasting as long as you want, and 1 when you decide to die. No other religion offers a better deal. Offer good through July 4th, 1998. Only 3 years from that time.
Restrictions may apply. Void where
Some restrictions may apply. Void where prohibited by law. Clothes covered before striking. Please recycle. Slightly higher in Canada.
Yeah, boy.
Play this card at any time. Draw enough new plots to fill your hand out of 5. You may only play this card once per game. It requires an action from 1 sub-genius group.
Idiots.
Well, yeah, you got the naysayers be like, you see, that's what religion's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
About refund $90. Oh, yeah, of course. These guys, you could take anybody that just being a bad actor and then just point at them and say, well, that's the reason why I don't, X, Y, and Z. Of course it isn't. Because you're looking at
given this instance of fraud in promulgation of this religion, therefore my hasty generalization fallacy is true and just.
Of course.
Only in the case of religion. That's me impersonating the average atheist.
Yes.
I don't believe in God.
Nailed it.
Sure, Banks.
Why'd God give me a little penis? I hate you, Mom.
Evil geniuses for a better tomorrow. Who would that stand to reason to be? Check this out.
Right, I saw that card earlier, right?
It's weird because the resistance is 6. But they're 2 out of, they're violent and they're weird. Well, that's strange.
Post it.
I'm just like, all right, so you're doing something sinister for the betterment of mankind? Like, I mean, what is the?
Oh, hey.
Makes me think.
Yeah, for the betterment of mankind, quote unquote.
It's hey, that could be any billionaire genius who is trying to like fix free speech or anything like that. You never know.
It was posted earlier, wasn't it?
It could be, it could be Bill Nye and what's his name? Black Science Man.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse.
Black Science Man.
That's what I call him. What do you say, Black Science Man? Well, actually, Chris said that. Bill Gates, yeah, the guy from Who.
I see Penn and Teller, but yeah.
You said black science.
They're obviously not evil geniuses.
Oh, we all know what this one is. I'm gonna post it. You're gonna know right away. Check that out.
There it is.
Yep. See?
Or now that I'm no longer part of a faction, I'm against that faction.
Yep. And so I'm just gonna put it out there, but BLM.
Oh,
Yes.
Look at that.
I prefer Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
Yeah, this is crazy. Faction fight.
Y'all are screenshotting this on the PDF, right? And then posting it.
Yeah. This Reformed Church of Satan bingo every
Reformed Church
day.
of Satan.
Yeah, this is actually happening today, where they have like after-school programs, Satan clubs for children. So
yes,
That's a school. At school.
Yeah.
Is there a public school card in here?
Sure.
There probably is. I haven't seen one.
There must be.
Drag Queen story time.
Is that what you're
Public
saying?
school
It's
is not
called me?
public school. Public school is a fraud. It's not neutral.
Hey, check this out. This is part of their, I guess, card game or whatever.
Feminist, yeah. Control a liberal group.
Did you say group?
Group.
Did somebody say? Oh,
history. What's it say on that door? I can't read it. It's backwards, but it's like really
that's what I'm trying to
blurry.
read.
Truth.
I don't know.
They're throwing history in the bin. Like, what's that about? Oh, well, that's easy. Rewriting history is like what they can make up whatever they want. There's no like people.
Any one alignment of any destroyed group may be retroactively added, removed, or reversed. This can affect any goal which involves destroying a certain number of groups.
Oh, it's like
of some
it's like
alignment.
watching movies. They just
yeah
add a bunch of crap into history that wasn't there.
Yeah, propaganda for sure.
Yep.
All right,
Can you see some figures?
Yeah, go.
Drag Queen Story Hour?
Somebody might live in Finland, so they might tell me what this card is about.
Finland. Is Finland just a card? Let's see.
Yeah, something. Like there's a guy in a like they're all in a steam bath. Well, there's a woman in there, I think.
I think those
What's that
are
about?
very high ups in the world, and they are Aryan race.
In Finland?
Or that's what they want me to say.
Savings and loan.
Look at the back of that building.
Bernie sure did make off, didn't he?
You open the door and it's just like, what the hell is this? There's nothing back there.
What the hell is even that?
I can know what that is, Memus.
Oh, you know what that is?
Yeah, that old dad.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. What the hell?
Middle-aged dad. Yeah.
Let me pull out the Trump card. This is it, guys. This is the one you've been waiting for.
Yep.
The power
Such
level
a beautiful
is one.
picture.
One.
Hey,
we got a one.
We have more power than the conspiracy theorists. See that?
Yeah, we got a one. There's two to resistance, so yeah.
What does it go up to? Like 10 on both?
It goes up to 10. It goes up to 10.
The resistance is the rest of the world.
It is true. Weird. Well, weird is an alignment. Weird is an alignment in the game. It doesn't. It's a game mechanic.
It's the science fiction fans that have a resistance of 5. We have a resistance of 2.
Secrets, man was not meant to know. Yeah.
You can make people know things. I come up with a clever way. Avoid the censors.
Immortality serum.
Check this out.
By the way, if you join us, you can live forever. Interested?
That's what I'm praying for. I'm praying for the prion. I'm praying for the prion's disease.
This is something actually. To be honest, man, like they talk about what is it? What's that one? There's a
the prion. The prion. No, this is the prion disease.
It does that. It eats up the flesh,
the mad deer, the mad deer, the mad cow, all that. That's all prions. That's supposed to be the thing that can wipe out all life, and it has this like wasting effect where you like zombify almost. You look awful, and then you go insane.
It's called
Sounds
Pryor's
lovely.
disease. I guess Pryor. What is it?
Prion's disease.
Prion.
Cards.
Jesus,
guys,
Jesus.
I got something interesting. So apparently, it's illegal to point laser pointers from the ground to an aircraft in the sky.
Yeah, that's been illegal.
I heard that before.
That's been illegal for 23 years.
$500,000 fine.
Who's going to arrest you?
What's the reason behind that?
Hold on. My point is this. It's a rhetorical
Blinding the pilots.
It's a rhetorical question, kind of a statement, rather. I thought laser pointers didn't shoot that far.
Uh-oh.
Womp womp.
Yeah, it's not like your $2 laser pointer you get.
Well, you know, it's funny.
It's a semi-decent one.
Here's the thing, though. How do you
an FD4 laser and pointing it up at a fucking airplane? If you got out of your little pocket cat toy thing, and let's see if I can put it up there. If it reaches that plane, one.
It's when they're coming into land they're talking about.
Yeah, but how are they going to arrest? Well, that you'd have to be close to the runway, wouldn't you? And then you'd be somewhere close to be captive, like they'll capture you. But like if you're somewhere trying to shoot a laser at an airplane, how are they going to bring the cops around to where you're at? They know your exact location.
Of course, and you have to be in a situation where someone could witness you doing that in the midst of that, and then testify.
Yeah, you'd have to be ratted out.
Yep.
A fucking laser. The chances of actually doing anything, hitting it, seeing it is impossible. And like, what's going to happen? You're going to shine into the cockpit, and it's going to blind him.
Oh no! Listen, Glover, the refraction thing would actually, it could actually be a thing, because say it did reach the plane and you could explain that somehow. The plane at cruising altitude.
I was just about to mention that. The light reflected into the cockpit.
Yeah, into the cockpit, blinded one of the guys who already had glaucoma, so it didn't help the situation. And this, that, and the other, right?
That's just like mainly automated, dude. Nowadays, he'd be fine.
No, but if that beam refracts and bends into the cockpit, it will crash.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Globers could put you in jail for just playing with your cat toy, in your house.
Listen to this.
Refracted out your window and across the sky. And
This card is intellectuals. I didn't understand that. It must be true. A media group which controls the intellectuals cannot be captured or destroyed except by a disaster or assassination, and its own power is increased by 1. That was poignant to me because recently I've been talking to my mother about some things like this, and when the TV's playing on in the background, it just says some more foolishness, and it just provokes me to refute it. Not even trying to pay attention to what's playing on the TV. Just minding my own business in the kitchen.
hard not to notice the garbage spewing out of them boxes.
Where else are you supposed to get your facts, Obi?
Okay. So, Mimus, that's the one you were saying was one of the really weird ones. Tape runs out.
Yes, 3 Israel cards in here. 3.
This one's pretty weird. The Thule group. Hitler's wizards are still alive. In fact, some of them are getting younger.
The Thule Society.
I wonder what that name has relevance to.
Hitler's wizards.
You can read the Wikipedia article on Thule Society. It has an etymology in there.
It would be, I believe, the Thule and Thule Society. They work together.
Was that a joke? What is Thule?
Thule and Thule, yeah. You would often hear them used as Thule and Thule Society. There's 2 groups, the Thule Society and the Thule Society.
Isn't there a Vril Society?
Yes.
That was a little bit. That was way more esoteric.
Oh.
The 2 groups that would have eventually formed the National Socialist were the Thule and Thule Society. I read several times. I read Occult History of the Third Reich, and it's all in there. The Vril Society isn't even mentioned in Occult History of the Third Reich. Great book.
What's this card? Joggers. No one ever suspects a harmless jogger. This group gives a +2 on any assassination attempt. This group may not be destroyed.
Yeah, no one questions somebody running in a tracksuit because they think they're just somebody that lives in an area. So they could be agents that spy on people.
Yeah, or they could be the kind of guys who killed Seth Rich. Right?
I don't recognize that reference.
Seth Rich, he was the guy who stole the data from the DNC. And they found him. They found him dead on the street.
What's the DNC?
National Committee.
Oh. Say again?
They found him dead on the street with weird wounds and a gunshot to the head.
And what's the acronym you said?
DNC, Democratic National Committee.
Okay.
Hey, Gregory, who are these 2 people that are going to come on this card? Just say who you think of when you first see it. Those 2 people.
Trump and Stern.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I see Joel Osteen and Stern in that one.
Oh.
You think so?
Lenny Kravitz.
That could work. That works.
That does work. I think it's Trump and Stern. You know what's funny is they mentioned George Bush in this, but for someone who was so famous in the 90s, the fact that Trump is not mentioned in these cards has always been weird to me.
Aside from the given human depravity and sinful nature and idolatry and things, why do people listen to Howard Stern?
It's morbid curiosity about what he's going to say next, what kind of guest he's going to have on next.
Because back in the 80s and 90s, it was shocking. It's not shocking anymore, and the people who listen to him, I don't even understand now, because now it's not even funny.
Okay.
Because it's all been done. It's all been done. There's nothing shocking about any of it anymore.
The only reason anybody ever watched it in the first place, because I used to watch it because I was a teenager, and it's because he had half-naked chicks on mattresses during the show.
Oh yeah, it's another reason.
That too.
Like the lady who deep-throated the sausage and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was like a freak show. It was like watching the carnival sideshow. It was pretty weird.
And now all you got to do is go to a fucking elementary school to get that fix.
Walk outside.
Too soon? I don't think so.
You don't even need to go anywhere. Just open your laptop.
Yep.
Now, you mentioning that meme is now, I remembered glancing at the video on the TV, just minding my business in the house. My mother was playing in the background. And, that movie that they made about him, that he featured in.
Amos, you said that Trump is not in the Illuminati cards?
He's not named.
Oh,
But,
okay.
but George Bush is named, which I always thought was weird.
Yeah. Look at this one.
Enough is enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that looks like Trump. And I mean, it does.
Could be anybody yelling, though, to be honest.
Someone find this card on page 99 on Google Drive. Ketchup is a vegetable.
I remember that.
Apart from the fact that tomatoes are fruits.
I was just going to say that. Like, come on, guys. At the very least, it's a fruit.
Apart from the fact that they're actually semantically equivalent, fruits and vegetables. Fruits vegetate on the ground.
Hey, look,
the vegetables that vegetate on the ground are fruits of the earth.
You're going to say plants are meat and meat are plants?
In fact, Glyphlobe, archaically, they're synonymous.
Hey, look,
the meat of the orange.
Yeah. The meat of the issue. Right.
There's an Illuminati University somewhere.
Illuminati University. I mean, upon your description of academia, I mean, we're the enlightened ones. We're the Illuminati. I'm an Illuminatus. I'm a summa cum laude. You know, they just love their Latin of this or that university.
I'm Illuminati, but it's spelled Naughty.
Naughty.
It's just
Illuminati.
Short time before you get an immortality serum.
Oh no! I got it now.
Look, it's like fucking Hermes Trismegistus closet.
Did you say Hermes Trismegistus closet?
Yeah, like this is alchemy that we're seeing in front of us on that card.
Oh, yes.
Or like manifestation.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. The immortality serum. Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't be blood, could it?
Look at
What's this card? Let them eat cake. Destroy liberal groups and control conservative groups in any of the following combinations. Destroy 2 liberal, control 5 conservative. Destroy 3 liberal, control 5 conservative. Destroy 4 liberal, control 4 conservative. Destroy 5 liberal, control 3 conservative. Destroy 5 liberal, control 1 conservative. This goal cannot be combined with other goals in any way.
It's a hell of a lot of stuff there.
Let them eat cake. I guess it's kill them with kindness.
I think this game is also a plant to keep us distracted and just have fun or whatever. I mean,
well, you can say that about any distraction.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If you're not having fun and relaxing and not stressing out, then they win. So if they're yeah.
No, I love it. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions out there where people are thinking that, like, so much real truth is planted, and now it's all planted. It's like, well, be that as it may, there's truth in all of it, and whatever resonates to me is the most important thing. It's really
also, it doesn't matter because we're all gonna die anyway one day.
Don't do that.
Well, it doesn't.
You're being a party pooper. Don't poop all over my party.
I will poop where I want, sir.
Yeah, when I was younger.
People fall into this anxiety about this truth being planted here, this truth being planted there, when they don't accept that Yahweh Elohim is sovereign above all history and every truth is his truth. Then they give credit for being sovereign above every fact. I mean, the all conditioner for every condition of the world to that which is not God, especially to these wicked tyrants. What's this? Logic bomb. Logic bomb. Pick one rival. You may look at all his hidden plant cards. No, hidden plot cards, and choose one to take for yourself.
Check out the liberal agenda. He's reading off.
Are you roused to expose it? Are you what? You roused? You must expose the card.
Look at all of his agendas. Like he's probably reading through a laundry list of things that he.
I just read that. Yep.
Wearing a hoodie. He's got triangles. Looks like sperm going up towards the neck almost. What do we got? And that SR. See the SR. Those are runes. Those are Nordic runes. They're sigils, and they're meant to do lesser magic.
On the liberal agenda card?
Yeah, see that little thing at the end of it? Yeah. So they blessed it with whatever the fuck in those angles.
You believe in magic.
But yeah, that looks like both a man and a woman. Just saying.
I think it just looks like a long hair.
What's with the forehead? Pronounced forehead like balding. What's with that?
Because he's so smart, big brain moves.
Yeah. It's just phenotype tropes. He's a phenotype. I've known phenotypes like that.
What's a phenotype?
Phenotype is someone who has a genetic similarity. Groups of people who share genetic features, similarities.
Got it.
Specifically concerning the face.
Yeah, specifically concerning the face. So, one of them would be like, John F. Kennedy?
No, I never met the guy. Sorry.
Oh, you know who he is. You know what he looks like.
I think I do.
Okay, well, we always joke that he's got the Irish 5 head.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and that's a phenotype, right? So you have like Nordic people look a certain way, African people look a certain way, people look certain ways, and it's based off of a phenotype.
Classification.
The
type of face is literally from the Greek.
I got it. Yeah. Look at his face; it's all squished together compared to the. Oh wow!
Look at his face.
Those eyes, right next to each other.
Yeah. Go over to Ireland, and he looks like half the gingers out there.
Cuddy, do you have like a supercomputer just prepared for every GIF and every meme for every situation?
He's an
Some
AI.
people have turned posting GIFs and memes into a serious skill.
Yeah, he's number one, top of the charts here.
Might as well call you Jiffy.
There you go.
Cutting number one.
So has this? Listen, I'm gonna put something up.
Cut it.
Has anybody ever made anything happen by marching on Washington?
No.
There's never been a true march on Washington. Let's be honest.
Has that ever changed anything? Even if there was, would that change anything? Even if there was a true march on Washington?
Really?
Not a march, no.
At best, what a supposed march does is bring awareness to the audience. That's all it does.
The gayest word ever. We're going to bring awareness. So nothing. I brought awareness to our problem, guys. Awareness fixes everything. Blech.
Hey, did you know eating bugs stops the climate from changing? Read it in a newspaper.
So does eating dicks. Is that why the weather's getting better?
Why you chose to fix your mouth to say that?
Damn!
I will never know.
Ash button. Here we go.
Oh my.
Oh my. Nothing like gay Sulu saying oh my. Oh wait. I'm sorry, that's not Sulu who said that first. I'm not even going to say where that's from. I don't know why I always associate Sulu with saying that.
Media blitz. Yeah. That's exactly what this past couple years was with this. You know what?
Oh, we know. We know what.
No, I don't. It's a hard knocks life for us.
You know why he doesn't remember? You know why Mimas doesn't remember? Because the Men in Black came.
They flashed him.
Paid him a visit.
They
Does this mean retort to like when people are marching or they're in the way?
Martyrs.
Look at the tracks of that tank.
That's horrible. Horrible. And then there's letters painted in the tracks. Or once again, those sigils that I was talking about. I'm telling you, dude, that shit's everywhere.
You scroll down a couple pages. I mentioned Men in Black because the card is right there. Someone posted Martyrs. 2 pages down is the Men in Black.
Are the Men
on
in
Google
Black
Drive?
martyrs? What Men in Black and martyrs?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah. Check this one out.
Watch this.
Some of these are profound, man, because it's like what people are talking about. So
Except during an attack.
Yes, Messiah.
Dude, there's gonna be some fucking fake Jesuses with guns coming over. What are we gonna do?
If you didn't preach the truth, resist evil with good.
Oh, really?
Certainly.
I can't give them what they really deserve.
Nope, it's not in our jurisdiction. The Lord will give them the full cup of the wine of his wrath. The day of vengeance belongs to the
I
Lord.
really hope you're right about that.
Who's offering $10,000 to debate Mr. Dave?
What?
Says
Mr.
somebody's
Dave?
offering $10,000 to debate Mr. Dave.
Professor Dave.
Mr. Dave.
Oh, whatever. Yeah.
No, it's Mrs. Dave.
Come on. Settle down.
Yeah, they're over with that whole thing.
Who's Bryant Myers?
Bryant is the professor that Witsit's had on his show a couple times. He's debated. Jaron had him on his show with Witsit once.
Austin sitting on Bryant's show?
On Jaron's show initially with Bryant. Yeah, and then Bryant started his own show after Jaron's. He's kind of a new anti-flat earther person, and Bryant was trying to facilitate something between Witsit and Professor Dave. There was some sort of claim of money, right?
Here's a problem. They can't just go from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic to topic and get lost in each other's egos. Like, they're both smart. They need to pick a topic or 2 or 3 and just fucking kill those topics on both of their sides. It should be easy to do.
Yeah, I think he's tried to narrow it down to some topics. Like, I think he went on Modern Day Debate against Bryant, and they tried to stick to some specific topics. I know there's been some talk about relativity and stuff like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, but honestly, okay, listen. I love how smart these folks are that we hang with, that we fuck with, that we roll with. But I don't think relativity has anything to do with Earth measuring flat. So, but I don't think it's a bad thing either. It's good to have this kind of conversation, open the brain further to just whatever, don't lock yourself in a box. So I don't know. I guess I don't have an opinion on that right now.
Well, the reason I believe that mentioning relativity in that debate on that topic about the geodesic shape of the Earth is because they appealed to quote unquote gravity, and nowadays gravity is Einsteinian GR and SR. So that's supposedly the cause of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So they have to mention that if that's the supposed cause in the cosmogenic history of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, it eventually goes there, right?
Yeah.
We know very well, having conversations with people that are new to the subject, it immediately goes to, well, what about gravity? Then we try to get them to actually define gravity themselves. Then we get into, is it Einsteinian, bendy Warby space-time? That comes into relativity. So it's not far off the topic.
Yeah, the globalists keep going out of their way to mention gravity. And then they further explain what that gravity that they're supposedly referring to is, being Einsteinian's relativity theory. So then, therefore, we address that.
I got it. The ether has a disease and it forms things into spheres. Right?
Sure.
It's called
the Moonies back in the 90s. Yeah, they were an annoyance. Even Dr. Bonson mentioned them rather frequently when explaining how to defend the faith against the unbeliever. Mother's March. Oh, wow. Moral minority. The power of the moral minority is increased by 1 for every other straight group in your power structure. Very poignant nowadays, even now. Especially now, I should say.
Wasn't the term originally moral majority? What is it? Now they have moral minority? Is that one of the cards?
Yeah, the card here is moral minority, yeah.
That's certainly the case, especially with the explosion of moral relativism. You certainly get the minority.
Moral relativism. Isn't that an ironic term? Moral relativism. Relative to what? Well, of course, relative to the standard.
Mm-hmm. To an objective standard, right? Yeah.
And or the specific circumstance, like when people pick their gender.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point, right? Moral relativism, or relativism as it's applied socially, is based on the reference frame of the observer, in the way that relativity, in the Einsteinian sense of it, is also reference frame dependent, right? So if my thoughts and opinions think that I am a cat, then from my frame of reference, I am a cat, and thus the world needs to treat me as such.
You see, the intellectuals and academicians have coined this term relativism, and it's just it's just a highfalutin version of the word relative, and anything that's relative is related or correlative to whatever other thing. So, of course, morality, moral relativism, that's just a redundant term, because the moral is the standard which relates or is correlative to human society, individually and as a group. It's foolish terms. People don't do that very often, which is why I appreciate what academicians call analytic philosophy. You have to analyze the terms that are being used in the sentence. Moral relativism. Well, there's morals, thing 1, and relativity, or them being relative to something, thing 2. Well, of course, the morals, which are the standard, are relative to human society. And what they really mean when they say the term relativism is really just subjectivism, or pluralism, or inclusivism.
Yeah, wouldn't relativity, subjectivism, frame of reference frame dependent. Is that where they draw that probably?
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because I'm just trying to give a different answer at this point.
Yeah, it actually took place, right? Meaning our moon landing in 1969 was a staged event which actually took place, just not on the thing that you think it took place on.
Yeah, listen, the event happened. Whether or not it's the way they say it happened, well, something happened regarding the moon and people going there, okay? The moon mission happens one way or another, okay?
I mean, my favorite part was the phone call. I mean, you can barely make a phone call in the boonies, but it's the most epic phone call ever.
I'm at work right now, and because of the way the building is constructed, I don't get very good signal in here.
Have y'all seen Transformers Dark of the Moon?
Man, maybe should they move your office to the moon? You get perfect signal.
Yep.
Have y'all seen that movie?
What movie?
No, Transformers Dark of the Moon.
Robots in disguise. I don't know. They all kind of morphed together as one movie, I guess, over the years in my mind. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Not the cartoon, but the live action reboot.
Robots in disguise.
Yeah, Gregory, I've seen it, but I've forgotten it. So
yeah, because Creation Bear mentioned the phone call from what's his name, Nixon, to the astronauts. Supposedly, they made that scene look so profound and epic in the movie.
Oh, really?
They made it look. So, I'm sure Cuddy or you can find it. Find it. Transformers: Dark of the Moon. You need to use that clip and its audio.
I'll see what I can find.
They made that supposed part of the whole event seem so profound when they incorporated that those clips of him making the phone call in the movie.
yeah, I've completely forgotten the movie.
And my favorite part about the moon landing?
Don't even remember that scene. Sorry, neighbor.
Oh, you're good. I kind of talked over you. My favorite part about it is that, we have all this technologies to allegedly take us to the moon, to communicate back and forth, send video signals back, have the president talk to the astronauts via his landline at the White House. But my favorite part is that with all of this technology and our ability to do all of this, in order to broadcast live the moon landing, they had to literally just take a video camera and point it at a screen that was displaying the live feed. They couldn't figure out how to do it any other way other than using a video camera to videotape a screen of the video. That's my favorite part.
I thought that was. Yeah, I actually thought that was conditions that were put on the media companies by NASA, not like technical limitations.
Yeah, it was definitely not the technical limitations of the time, from what I understand.
Has anybody ever tried to hear a Glober explain away why that phone call or how that phone call happened?
Why the fuck did they pick Ed Harris? Sorry.
Ed Harris is tied up in the kind of globe propaganda.
I know, but
Truman
that's
Show,
not. Ed Harris.
Westworld, all that.
I feel like they could have done better on that. Anyway.
Or he's tied up in the flat Earth truth drop. Yeah, truth drops in movies. Seems to be the go-to.
All that.
Has anybody tried to hear a Glober explain away that impossible phone call to the moon?
No, remember that's technology that was destroyed, and don't ever bring it up again. Why would we ever make old technology ever again?
Great.
Well, I'm not a Glober, but I think that they just said that they send the signal from the moon to the Florida, and from the Florida to the White House.
Aha.
I think it's really interesting that they got a signal so strong, and I can't even make a phone call sometimes.
I haven't even heard the Glober community respond to any of that stuff, by the way. They don't have a response, right?
Just crickets.
No, insults. That's all. It goes right to insults.
The scene from Transformers Dark of the Moon, I posted the clip.
Oh, cool. Gregory, are you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. So it's me that's not in there. Catch up here, Glad. Catch up.
Yeah, I got a clip that I can play that's pretty much exactly what they do whenever they come in here. Hold on a second.
Anyone have the original PDF of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
I do not.
Find it.
I think last time I saw it, QE was shoving it down a Glober's throat. But
What? QE says the parlor trick.
Hmm?
He says it's a parlor trick.
He says what's a parlor trick?
Michelson-Morley.
Oh, I don't fucking know. I just know he mentioned it a lot. I'm just being a dick.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Wait, the Michelson-Morley is a parlor trick? So then...
You didn't know.
So then the double split and the quantum eraser experiments would be just really extravagant parlor tricks?
Who cares?
Still don't know what changes that which path.
I find it funny that they call it the witch path.
Right.
Which
I call it the which way path. Which is very redundant. Just an elongated way of saying which path.
It's fucking with us, dude. It's like, okay, when they pay attention, let's go this one way. And then when they're not even thinking about us, let's go this other way, okay? All right, let's just fuck with these dudes.
Is that how it works?
That's all I can think of, man.
You know, especially if the phenomenon seems so intensely like it is a trick, why would you then conclude that, oh, this is just the way that these substances, that these material things work, instead of saying, well, it seems like a trick, so I'm not going to believe it. And with any other trick that we observe in our lives, we don't then conclude, okay, that's true, that's genuine, that's authentic. No, unless you're a fool.
Well, I look at it and then realize that our consciousness creates our reality, bro.
You know, the thing, the faculty of being aware creates the things to be aware of. Not coherent.
So which awareness came first? Something had to be aware in order for something to be aware. Where's the start?
The God, the eternal omniscient one.
I know that. What's it? I have a question. We have the ability to measure either length contraction and or time dilation from the reference frame in which we are trying to actually measure it. That didn't make sense. So from the reference frame in which it's taking place, do we have the ability to measure it?
No. Oh, you mean the ether contract, like the Lorentz ether contraction, or like special relativity's contraction?
Like special relativity's
like Lorentz contraction.
Yeah. The contraction and or dilation of time.
No.
So I asked Nate this earlier today. They have a universal constant, which they claim is the speed of light in a vacuum. And Nate clarified to me that it's actually the speed of correspondence, maybe?
Of information, yeah.
Yeah. So how can we remove ourselves from the frame of reference in which we're measuring these things at any point in time to measure it as a universal constant? Because it would have to be constant across all reference frames.
Well, what relativity actually just says is light will appear to be constant in all reference frames. So it doesn't, I mean, you can't really make the claim that it's universally constant because, I don't know. It's stupid, man. They treat light like an absolute frame of reference, but then they say there are no absolute frames of reference, but light can be referred to as an absolute. So, I mean, your question is, how could you ever verify that it's a universal constant?
Especially if you already maintain the premise that there are no absolute frames of reference.
And it would have to be like every reference frame would have to technically be in a perfect vacuum in order for that to take place, right? Because you do have the slowing down of light based on specific mediums.
Well, of course, they say the speed of light doesn't change, but yeah, that its path increases because of the medium, at the distance of.
In my effort to charitably interpret this notion that they're trying to articulate, being there are no absolute frames of reference, is the idea in their mind that frame of reference A is occupying this fraction of all space. Is that what they're thinking?
Yeah, but from within that frame of reference in which like your perception of all that space also contracts in motion.
Yeah.
It's like it is literally by definition doublespeak. Right, like all of relativity is.
I mean, you cannot make that
said no one understands it. It's because
you cannot make that right. You cannot make that coherent. So you have all space and all matter occupying that space. Not to mention that they said that space is expanding. Both the edges of the universe and the space within that universe. So notwithstanding that, you have, let's say, 10 reference frames, A, B, C, D, E, F, no, I'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And they're occupying a fraction out of all space. So, and then they say the premise that there are no absolute reference frames. Well, premise number one, if they tell us that the entire universe is expanding, well then that's one humongous, ultimately super macroscopic reference frame. And then question number two, what is that expanding in? And then secondly, that is a reification fallacy of space to say that space itself is extending, even though the objects within space are not moving away or towards one another. And then to say that there's a frame of reference that is occupying a fraction of all space is a self-contradictory, self-defeating assertion, because that's a frame of reference that is not applicable universally, that is not universally applicable, like it isn't a characteristic of the whole thing, then it's not a reference frame. It's just a particular area that you can perceive.
Yeah, so they say that the universe does not exist in like space or in time, but space and time exist within the universe.
Wait, what?
That is such a metaphysical garbage.
Can you say that again?
They say that the universe does not exist in space or in time, but that space and time exist within the universe.
So like a space within a space.
No.
Dude, it's so stupid, dude.
That's what it would imply.
Weird. Yeah,
that's what it would imply, but given the way they phrase it, space and time is in the universe. The universe is not in space and time. Universitas, all things are not in space and time, right? So that implies, it does imply something. What does it imply? It implies that the universe, all things, are not in space, so they don't exist anywhere, and neither are they in time, so they're not presently existing anywhere.
They're deifying the idea of the universe. They're deifying it. They're giving it a
turn into a god. Yeah,
what they directly implies is that something other than space and time exists. Like it's claiming that.
Well, I mean, I believe that
is within the universe, then the universe is comprised of something other than space and time. That's why
something else does exist, because if the self-existent one exists, then there has to be something outside of where we are for the self-existent one to exist within.
Yeah, the dichotomy that people have been trained to avoid and abhor their entire lives is the creator-creature distinction. People say the universe, and then when you pay attention to what they say, they're referring to everything that began to exist, and either has ceased existing in the past or has continued to existing up to the present time. And then they forget, rather they don't want to mention the eternal one, the independent, absolutely independent and necessary eternal one that caused everything else to begin existing. And so when you eliminate the eternal one, you cannot make the universe intelligible.
Yep, man, that's right.
You guys see the inherent contradiction is that they act like all things exist within space and time, like that's all that there is, right? But then they say that space and time exist within the universe, which directly implies that there's something except for space and time that things exist within.
Right, given their own words, which are incoherent but still imply that the universe is either, in one sentence when they say that it's outside of space and time, it's not inside space and time, then that implies it doesn't exist anywhere. It doesn't occupy any space, so it doesn't exist. And it's outside of, it's not inside time, so it doesn't presently exist anywhere. It never has existed at any point in time, past, present, or future. But then they say space and time is inside the universe, which is incoherent.
There's two different perspectives here. One is subjective and the other is objective. Subjective perspectives are submissive to whatever is told to them. They're reactionary from external stimuli. Objective perspectives are choosing to actually actively decide to investigate, research, and understand.
Yeah.
Okay, question. Just a question, Aether. If somebody does investigate or choose to research this specific topic, to what end result do you think they will achieve gaining knowledge on?
Those who seek shall find.
It just shows that there's no viable option other than saying that the Earth is stationary.
Well, the thing is, once you start pondering these things and start to realize somebody has another thought about what you thought the universe was, or the creator, then you've entered a realm of like where that guy's words are better than yours. And maybe yours are better than his. And then you let the audience decide which is better. And then he's like, well, we like this guy. He sounds more eloquent. Oh, we like that.
Anything that happens is
Or
canon to the story, bro.
So I think what happens when people start going into these kind of ideas is that there really isn't any position that they can hold where they're like, well, this is the foundation and this is where we can go from that to build on that. There's reasonable evidence for this particular idea, and they're, you know, and they give their example. But in the case of like the universe creating itself and it being like that, it's the creator of space and time because it resides within, then how is that something conceivable?
It's my belief that there's only one truth and then just our perspectives of what that truth is. And if people search hard enough, we're going to come to similar conclusions regardless.
Yeah, but then
it's beneficial to show people how insane it is that you have to go to such extents to believe
that solution is an easy one.
It's
it's the same thing that they would say. Some people might agree with what I'm about to say, and some might disagree. But there's many paths to God, and there isn't. There's only one.
It's kind of like there's many roads that lead back to the highway, and then when you get on the highway, there's only one highway there. But you're right, yeah. There's many paths that get you back on that highway, though, because I mean, everybody walked in different directions. So
yeah, but see, that's the problem.
Backtrack, get back to where you're going.
That's the problem with truth, is that there's only one truth. The rest of them are not leading to it. They're roads outside somewhere else. They're like They're directing you to think about something else. So
if you're walking the wrong direction on that little path and you're walking away from that highway, you're not going to find the truth. You have to walk backwards. Prodigal, go home. Stop being weird and go home.
With these big brains, smooth brains, whatever you want to call them, and they're debating these, you know, high intellectual conversations about pondering philosophy, and then they get into like these like really crazy sounding things, and the people that follow that in droves are going to be led astray from the truth. They're not going to be able to. And this might seem kind of weird to people, but like just like entertaining those things, they're like, huh, that's interesting. And it's not. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense. It's foolishness. Yeah. And once taken in, and you start to like, well, let me put what I think aside to entertain this. You know, you don't. You uphold truth. You put truth against whatever that is they're talking about and say, how does this measure up? And it doesn't. Like, it's just all nonsense.
And the messed up thing is they won't set aside their disbelief to try and see from our perspective, but they want us to set aside our disbelief in order to go backwards to the same crappy perspective that they're stuck at.
Right. Just saying, beware of this, empty deceit and vain philosophy. It's going to lead you to nowhere. There isn't like idea that maybe that's what they describe God as, and then you describe God in this way, and then this other guy's described. It's not that. There's only one truth, and somebody's holding it, right? And let the believer know which one that is, because there's something that's self-evident about the truth that's being spoken versus something that's nonsensical.
Exactly.
Oh.
There's a thing
Someone
about the truth.
mentioned something earlier about perspectives of the truth. There's only two basic categories of perspectives of the truth. Either the perspective is true, one is perceiving the truth, or someone is perceiving something that is contrary to the truth, a non-truth, a falsehood.
Misinformation. You know, there's an interesting thing about the word lie. Liar, the original meaning of it doesn't just mean somebody is being deceptive, it also means just being wrong. So the Prince of Lies is the Prince of being wrong. I thought that was really interesting, being the very prince of being wrong. Like, wow, imagine having that as your title and that being something you're proud of. Radio silence.
Well, I had a question for the room. Do people think that there are absolutes, some sort of absolute truth? And another question would be, do you think that preference and or your propensity to like or dislike something is genetic in nature?
Sometimes as humans, our absolute truths, like we'll find a little tiny one, right? And we'll pick it up, become so infatuated with that we miss the entire mountain of truth that's right there behind the pebble we're staring at.
Yeah, it's self-evident, which is like some of the reasons why objective reality is so hard for people to see when you don't know about it. So when you let down your pride and your ego, you get to realize that it was there the whole time. You just were perceiving it differently than
No,
everybody
you
else.
just have yet to accept it.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the thing, and I always say perceiving it and yet to accept as it's a different thing, right? You're perceiving a worldview that was given to you. You didn't want it. It was handed to you when you were young. So this worldview of the earth being what it is, and religion or whatever it is that you were given, is something that they gave you. You didn't have a choice. It was just something you just started to learn about, right? When you accept something, that's because you critically thought about it. Yeah, let me think about what you're saying. Okay, I'm going with what you're saying. Then you accept it. But it's not until the fact that you ponder the idea and your perspective, whatever it was changed. You can't accept it until you actually ponder if it's something you're going to take in or not. And because you accept it, then your worldview will perceive as follows. But
yes, the subject, the subject, the person is subjectively perceiving the object that is objectively existent, and that perspective is either in line with, correlative with, corresponding with the objective real entity or present state of situations, or it isn't.
So, like to Glad's question, because he was asking a question, and it sounded like to the room, if I'm not mistaken, Glad. If
that was me, Paul.
If somebody's being told something, or whatever it is, right? There is a God. There is no God. The universe creates everything. Nature creates everything. Whatever your perception is on that subject matter, it is either true to you or it's not. You either do believe in a creator, you don't, or whatever it is you think. Or maybe you just feel like, I can just say, I take the third option. I don't agree with anything anyone says. How about that? And if you think that's something, well, that's still a belief in whatever it's like, doesn't matter what road you pick, your perception and what that thing is that you think is your reality, that becomes your perspective. Whether you came up with it or whether it's like a group of people that feel the way you do. But either way, it's up to you to decide. But objective.
In other words,
yeah,
there is no neutrality.
No, there isn't.
You can't afford to be neutral on a moving train.
And it's difficult.
There's no neutrality.
Right. You can choose to say, I want out of this. I don't want to be in a dichotomy, whether I have to believe that, this whole thing that came into existence was from a creator or was like void of a creator, like it's nature. Because there's obviously, the way we see it, people either think this spontaneously came out by the random or whatever, or this was actually given by a creator, someone who made everything.
But when it concerns the ultimate, which all other contingencies and particulars depend on, which includes you and I, there is no neutrality about that. You believe the ultimate, which concerns everything at all whatsoever, is A or non-A.
Right. So I was thinking along the lines of like when I asked if there's objective truth, right? So something being objectively true, like, or even a dichotomy, like a male and female, right? There's certainly outliers, very small outliers within many of our definitions of male and female, right? But is there an absolute as to male and female? Is there a dichotomy, or is there a third option there, which is neither? And can that third option allow for either one of the other options to subjectively claim that they are something other than what they fall under, because there's not an absolute?
Jesus kind of said so, actually. Anybody who's got an ear to hear, there's eunuchs that are made for the kingdom. They're born that way, and there's some that become eunuchs for the kingdom's sake.
In that subject matter, Napalm, of course there is. It's a prerequisite or a necessary antecedent, like you like to say. It's a condition that is necessary in order for an entity to be identified as male or female, to have maleness or femaleness. Mm-hmm. If there is no objective qualities that constitute these categories, then they're not real and they're not even identifiable. They're not even conceivable in the mind.
So along those lines, do you feel that or have any opinions on whether or not people's preferences or choices can be tied back to specific genetics?
Yes.
So along those lines, do you feel that genetically it would be possible to determine whether or not somebody is attracted to the same sex based on solely genetic makeup?
No.
Yeah, the pheromones
You can
don't work.
inductively infer it, but will not deductively necessitate a conclusion.
Right,
So
like
you can inductively infer.
Yeah, sexuality itself is a product of hormonal, like chemical and electronic responses happening because humans by default are non-sexual when they're born, and they don't become sexual until after puberty.
Right.
Hang on, let me finish.
All pheromones, guys.
Yeah, you go ahead. You finish what you're saying, bro.
You can inductively infer to what they will most likely be, but you cannot deductively infer to a necessary conclusion. Now, in this world, we have male and female, and that will inductively, all the particulars that go under the nature of a male and a female, including humans, and that will inductively infer who they will be erotically attracted to. But it will not deductively inform us necessarily who they will be erotically attracted to.
There's a
Hence
lot of
why,
nurture and nature stuff here.
yes, both are always involved. They're inseparable. They're distinct but inseparable. And so then, after that is established, now we have this phenomenon where we observe people are erotically attracted to and interact with the same sex rather than the opposite sex, or even that which has no sex, that which is not even a member of their race ontologically. So now we ask the question, what is the cause of that? The Bible gives account for that. Sin causes these lusts, these wicked lusts that are contrary to the natural order which the Lord has prescribed for our well-being.
There's also possessions, like even like parasites that possess the host and control the host and influence the host to act a certain ways.
Yeah. It should also be noted, though, that you can't take nature and use that as a comparison for how things should be, since it's also fallen and corrupt. So just because rats and dogs and other stuff will hump each other doesn't mean that humans are supposed to be humping each other in weird ways like that, like against nature.
Correct. That's the naturalistic fallacy. To appeal to that which is the case, to say this is what ought to be the case. That which is the case does not inform you what ought to be the case. Only a prescription, a command, an instruction can inform you of what ought to be the case.
Just because it is doesn't mean it should be. Some things are counterproductive to procreation, and the world is not overpopulated. Quite the opposite. Things are diminishing, going extinct. Soon there's going to be less and less. So much more so that our children's children will think certain things we thought were common are fantasy creatures.
Well, there's also the cycle of the parasite taking over the host, and in their living cycle, they have to do what, when males are kind of like homosexuals and that kind of stuff, and they do that stuff to each other.
Yeah,
that's how the parasite cycle has to continue by that action.
Yeah, like there's a worm that gets inside of a cricket and forces it to drown itself so it can go and lay eggs in water, and get inside of more crickets so they can force them to drown themselves and go lay eggs in water. There's also a worm that gets inside of a human's foot, and it starts to burn, right? And it'll start to feel so weird, like it's on fire, that it causes a sensation. It forces you to stick it in water because you just want relief from that burning feeling. Then it pokes its little head out or butt out or whatever, starts laying eggs in the water, so somebody else will drink it and get the worms in their feet too.
Yeah.
Same thing. And then if you one last thing, and I'll shut up and let y'all talk. But sugar, people have addictions to sugar. That's a definite sign of parasitic infections. This is just a fact of science. Like, you can look up scholarly articles for it. Like, addictions to sugar are directly connected to, and it's not always, but sometimes it's a definite sign that there's parasites in a host.
There's also cats that will have a certain parasite that it will cause mice and prey to like the cat smell.
Toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, and then it will make the cat be able to eat the prey and continue the cycle of the parasite.
I've been
So concerning
researching
Napalm's
zombies
question,
in nature for years, since I was a child. Zombies in nature, I've been researching it. There's also a fungus or mold that gets inside of an ant, and it'll make it go and cling to the bottom of a leaf and then spread the spores to get onto other ants so that they can go and do the same thing.
so concerning Napalm's question, any genetic predisposition that any living creature has does not justify the choices. One can have a genetic predisposition to lying that doesn't justify lying, or a genetic predisposition to theft that doesn't justify theft, or murder doesn't justify murder. Just because one has a genetic predisposition to do a thing does not justify the action that they did, especially if that action is contrary to the prescriptions from the omnibenevolent creator of the universe, including us living creatures, especially humans.
Goats pee on their face, but that's not something that humans should be doing. Peeing on your own face is probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I was just wondering the room's thoughts on that, because I was having a discussion with a gentleman who was under the impression that there's not enough evidence for being able to clearly define male and female because of outliers, meaning that there's, not like 6 Sigma, there might be 5 Sigma, but not 6 Sigma, not 100%. So there is no absolute as far as how we would define those things, because you might be able to visually see something one way, but then a blood test might give you something different, right? So there's all of these varying factors, right? So this gentleman was alluding to the fact that there is no 100%, so there is no absolute. But then on the flip side of that, talking about a genetic marker for homosexuality and how this can be correlated down to a specific, I guess you could say, rate, that he would be convinced that there is specific DNA or genetics that points to or is an absolute marker for homosexuality, which I just thought that was an interesting kind of two things to hold in your head. That one, there are enough genetic outliers to say that we couldn't properly define or say that there is an absolute definitive difference between male and female that we can put our finger on and point to and call that some sort of absolute. But then on the flip side, saying that, we have enough correlation that we might be able to deductively figure out a correlation between specific genetics and homosexuality or
seed, I know that if I put that seed in the dirt and it'll grow something, you think I'm gonna get confused, find a rock and put it in the dirt and try and grow a rock?
Relevant to your question, Napalm, number one, that is a excellent instance where you have highlighted the contradiction in that person's thinking, where they will assert premise number one, that there is no empirical data to inform us adequately the difference between the sexes, but then assert premise number two, that there is enough empirical data to inform us that there is a gene which gives a person the predisposition to be attracted to the same sex. How can you be attracted? How do you know someone is attracted to the same sex if you cannot identify the sexes?
Yeah, it's like there's one or the other, but they want both.
Right. It's a contradiction.
And secondly, this is also why, even if they did find the gay gene, as they would like to call it, this is why Lord Yahushua said, those that are born of the flesh are flesh, those that are born of the spirit are spirit. The flesh cannot inherit the kingdom of God. They must be born again of water and spirit.
Amen, bro.
I was born this way. We know you were born this way. There is no particular gene out of all the genes that make up your carnal body. All of your genes that make up your carnal body give you the propensity for this abomination. Hence the lust of the flesh. Not the lust of a single gene out of all the genes in your flesh. The lust of the flesh. You need to be born again.
Yeah, the flesh wants to do whatever's pleasurable, whatever feels good, whatever's nice, whatever it thinks is right. It doesn't care what's actually right, just whatever's good for itself.
The irony is that they say they never found the gay gene, or they say they did find the gay gene. Either way, the irony for those who say they never found the gay gene, they have found it. Just look at a
There's no
human.
gay gene, but also there's a gay gene, and you're a bigot if you don't believe us.
Right. Listen to this. This is the irony. Those who say they never found the gay gene, you already found it. What do you mean? Look at a human. You don't need to look at the human's substance, a fraction of a human substance under a microscope. Look at the human. There's the gay gene. They say they found a particular gay gene out of all human genes within their genome. No, it's not just that one gene. It's all the genes. This homosexual abomination, it's the lust of the flesh. You must be born again.
There's no such thing as an addictive personality as far as the way that the mainstream tries to portray such things. Like, there's a spectrum, but not really. All humans will become addicted to the pleasure button on a long enough timeline, and it doesn't matter what that pleasure is, and everybody can be directed towards pleasure, and they can be abused in ways to be manipulated into thinking that things are bad or pleasurable. Everyone. It's an organic computer, so, I mean, don't think you can't be programmed and hacked.
Right, we are creatures of habit. We have habits. We have things that we do involuntarily and without awareness.
Yeah, reactionary. There's a big difference between reactionary actions and actions. Reactions are choices, or just kind of external stimuli causing things to happen. Actions are choices. And most people don't make choices. They just react.
Right, voluntary or involuntary reactions of choices or responses.
Like that muscle memory, just taking full control.
Well, it's lazy thinking, first thing.
Lazy-minded people is like, I tell people all the time, I used to anyway. I used to tell people all the time they're being lazy-minded and they need to stop. Just start thinking you can do it.
Yeah, the brain's like, they're like, think. Okay, thank God I got the one thing to think about. Okay, let's use the first thing that came to mind when, someone asked me a question instead. Think about it.
So either way, these people's appeal to genetic empirical data does not justify their choice.
It's kind of like
a choice that they voluntarily did.
The people above me said it was okay, so I'm just following orders and I'm going to keep on trucking through.
And it's funny how they want to afford themselves the right to go about this particular way of life because they have whatever number of genes that gives them an involuntary predisposition to go about their way of life. What if you start finding the liar gene? What if you start finding the mass murderer gene? What if you start finding the tyrant gene?
Started looking at genes and it ended up causing major problems for humanity. Some supremacy type shit.
What if you start finding the gene that gives someone an involuntary predisposition for any and all behavior, especially the behavior that you evaluate talking to this person, not you, to the people that say this. What if you start finding these genes that give people the involuntary predisposition to go about this or that way of action, that especially the way of life that is completely abhorrent to you? Then you can't justify condemning them and penalizing them, just as we can't justify penalizing and condemning you for going about your homosexual way of life,
right?
According to you.
That's why I think.
Go ahead, Napalm. My bad, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, I was just trying to get in. That's why I think this path is being cut, for lack of a better term, or the row is being, or the hoed, however you want to describe that, through the homosexual community, right? So we're at some point they're going to come out and say, okay, we've identified what we call the quote unquote gay gene, right? And then people are going to believe that this is the case, right? We've come to deduce that this sequencing of genes gives you the propensity to more than likely have homosexual tendencies. And I think that's going to be the catalyst or the tipping point towards these other inferences and utilizing that community to help further this alleged idea that we can deduce that specific genes give us the propensity to do things like you were talking about, that maybe we could
I see what you mean.
immorally or unjustifiably punish people for something that they haven't done but might have the propensity to do, and or give people the choice or the ability to terminate pregnancies or people based on this idea or concept.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, using this as trying to attempt to establish a precedent to be a Trojan horse for justifying any and all behavior that they want to justify by appealing to genetic empirical data as giving them the involuntary predisposition to go about this way of action, to escape any and all critique and scrutiny.
And then it can also be abused because... just a second. It could also be abused because... just like they just need to create something that that seems successful, like that gay gene or whatever, and then they create gene therapies and whatnot, and then they say, "Oh no, here's a gene that serial killers use," but they messed with the studies, and now they have compliance. Like they activated the compliance gene in everyone using that one, and so it could easily become a Trojan horse in that sense.
Yes. It becomes a Trojan horse for justifying and escaping any scrutiny and reproach for any action because I didn't choose voluntarily to do this. I am doing this action involuntarily.
Kind of like an extension of I didn't choose to be here.
You see.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of along the lines that I was thinking. You know, this is a slippery slope that we could go down. And by the way, I want to say, good to hear your voice, Trace. It's been a while, man.
And even then, so given that we've acknowledged the ultimate end implications of this line of argumentation from them, it still fails to justify their choices. Why? Because it's a naturalistic fallacy. This is my nature, therefore it's justified. No. This is my nature, therefore this ought to happen, or it's justified for this to happen, does not follow. Just because it is the case does not indicate, let alone necessarily indicate, that it's justified to be the case or that it ought to be the case.
Yeah, I think awareness is the first step. Once you're aware that there's depravity, that's the first step in TULIP. Total depravity. You have to acknowledge that you're totally depraved and in need of salvation from that depravity. So you don't know that you know that you're depraved. You're like, well, I'm this way because I was born that way. Yeah, so is everybody else. We all are. It's just because you have one type of sin doesn't mean that this other guy over here is different. Because he's in the same boat. His sin is different than what yours is, but it's still sin. So totally depraved means that everybody needs a salvation from that. But it's not an excuse to just go ahead and the green light to do whatever you want.
One thing that's really interesting about that, Miggy, is a lot of people thump that Bible, try and bonk somebody on the head for being a homosexual, and yet they'll go home and go munch on a pork chop. And it's like the Bible says that both of those things are identically abominations. It does not act like one is worse than the other. They're identical as far as God is concerned.
Wait, he actually says that he punishes based on the severity of sin, though. So.
Yeah, and they're both in a category of abomination, which is a specific type of sin.
Hang on just 1 second, because I think before we put the cart before the horse, I think, and take scripture way out of context, I would say let's remember that when Paul was going to go speak unto the Gentiles, and Peter was also as well, he was showing things to eat, and he said, by no means, Lord, 3 times.
It was a dream, and it was actually defined 3 times in that exact verse, and it says that it's not talking about me, it's talking about people. There's no unclean people.
It's going to be that, but you have to allow me to finish, because I'm
sorry. I'm so used to people doing the opposite. My bad, Miggy. I should have trusted you.
Allow me to finish my point, and then you can come in with yours. But so that screen came down, and the reason was you're going to have to sit down with people whom are not like your brothers, whom these laws weren't given, the oracles of God weren't given to. Right? I'm getting into this just a little bit, just so you can see that saying that pork is bad would be also saying that the Gentiles are as well. Well, they are, and so is pork. But you can still eat it, right? And it's still going to kill you either way. Like it's bad for you. It's just like anything else. But if you sit down with somebody who's not of your kind, like your group, which is what the Jews were outside of the Gentiles, then we're going to have to go sit down with these guys and have a meal and not reject it, because in those days, rejecting a meal was like a disrespectful thing. Yeah. So being around those guys and amongst different, heathens, if like the Grecians or whatever you want to call them, you'd have to sit down and eat a meal with them and accept that you're being in their household, and then they give you the opportunity to speak to them. And that opportunity was to preach the good news. So the end result was that it didn't matter Jew or Gentile, preaching the good news was the ultimate goal. So saying that, condemning people that are eating something that you would consider an abomination, which God did say that in the Old Testament, but it was for a specific reason, because there's clean animals and unclean animals. We all understand that. But then the food is to stomach as stomach is to food. But the Lord will do away with both of those. So you have to understand that when you actually talk about these things, you talk about what is good. And it is not good to eat these things, but at the same time, you can still eat them. It's not going to kill you in the sense of like you will be condemned to hell. It is just something that is not going to be good for your body. You understand the implications of that, right? Because of health and all that, we can realize that in a way that makes sense. But in the same way, you have to realize that the Gentiles were once apart and now they were grafted in. So you have to understand this is the message. It's not to ostracize people that are saying, like, if somebody eats pork, you're like, oh man, this guy's eating pork, he's going to hell. That's not it. You're missing the point. So you have to realize that the reason why that was told was because there was a certain way that these certain group of people were going to live outside of the rest of the world. They were going to be the light of the world, the shining example that people were going to look up to, because these were God's people. They were shown the oracles of God and how to live a moral and just life. So they, of course, in his own household, they abandoned that. There's a lot to do with, like, I don't want to get into that, but the purpose of that was to instruct them on how to live, not so that we can point fingers and say you're going to hell because you're eating a pork sandwich. That's the point.
Yeah, so just to conclude the previous subject, we understand that appealing to nature does not justify nor indicate a course of action. And secondly, particularly concerning this specific thing, the command to not eat that which is unfit for consumption is a command, and to violate that command makes one worthy of the death penalty. It isn't just advice, it is a precept. Now, then the vision with Kepha, Peter, when he saw the unclean beasts walking upon the scroll, that symbolized the Gentiles. It's an analogy. The point of analogy is that just as these beasts are considered unclean, unfit for consumption, so are the Gentiles, the other nations, the people who are not descendants of Israel, are considered unclean and should be abstained from. You should now go, quote unquote, kill and eat. You should now go and preach the good news and commune with them, and go get my sheep that are not in this sheepfold and bring them into my sheepfold, as it were. That is no justification to continue eating the meats that are not food. They're not food because they're not fit for consumption because they're unclean.
Yeah. It's all about accepting people, that there's no unclean people, there's no Jew or Gentile anymore. You go and just talk to everyone that's potential brothers and sisters all out there.
Well, that was always the case. Like, it's a spiritual house. Tons of people that weren't genetically or ethnically Jewish or Hebrew.
Yeah,
they left with them and were integrated in Egypt. So,
Egypt's such a weird subject, though. It was such a weird place.
All the Gentile lands are weird places.
That's true. They always. Well, I don't know why they get so freaking weird, though. All of them. Have y'all seen the statues and the graffiti and the other monuments and stuff in Pompeii? Those people were freaks. That's all I gotta say. They were all a bunch of freaks.
Yeah, why? Central nature.
Got that goat mentality.
I mean, it's no accident that whatever group is responsible for influencing popular culture in the so-called first world, the United States, North America, Europe in general, that it has been integrated into common parlance, informal slang, that calling someone a goat is a compliment. Even though Lord Yahushua says the goats are on his left hand and shall be cast into the lake of fire. as opposed to the sheep that are on his right hand, which shall go into the sheepfold and be with the good shepherd forevermore.
Amen.
It's a good thing to be a goat. It's a bad thing to be a sheep. Lord Yahushua says the very opposite.
Yeah, Absol has a really cool line that riffs off of that. He's like, "Everybody want to be a goat, but I'm the ox now." I like that.
Hey, Miggy.
What's up?
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I should have trusted you. I get so passionate about this because there's so many people who they so willfully take every single thing out of context, and I'm used to that. And my knee-jerk reaction, I reacted instead of acting, and my bad, dude.
Yeah, I always allow people to say their piece, and I have. Listen, with me, it's like
Kessler's here. So
I'm gonna.
you guys want to talk to the Glober?
You guys hear me?
Temple also wanted to talk to you.
Let me finish.
Like I'm being like. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, Miggy.
Okay, so yeah, no, the way I put it is like this. The way I understood the context of what I read in the biblical text is something that I'm going to propose to you. Whether you take it in or not or reject it wholeheartedly, that's fine. Like I don't have. There's no stock in me trying to strong arm anyone into believing anything that they don't want to. So you can have your position, and it's fine. If you want to condemn somebody for eating pork and say like you're going straight to hell because you just ate that filthy thing, then go ahead. But like for me, I can see the value in like people everywhere eat different kinds of foods everywhere. So I don't see that salvation is contingent upon the mortal body being like sustained and what you live. Like I would say, however, morally that there's things that you can't eat like other people, right? But the things that animals that we're supposed to eat or not eat, like that can be farmed and such, like these things are lesser than humans, so they're not like in the same category as us.
Me.
So I would just say this: like whether or not you can listen to all sides of things, right? I want you to hear what somebody else has to say about condemning people for eating pork. I'd like for you to like listen to that and then look in the text yourself, do the due diligence, and if that's what you come up with, that's what you come up with. I don't come up with that. I come up with like they had to go preach the gospel to all these Gentiles who ate every kind of animal under the sun. And so in order for them to talk about salvation, they couldn't condemn them for the things of their diet. They have to condemn them for the things of how the things that they would go against God with and his commands, which are the ones that they were too harsh to put upon the Gentiles. Paul even said, like, this, I can't, this is too harsh. We live by these oracles. They can't. They're different people. But we have groups of people today that would try to impose those same grassroots movements of those long ago, Hebrew roots and all that. That's fine. That's what you perceive. You want to go ahead and preach that. That's your message. That's not the one I think that's in the New Testament, but that's you. And by all means, they need to hear that side too, and let the people judge for themselves. Go ahead.
The way this goes is like, for me personally, I don't want to convince anybody to do anything. Like, I think you should just long to do it. If you find out the Creator said, "Look, I made a natural order of things," and like, this is clean, this isn't clean, you should just long to do it as you grow in your faith. And I'm personally not interested in like convincing someone of it, right? So it's like that's kind of how I look at the whole thing. I don't know. I don't really.
When
think
it comes to that, I'm not.
He knows more than we do. You know, just the fact that bacon may taste good doesn't change the fact that he said it's not food. But I mean, we can just show science proves him right every single time he says something. But it's to each their own.
I don't believe using the Bible for that, because then you're hitting him in the head with religion again.
Who says
like
that
you said, bro?
You can eat pork. I just said it. I don't see that. This is my point. Right. Everyone, and suggest everyone takes my advice if they're like against pork because the scripture says so. Just don't even try to convince people, because it doesn't matter. It's like either they want to try to cut out the stuff the Creator said is bad, or they don't. It's like up to them. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like
you got to let the science speak for the truth and prove the Bible correct, instead of trying to go the other way around and say, "Oh, well, these ancient religious people were right." It's got to be the science part, because that's what these people want to see.
They were right, actually, by the time of when it was written down, according.
Oh yeah,
the pork being eaten. But the thing is, because we have the New Testament and we have a completely fulfilled book, a finished work by the hand of the Creator, we now know that it is clean to eat, especially when you pray over your food. On the other hand, I can understand why pork was once seen as being unclean, because back in the time you would probably use the swine for being like a trash can, and all the toxins would store up in the fat of the pig. But nowadays you don't give a swine all the disgusting things you can
technically
imagine,
speaking, there's something called a lionfish, right? And it's clean, but they have spines that are toxic that'll kill you. But the Bible, the Torah, does not tell you don't eat these spines, even though it tells you that the fish that has scales right there is clean to eat. So though there's not a law about it in the Bible, it's still kind of a sin to eat the spines of a lionfish, because you're probably going to suffer.
I think there's like a Glober in here, right? Like, I mean, like this is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to wrap this up for everyone. Let's go. Yeah. There's a stark disagreement here, right? Where the Messiah says, "Do not even think I came to abolish, but rather to fulfill. For not one jot or tittle shall pass until heaven and earth pass away." Meaning that the natural order, the instruction manual, which is what Torah means, instructions, that doesn't change. Like the natural order of things, the instructions, the way the world was made, it can't change until heaven and earth go away. But it's like, I'm not interested in trying to convince someone. Like when someone's like, no, the New Testament says I don't have to listen to the law and I don't have to. I'm like, okay, man, do you, right? Like, I don't want to try to argue with someone about it. To me, I grew to where I'm like, I realized that I was actually just trying to come up with ways to justify me wanting to do what I wanted to do. And I started cutting stuff out. And it's like a journey, and I had to keep growing, and I'm still growing. So it's to each their own. To me, the works don't save you. It is just evidence of the sincerity of your faith, that you're willing to cut things out and try to follow his example as you grow. It should not be another man trying to convince you to do it, because even if they were able to convince you to do it and then you do it because they said so or you do it for show, it's not genuine anyway, and it doesn't matter. So that's how I look at the whole thing. There are things way bigger, like Mickey said, than food. I do personally find it repulsive, and I used to love pork, and now if I even smell it, I think it's disgusting. And then I went and watched some videos, and they don't sweat, and there's all kinds of stuff, and science always ends up proving it right. But I don't think that we should go back and forth about whether it's just like flat earth. We shouldn't try to convert people to not eating pork, right? It's like we should just give them the information, and then it's up to them.
As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. One point I wanted to mention was, these things are a precept and they have not been abrogated, so we ought not eat them. Nevertheless, it is immoral and unjustified for someone to pronounce a permanent condemnation against someone, because we are commanded to be merciful, and blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. So anyone who goes out of their way in this present life and tries to pronounce that you are going to hell, you are condemned permanently, is pronouncing a judgment that they cannot make and do not have the authority to make. And secondly, when we talk about the apostles being sent out by Lord Yahushua before his resurrection, they were not permitted to eat that which is contrary to the Torah. They weren't given a license to violate the Torah for the sake of preaching the gospel. That would be self-contradictory. If they were going out by the command of Lord Yahushua to preach the gospel, which is distinct but inseparable from the law, and the gospel is preached because people are sinners, which includes violating the commands concerning what meats we are permitted and not permitted to eat, then it would be self-contradictory to be preaching the gospel that we should believe in the Son, that we may be saved from our sins, while we simultaneously given the license to violate the law, while preaching that we should not violate the law and be saved from our sins that we're worthy to be punished for violating the law, and continue to doing that. So they weren't given a license to violate the law, to preach a gospel, to be saved from the punishment of sin. When he said, eat whatever they give you, they did not include that which is contrary to the Torah.
Amen. But there's also there's this song, right? It's by Casting Crowns, and one of the lines just says, God's got to change your heart before he changes your shirt. You can't expect people to change instantly overnight and know everything you know from all of your whole journey that you've been on with God your whole life. They got their own journey to work out their own salvation with fear and trembling that they got to go on.
I quickly read something. It says in 1 Corinthians 8:8, food will not make us acceptable to God. We are not inferior if we don't eat, and we are not better if we do eat. Acts 10, 9 to 15. About noon the following day, as they were on the journey and approaching the city, Peter went up to a roof to pray. He became hungry and wanted something to eat, and while the meal was being prepared, he fell into a trance. He saw heaven open and something like a large sheet being let down to earth by its four corners. It contained all kinds of four-footed animals as well as reptiles and birds. Then the voice told him, "Get up, Peter, kill and eat." "Surely not, Lord," Peter replied. "I have never eaten anything impure or unclean." The voice spoke to him a second time. "Do not call anything impure that God has made clean."
Yes, all those passages are coherent with one another, and they don't contradict the prohibition against eating that which is unfit for consumption. None of those passages imply that that which is unfit for consumption is now fit for consumption. The unclean meats are not clean. None of those passages imply that.
Yeah, this is just like, it's like if someone's going to try to, dude, if they want to find a way to justify it to them and they have a clear conscience of it, I don't care. Like, I'm not their dad. I'm not like, for me, logically. I just had to grow and I found out, I'm like, this is how I look at it. I keep saying it because this is supposed to bridge the gap and we can move on. I don't know how else to say it, but it's like, for me, I was like, yeah, well, I just want to do what the creator said. I just want to do the way, like if he made this world a certain way, right? Like there are Christians now that say, oh, well, the Sabbath doesn't exist anymore. Every day is a Sabbath, blah, 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 you know? But it's like, well, actually, no, it says keep it and make it holy, but, or keep it holy, right? But either way, it's like he designed us. He knows our body needs to rest once a week, every 7 days. So just out of the purely out of the respect and admiration for how he designed everything, I just want to follow his instruction manual the best I can because I know it's here to help guide us. That's what the Messiah did, was he followed the instruction manual perfectly. He came to show people what happens when you follow it perfectly and all the benefits that you can have. Okay, that was the whole point. Now, if someone doesn't want to try to follow it perfectly, that's up to them. I'm not like judging their salvation, nor am I interested in it. But when people want to get real combative and be like defend, like, no, I get to eat my pork and I'm just as good as you, and then it's like, I'm not interested in like convincing someone. I don't think we should. I think like we should just, dude, you know, works don't save you. They're just proof of the sincerity or intention, and like move on. Like, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. There's no doubt that someone that's already come up with an interpretation to defend throwing out the law is going to turn back from it until they have their own personal realization of it. It'll never happen in debate. It can be argued that it's more detrimental. Like, sure, what Greg said is true, like iron sharpens iron, but once it's said, it's like it's not going to stop, right? Like, it's going to keep going, and everyone's going to be like, oh my God, are we still talking about the Bible and pork? So
it should be a tell them twice and kick the dust off your feet kind of thing. You don't argue over it, keep talking forever and ever and ever, because it does go on forever.
Yeah, I agree in the debate that should be had first, and then the evaluation after whatever given amount of time the debate has elapsed. If one or more opponents are demonstrating that they are stuck in the invincible ignorance fallacy, if they're just bigoted, if they refuse to critically consider what the other opponent is saying, and then adhere to the truth which is then said in that debate, then yes, you say, that's the end of this dialogue, God bless you.
Yeah, Gregory, don't you agree that when we, like, from experience, when someone's heard both sides of this argument regarding like eating pork, for example, and then they've chosen the side that says, oh, well, I can't, I've thrown it out, and they've chosen this side of interpretation for each, like, there's really not going to be much ground gained. Like, for me, I knew that same thing. I was raised that way. I was raised where we ate pork all the time, and I loved sausage balls and bacon, and never liked ham. But anyway,
Same, bro.
It's like, dude, I loved it, and like my favorite breakfast food was sausage balls. Okay,
Yeah,
that's like what my mom made for me every birthday morning, right? And I heard this growing up. So then when I finally humbled myself, got back right with the Creator, I reverted right back into my old religious tradition that I had been raised with. I'm like, wow, after all, my parents may have been right, because I was having spiritual experiences. And then I began to personally grow where I changed my opinion, right? Where I was like, oh no, I shouldn't be eating pork just because the Creator said it's not clean. And if he has a suggestion, who am I to think I know better than his suggestions? Whether or not it's permissible or I can get away with it or anything like that seems to be a non sequitur to me, or like that wasn't the point. The point was just like, I don't know more than him. If he has a suggestion, right, based on how he made everything, I'm like, okay, this seems like a cheat code, right? Like I was given a book of a cheat code. Like here's the instruction manual, cheat code. Or you can put together the dresser without the instruction manual, and you're going to be in the room for many hours when I finish it in 30 minutes and then go do something else. So that's kind of how I look at it. It's each their own. It's a personal growth thing. Someone said there's a globe in here. The Kessler Slimp. You think the Earth's a globe?
My sincere question would be towards that.
I think we're moving on, Clay.
Yeah.
One second. What do you think about when the Messiah himself says, "Don't you see that nothing that enters a person from the outside can defile him"?
Cool.
It's not about me saying that it's some type of salvation issue. It's about me wanting to follow the suggestions of the person, the one that made all things. The being that made all things knows more about how it works here than I do. It's to each their own, dude. If it comes down to, does this condemn me to hell or not? No, I can get away with it. Then I don't want to have that debate. It's futile. I've grown in wisdom so much to know that it's futile. The Creator showed me it's futile. One thing he did show me is he doesn't want you running around being like, how dare you eat that shrimp? He wants you to sit down with them, eat, but just get white, clean fish while you eat. Then he asks if you want his shrimp, and you say, no, I don't eat that. And then they're curious why. And then they see you living, and they're like, okay, maybe I should consider looking back at it. Well, blah, blah, blah. That's how it's supposed to work, in my opinion. That's what I was shown. And I think this will go on forever, bro. I've been in this is just like a vegan meat or vegan carnivore diet.
It is not my intention. It's not my intention. I'm just curious if we have the other scripture, what you think about it in the full context of things. I don't need to justify anything. There is no guilt I feel towards the relationship I have with my father. There is nothing I need to prove to any human being. It doesn't matter what you think, it doesn't matter.
I just said that though. I just said that.
Yeah, but Clay,
let's just move down to biblical. Globers in here. Can you please stop this or bring this to religious?
I'm trying to get away. That's what I'm trying to say is, the Bible isn't what made me stop eating that. I started reading scientific articles on it, and I was like, oh snap, what? And it tripped me the hell out, dude. It changed my whole worldview. It had nothing to do with the Bible. I just started looking at the articles.
Any more 2 cents in about the conversation? I think the fruit of that conversation is well overripe.
Let's move on from here. What do we want to talk about? The curve?
See now the Glober left, right?
No, we want to talk to the new person. Thanks, dude.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let's do that.
Late now.
Welcome.
We'll shush and let the new person speak about flat Earth. Anyone else want to talk about food or religion? Go to the food or religion rooms.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Oh, he left. Right. So
I brought Temple back. He's here now, so he wanted to say something. Just didn't want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, welcome, Temple.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome, Temple.
I'm just driving now, so I apologize if I cut in and out. I can hear you guys just fine. If I start cutting out, just let me know, and I'll take the back seat for a bit.
Okay, can I ask you a question, bro?
Of course.
Did you know that according to relativity, general relativity, which was come up with by Einstein and all modern astronomy and astrophysics, you actually can't prove that the Earth is orbiting around the sun from the Earth. It's interchangeably viable to say that the Earth is stationary and everything moves around it, according to mainstream science.
I didn't know that, no.
Isn't that interesting? So then I have like 108 like different quotes from Stephen Hawking's various astrophysicist stuff, and they say no, we can't prove it. That's what relativity came in. Einstein saved the day to show why you can't prove it. That's a whole conversation as to why space and time and blah blah blah. But the reason they say that they believe the Earth is orbiting the sun, even though it can't be proven, in every attempt to measure and prove it actually shows that the Earth is stationary. They believe it anyway, and I promise you, I am not misrepresenting it. This is objectively what it is. Mainstream today, it is, we choose to believe that the Earth is orbiting, even though it always appears to be stationary and geocentric, because of what's called the Copernican principle, which is the idea, the philosophy that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in the universe. So like the philosophy that the Earth can't be special or unique or placed there, right? They don't like the idea of it being placed there, so they choose to believe that it's orbiting the sun, even though it can never be proven. But then they teach all of us that it's like scientific fact. So don't you think it's weird that it's like a philosophy, but then they teach it to us like it's like a scientific definitive fact that we orbit the sun? But then when you go read like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, all these astrophysicists, Stephen Hawking, they say actually it's just a philosophical preference.
Yeah, that definitely is interesting. And like this is the first time I'm hearing of it, but I would say that the proof behind it probably it absolutely deals with relativity, and both viewpoints can be taken as reality, where we're stationary or we orbit around whatever else we want to believe in. I understand that. I understand exactly what you're trying to say, or what you are saying, and I don't have a specific side that I would pick on that. I would just say that we can.
So then the question is, like, if they're both equally viable, quote unquote, I would actually disagree. I would say that the stationary position is way more viable, right? But even according to relativity, they're interchangeable. Then, like, what is it that would make you think that we're orbiting the sun? Like, because it's already suspect on its face, right? That they taught us it like it was science and proven, when in reality it's not. It's a philosophy, but they don't tell us that. Like, we're not like 8 years old and they're like, the Earth could be stationary at rest and the sun moves around it, or the sun could be at rest and we move around the sun. It's a philosophy. Make up your own mind. They don't do that. They just teach us the one side, and they teach it to us like it's a fact, and they give us cartoons and they tell us to remember the planet's order in the solar system, right? So, like, I don't know, like what would make you think that we orbit the sun?
Just a quick question. Who am I talking to? I can't see the screen. Like I said, I'm driving, so I'm just going off audio here.
What's it?
Oh, okay. I don't know if we've ever talked before, but not that it matters. Nice to meet you. But to answer your question, I would say that probability and our observations would probably tilt the needle towards us revolving around the sun and us revolving around the center of the Milky Way. And I don't really know what the literature states about how a galaxy moves in the universe, but I'm assuming it's not stationary relative to other galaxies. But that would be my response. I'm not claiming to know. I'm not saying that this is my fact. This is just me answering your question.
That's
so
fine.
that would be my answer to that.
Yeah. So it's just an assumption that you have, right? Like, it's an assumption that you have that there must be observations and evidence that leans more towards that. And that's a reasonable assumption, since we were all taught that and everyone believes it, and all these quote unquote experts just assume it and stuff like that. But it's actually not the case. And in reality, like, as it pertains to the movement of galaxies, if the Earth is geocentric, they just make a circular turn once a year, and then they reset at turning once a year. That's actually much more logical and elegant and adaptable than the claim that they make right now. The galaxy rotational speeds were seen to be way too fast for us to be in a heliocentric model, and that's why we have dark matter and dark energy. This was discovered like originally in the 30s, that we had way too much. We only had 3% of the mass needed in the galaxies. So that debunked it. It all starts with Michelson-Morley. They tried to detect the orbit's motion, and it was over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect that motion, and it didn't detect it, right? It actually measured, quote-unquote, measured stationariness. It showed us that it was actually not moving. So that's when relativity was introduced, and it said that, well, the apparatus contracted, but you just can't tell. That matter contracts and shortens when in motion, but you can never measure it or tell. and that time slows down, but you could never measure it or tell. Therefore, you could never prove the Earth is orbiting, even though it does. That's what relativity says. That's why it's so famous, because it makes it unfalsifiable. So then we went and looked at the galaxies, and it showed us that it wasn't orbiting again. Then they just said, oh, there must be something called dark matter and dark energy, even though we don't know what it is. It must be there. So we'll just like we'll put a Band-Aid on it, and that's been there for decades now. Still no one knows what it is. Then we looked at the distribution around the Earth. It showed even distribution of energy coming out from the Earth, as if the Earth was in the center. But instead of accepting it for what it said again, they came up with the idea with like, oh, well, no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're in the center. So it's just an illusion. So they just say that when we measure for the orbit and it looks like it's stationary, it's an illusion. And when it looks like everything is distributed out from the Earth evenly, it's an illusion. They just claim everything is actually an illusion. So it doesn't work near as good. I could cite to you an astrophysicist that says the geocentric model is actually significantly more elegant and adaptable in explaining retrograde, the movement of planets, the movement of the stars, and the movements of the galaxies. They all work better with the stationary Earth. So it's weird that, like, that's actually the more viable option, and no one has even heard of it. And in fact, they think that it's the opposite of that, because it's not. It's just it's all built upon the idea that it's illogical to think the Earth would be special or in a special place out of the entire universe, because it's assumed to be so big. What would make the Earth special? So it's just a philosophy. Like to quote Edwin Hubble, he said, the idea of a central Earth, the conception of a central Earth, can never be disproven. It can never be disproven, but we just disregard that possibility at all costs, right? And he said, because the horror of a special and unique position must be avoided at all costs. So it's like, that's Edwin Hubble, right? Like the Hubble telescope's named after him. So that's kind of crazy, right? I mean, I know most people don't know this. That's why I'm bringing it up to you to start you off here. I think it's important that you realize people have made your philosophical worldview decisions for you. And I think you're a big boy. I think you're allowed to make your own philosophical decisions, yeah?
Yeah, there's a lot there to unpack. Most of what you said was I'm not claiming to be an expert on anything. So a lot of what you just said was new information to me. And I do find what you said very interesting. I don't really have a response to any of that.
That's okay. Yeah. Like I am bombarding you. I'm just trying to give you a meta view of it, and then I'll fall back and let someone else talk to you. Maybe you can talk about the horizons and stuff like that. But I just think that the bigger picture is important to grasp. He left. Sorry, were you still talking and went out or something?
Here, who was part of that conversation would like to have that conversation.
Yeah, Temple has been around. He's actually had conversations in here before with people in here, so I think he's already had like a go round about it. But
so how is this still a glober? I don't understand.
Hello. I don't know if anybody... Can you hear me? Because I was speaking.
I can hear you well.
Yeah, just about to finish getting to the point there.
Temple, how are you still glober after knowing all of that?
Still talking, whoever it is. Thank you. Excuse me. Like if somebody's talking, I think the common courtesy is to just let them finish. So anyway, yeah, but Temple has been around. He's talked to us about the globe, and his position he leans more towards it. So he did really like what you had to say. He hasn't had a lot of time to have people talk to him about like the alternative like viewpoints and that's why it probably was something neat to look at. And really, what happens when somebody in here, they come in here with the idea that the Earth is a globe, they get kind of like, oh, you're pretty stupid. You know how it is. It's just like really against it. So kind of giving that perspective was a bit refreshing for him. It sounded like so.
Yeah, I think it's crazy because, dude, you've seen Miggy, but as I've been debating like all these astrophysicists, aerospace engineers, you name it, they don't even understand. They don't even understand relativity.
It's so bad, man, because like when I don't know, it's almost like I listen to you speaking and it's just like, really, it's for the audience. I already know that, like firsthand. Like I see the people that you're going to debate. I'm like, yeah, it's for the audience. Like you guys got to hear this. It's not really for the people you're debating. Those guys are just there. I mean, because it's apparently they have no like their arguments are just attack on your character, obfuscation. Like they don't know in an intellectual debate how to debate. So it becomes a thing of it worries, like it, like for them it's like, I don't know what side they're representing, because I don't think they're even representing Globe, to be honest, man. I don't think they are, because the points that they bring up, they don't have any coherence to the thing that they're saying. I mean, some of the guys that you debate want to sound intellectual, like they do want to say like they're with the rhetoric, but they fall apart when you start to explain that's not what is being said. You know, like, so you correct them on their rhetoric, that's interesting. But yeah, it's mainly for the audience, and I think Temple probably needs to be around more of that. And I don't know, Temple, do you know who Witsit is?
No, no, it's the first time I've heard him.
Okay, well I'll let him finish telling you who he is, because I'll let him.
Oh, I'm just some dude, bro. But I debate flat Earth a lot, and I've discovered that most people don't know what their belief is, right? It's like the first step to having a justified belief is, of course, fully understanding and knowing what that belief is. And I found that 99.9% of the population doesn't know what the heliocentric globe model's actual position is. So none of them hold a justified belief. They believe it because everyone was told that. They've been always heard that. They've seen pictures. They memorized it. Everyone thinks it. They think all the scientists think it, so it must be true. They never know any of the actual specifics. So I just think it's important to understand them. Like the biggest thing that saved the heliocentric model is it claims that with relativity, it claims that when something is in motion, it contracts. So like if Superman threw a baseball, it would get shorter and shorter and shorter the faster it got. The closer it got to the speed of light, the shorter it would get. And once it reached the speed of light, it would disappear. And then it also claims it could also be everywhere at the same time. It's so insane. But it also claims that time slows down when you get towards the speed of light. And if you were to go to the speed of light, then you would experience timelessness, right? And these are just crazy off the wall ideas that were ad hoc introduced to explain away the evidence that showed us the earth wasn't moving. So it's like, kind of just think about that they're saying that if you had a ruler, right, and then it was going in motion, in the direction of motion, that ruler would shrink, but you could never actually measure it or tell that it shrank, but it has to shrink, or that means the earth's not moving. Like, how insane is that? That's like top level physics.
Oh, I've heard all about that, and yeah, it's very hard to comprehend and to even believe at most times. But typically, when someone thinks of flat Earth, they're not really ultimately concerned about the Earth's orbit around the sun or the rest of the universe, or stationary Earth. They're usually talking about the shape of the Earth. Now, that's not necessarily the conversation I want to have, because that, was related to what we were talking about in the rehab channel, but ultimately it was a different conversation. But like, I understand what you're saying. It's very interesting, but I don't know what that has to do with the shape of the Earth. I don't know if you want to maybe enlighten me with how it relates.
Yeah, just quick Temple before he begins. I would like to say he does have a YouTube channel. There are things that you can look at. There's videos. I would say there's already a history of debates that he has. So the relevance to the topic is going to be plain to see after you start to see the back and forth that he has with other debates that he's. Of course, they're logged, right? So you can see for yourself. But once you do, you'll be introduced as to know, like, well, basically the position he takes and how he goes about doing that. But he can pretty much tell you here anyway. But there's always, like, you, for your own time's sake, you can go back and look at like his channel and see all the things that he's already talked about. So it's easier for you to, instead of asking him like a whole bunch of questions, you can just go look and see how it's presented, because he does have a different way. Everybody has a different style. I would say the ones who have been doing this for a minute. And so you can glean some good things off of everyone. So that's why I'm kind of pointing you to him. So anyways, with it.
Well, yeah. So like the conversation is like, is the earth a ball that is tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving around the sun? Or is the Earth a stationary topographical plane that's contained, right? These are the two options. Motion is a major portion of it. Without motion and gravity or relativity, you can't have the ball in the first place, right? Like the claim is that gravity coalesced the Earth into a sphere. And the reason that things are spheres is because of gravity, right? That's what gives you the sphere in the first place. Secondly, if the Earth isn't rotating and revolving, then you can't explain any of the observations. It's a package deal. It has to be both rotating and revolving. That's why if you go to the orbit, it cuts everything off at the head, right? So we see the stuff move in the sky, and the option is the stuff moving or are we moving, right? Well, in order to determine that, we have to figure out if we're going around the sun or not. And every attempt in history to do that has showed us that we're not going around the sun. Literally every attempt. And then, of course, that then goes into the rest of the conversation, because, again, it's whether or not the Earth is the model we were told or if it's not. And so you can't even have a ball without it rotating and without gravity, and you can't have the model without it spinning and without it revolving. So that's like a fundamental part of the whole conversation, right? I mean, without gravity, without spin and revolution, you don't have a model. So then if you take that away, then what are you left with? Well, do you have a ball that's just sitting still in space and everything's moving around it? Well, okay, then if we get to that point that you think that that's one of the viable options, then we get into the specifics of the planar measurements and how we test whether or not the Earth is a ball. So that's the answer. You can't even have the ball without relativity. That's the explanation for how it's a ball. It's an explanation for how you have water bending around the outside of it, sticking to the outside of it, and how level is curved and water is horizontal, but it's not, and how clouds bend around it, and how the air moves with it. And this is the answer to how supposedly gas is sitting next to a vacuum. All of it requires gravity, which is the theory of relativity.
Absolutely, but what does the implication of the uniqueness behind our potential stationary and flatness, when everything that we can see in the sky is spherical and moving? Like, why? What would it imply about our uniqueness?
Yeah, if the Earth is the center, if it's geocentric, why would you think that it would be the same as everything in the sky? If everything moves around the Earth, then it's automatically unique. It's in the unique position of the center. Everything moves around it. So if it's on its face unique, if it's geocentric, so why would we assume it's not unique if we know it's unique? And then, of course, secondly, there isn't even evidence that they are spheres in the sky. And then thirdly, even if it was, it's like pointing to a light bulb and saying, oh, look, my light bulb is a spherical, therefore the ground is a sphere. But you see, as it pertains to your question specifically, why would we think the Earth is unique? If the Earth is geocentric, that means it's the center of everything, and everything moves around it. So that's unique. So why would we think that it's the same as everything moving around it? That doesn't even make sense.
I've never actually heard this argument before. It's very interesting. Usually, a lot of the time, I'm just met with, space is fake, gravity doesn't exist, and then it's very hard to have a conversation around that. So these are very bold claims, and I'm not shying away from taking them seriously. It would just be very ignorant of me to just believe you at face value and not do any research of my own. So I definitely will look into it. But one of the major topics that I think is even relevant to what you and I are discussing right now is the foundation to, believing what we're talking about right now. The two scenarios we're proposed with, and our reasoning for leaning towards one over the other. And obviously, we can go back and forth on specific points as to why we would believe one over the other. But if you and I don't stand on the same foundation, it's going to be very challenging for us to see each other's points from the same way, if that makes sense. I'm not gifted in the art of debate. I don't do a lot of debating, and I don't have a lot of sources, and I don't have a lot of experience having these styles of conversations. So I apologize if it takes extra effort to understand what I'm trying to get across.
You're good, man. I'm just trying to break it down for you, bro. Like it's a philosophy that doesn't actually have evidence in it, and so then what you need to figure out is what the truth is, right? So just if you step back and then you apply Occam's razor to begin with, that's that which requires the least assumption, right? That we go from there. Well, like nothing's ever measured the motion of the Earth. Nothing can ever measure the orbit of the Earth. Everything shows us that it's not. Everything shows that it's the center. So if we look at the energy all coming from the Earth and it's evenly distributed like we're the center, well, then what's Occam's razor say? It says that it's the center and all the energy is distributed evenly away from us. If we see the sun and the moon move in the sky, what's Occam's razor say? The sun and the moon move in the sky. If we don't feel the Earth moving, what's Occam's razor say? That the Earth's not moving. Now, of course, they have an explanation like, oh, well, it's just so big and moving at such a rate that you don't feel it. But like you always start with that which requires the least assumption. That's the default position. Right? The horizon looks horizontal. What's Occam's razor say? That the horizon's horizontal, right? When we fly a plane, we treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary. What's Occam's razor say? Because it's flat and stationary. The sun and the moon look like they're the same size in the sky. What's Occam's razor say? So that they're the same size in the sky, right? And of course, they claim that the sun is actually 400 times further away and coincidentally exactly 400 times bigger in diameter. So they just coincidentally look like they're the same size. And a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and broke it up into little pieces, and one piece stuck around and over millions of years coalesced into a sphere that stopped at the perfect distance to look like it's the same size in the sky so that we can have perfect total eclipses. Right? Like this, that's a really grasp at straw claim that requires all kinds of assumptions and claims from billions of years ago, whereas the other one we look at the observation and the empirical evidence and we accept it for what it is. So once you establish what the default position is, if you're going to try to look into a claim that says everything is the opposite of that, it has a substantial burden of proof. It can't be built upon just presupposition, appeal to consensus, you know what I'm saying, and like ad hoc explanations that are unfalsifiable, because then you can make up anything. I could tell you that fairies carry the Earth around a big, gigantic swimming pool of the Olympic gods, the Titans, and, but here's some math. Like, we have to start with that. That's like the logical way to go about this conversation is to start with what can be verified and what the empirical evidence shows us with Occam's razor. Like, do you agree that Occam's razor is important?
So I'm having a tough time just accepting that because of my personal experience, my personal observations, that must be the way it is. There's no like additional information that could be applied so that my observations are, I don't want to use the word illusions. And I do think it is strange that, it's a coincidence that the sun and the moon appear to be, the same shape and the same size in the sky. But I would need to dig deeper into my rationale for why those things are, and just stopping at applying Occam's razor is a bit of a stretch for me personally. I don't know how others feel about it, but just observing isn't enough information for me. There has to be something.
I'm not saying to do that, bro. Like it would be ignorant to just like take everything on its face at surface value, right? Like I'm just saying that you start there. Like that's the default position. Before you migrate forward, you need evidence to substantiate it, especially when it claims the opposite. That's all I'm saying. It's like when we see the sun and the moon both in the sky during an eclipse, right? The globe claims that the Earth blocks the light from the sun and then casts a shadow onto the moon because of syzygy. They line up, right? Well, we see the sun and the moon both above the earth during the eclipse. So how is the earth blocking the light from the sun if both the sun and the moon are above the earth? Well, the globe claims that it just looks like the sun's there. It's actually not there. It looks like the sun's in the sky, but it's actually not.
Yeah, the classic response there would be atmospheric refraction.
So that's pretty crazy, right? Like that's a very substantial claim to claim that when I see the sunset, it's actually not there. It's already been gone for a while. And when I see the eclipse of the sun up, actually I'm seeing something in the sky that isn't there. They claim the sun is huge and 93 million miles away, and that whole thing's refracted up to look perfectly the same in the sky during the eclipse. Like that's a crazy claim.
Oh yeah, I think both claims are crazy. So I agree with you there.
Yeah, so I guess you just get into like physical measurements, man, is like important. So when we try to physically measure the motion of the earth, it doesn't work. Like we can't do it. And so now current physics says you could never do it. I guess it just requires some logic and pattern recognition overall. So like if you're like, oh, they threw out the ether, they said that the earth can't be stationary, so there must be no ether, blah, blah, blah. We fast forward to 2022, and quantum mechanics and quantum physics is saying, oh, there does appear to be an ether. There is a background medium. We have vacuum energy. Special relativity doesn't work on the quantum scale, only sometimes. General relativity doesn't work anywhere. So our whole assumption of the Earth being a ball that goes around the sun with gravity doesn't work at all in quantum physics, which is the most precise experiments we have on the Earth. And then you go out to the big scale, it also doesn't work there. We're off by 96%. Assuming the Earth's a ball that revolves around the sun with gravity, we're off by 96% in the universe. We don't even know what 96% of it is. It's just called dark matter and dark energy. And it's just called dark because it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, meaning light, right? And we just don't know what it is, and we assume it has material characteristics. So it's like, right now, nothing is understood. From the big to the small scale, they don't understand anything. They can't bring them all together. And it's all built upon this assumption that the Earth's a ball that moves around the sun. So then it's like, well, why do we think that? We must have substantial evidence to believe that the Earth's a ball that goes around the sun if we're going to pigeonhole all of physics based on it. And then when you really look into it, there isn't evidence. The evidence is the measurement showed us the Earth isn't moving. So then Einstein said, oh, well, the apparatus that you were measuring with contracted, but you just can't tell. And it contracted just the right amount to show you no difference when there should have been a difference because of motion. And time slows down, but you can never prove it. Just this unfalsifiable claim that can never be proven that saves the model. So it's very possible, of course, logically speaking, oh, it just wasn't moving. That's why you didn't measure the movement. And then you fast forward to now, and the assumption that it is moving is causing all kinds of problems where physics can't explain anything. So it's like, logically speaking, right, you'd have to see that, like, really the philosophical devotion to this model is causing us drastic problems in physics. It's like actually detrimental to progression. And that's what would happen if you're believing a lie, right? Like if you make a faulty presupposition, then it's going to hinder your ability to continue to progress. And that's what we're seeing right now, where it's been like 8 decades. It's been like 9 decades almost since we discovered dark matter, quote unquote, and still no one has an answer for it. It's because there is no answer. It can't be answered. It doesn't exist. And the model's wrong. But they're not even considering that option, right? So it's like, in that scenario, the most logically intelligent thing to do is to go back to where we can actually verify things and actually have a viable framework to work with. But they don't do that. That's called a religion, where if you look at the evidence and the evidence goes against your hypothesis, you're supposed to throw your hypothesis out. Instead, what they do is they change the evidence. They make up new stuff to keep the hypothesis. That's effectively a religion, right? I mean, it's like someone that believes in the Bible being shown that something the Bible claims was disproven with this archaeological discovery, and they're like, I'm not looking at that. No, it's weird. That's all. I'm just trying to break down to you that it's technically a religion.
Sorry, I don't mean to be. I don't mean to say this, but I just went through like a dark spot and I lost reception for about a minute.
Damn.
I'm trying to piece together the leap from the issue with relativity and the issues that believing in our current model.
Yeah, Temple, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say this one thing because I got to get to work. But I think Whitsitt was kind of reiterating a point that, you can't science the sky. And what a lot of the propaganda that has been pushed onto you is that NASA has doing great things in space. International Space Station, they went to the moon. They're on Mars at the moment, sending satellites way beyond the solar system, all kinds of stuff. So right now, your mind has all of those things to think about, right? Against what Whitsitt's saying. So what we're trying to tell you is that it's really just propaganda. There is really nothing that you can do to science the heavens. You can look at it, make observations. That's as far as it goes. The effects that you feel from the sun, that's probably the most you can get. But you're not going to go and find out what the stars are, or make these bold claims like they do, right? That they've been to the moon and they know what the composition of the moon is and Mars and all that stuff. So you have like a ton of explanations that you have on your plate at the moment. And you got all these explanations, and then you got what Whitsitt's saying, which is pretty basic, right? What your observations are being made here on Earth. So now you got that to deal with. So for you, you're going to have to think, okay, either I believe what they're saying on the face of what they're saying, or I'm able to verify what they're saying. Like, they can tell me whatever, but now I'm going to have to scrutinize everything that they're telling me. How do I know that what they're telling me about this one thing is the truth? And so what you're going to pit that against what Whitsitt's saying. How can I tell what he's saying is the truth? So you do that, and you challenge yourself, right? When you start to challenge yourself, you're able to then come to your own conclusion, like what he's saying against what they're telling you. That way you can make up your own mind. So that's what we're trying to do, is offer a challenge. And I know he's going to put something in your head so that you can at least hear what he's got to say and then put it against, whatever else you're listening to out there. Anyways, that's probably my piece there, but good luck to you, Temple. You're still in good hands with Whitsitt. He'll lead you right into the place to challenge yourself more. See you guys.
Who is that speaking?
That's Miggy.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. I don't know if we've talked before either.
Yeah, I'm the guy that said that I appreciate you coming in, or even if you're a Glober stance the other night.
Hey, what's up, Miggy? What's up, man?
Julius J! Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, what?
Anyway. Yeah,
so,
good luck.
Okay, so...
Hey, Miggy, watch out for zombies.
Yes, killer zombies.
Take care, man.
Later, bros.
So
Later, Miggy.
I get the challenge, and I get the thought process, and I understand that if everything that was stated tonight is true, that there's a lot of philosophy and assumptions based on the entire model that is taught today. But one thing that it's probably a common speaking point is, traveling beyond the poles, the South Pole specifically, and also space missions, like where we, launch probes to Mars or all that kind of stuff. Specifically, the James Webb Telescope, that was a recent mission. We apparently launched a dart into an asteroid to change its trajectory and stuff like that. What would be the reason to have an entire industry dedicated to understanding and testing, space, to just be a giant lie? It just, to me, and this is my belief here, is I'm not using any evidence because I don't think I have any, other than I've seen it on TV or the internet. Other than one space launch that I did see, but again, I never watched it all the way go into space, so you could have that argument. But it's just.
Quick question, man. Did you watch that video with a dart?
Yeah, it was. Sorry, I think yes, I did. Yeah, I think.
Did you watch the dart video?
The one from NASA, yes, yeah.
Okay, and you thought that was real?
Well, obviously, my belief is that NASA exists and has proper intentions and is based on a long lineage of science. So I don't personally have any reason to disbelieve it.
Right. So now, let me ask you another question. How can you validate that that was a real image or video?
Can I what? Sorry?
How can you validate that that was a real video?
I can't. But again, my
Right.
question
So you would
was
have to
more
take,
about
you would have to take their word on it and trust that they're not lying to you and telling you the truth. Correct?
I think he might be cutting out a little bit, Elbow. He said he was driving.
Oh, did I not come in clear, or are you talking about him?
You're coming in clear, but I haven't heard his response, and he said that he was driving, so he might be cutting out a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But just based on his previous response that, he doesn't believe that NASA is lying, I would have a follow-up question to him, like, is there anything that NASA could present to him that he wouldn't just take on blind faith? So NASA could literally claim anything and he would believe it. That's kind of a scary thought.
Hello?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
you're
you,
back.
man.
Sorry, I got disconnected. Last thing I heard was, can I validate it? And I said no.
Right, so my follow up was that, so you're gonna have to take their word for it and believe that they're telling you the truth and trust what they're saying, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's just practically blind belief on something. So I understand that, but I think the other guy had a question. So you want to ask him the question to follow up that you was going to ask?
Yeah, my follow-up to that is like, is there anything that NASA could show you that you wouldn't believe? Like, if you take everything that NASA says as basically gospel, like blind faith, they wouldn't lie, they have no reason to lie. They could literally tell you anything regardless of how ridiculous it sounds, and you would believe it, right?
No, I don't want that to come across as my belief. I definitely am. I would classify myself as someone who is a critical thinker. And belief is a very strong word here because I really don't have a strong opinion on it. It's more so that it's the reasoning behind why I shouldn't have a strong opinion on it that causes concern for me.
Right. Well, that's a psychological aspect, right? So here's the thing, right? If I see that somebody is lying to me, like I've caught them in a lie, I know what they're saying is incorrect, or they present me with false information, all I have to do is understand that once. I don't need to understand why they did that to me. I don't need to understand why they lied to me in order to realize that I've been lied to. Would you agree? Okay. You first need to understand that you've been lied to before anybody can present you with a proper explanation as to why somebody would lie to you. You first have to know that they've lied. And you're at the stage in which you don't think you have been lied to. So why would the question be, why would they lie if you don't think that they've lied to begin with? Would we be able to we be able to give you a sufficient answer?
So I wouldn't say that, the fact that someone has lied in the past would negate everything that they say beyond that. I think that would also imply if something has the capability of not being true, then it's always not true. That's a tough line of thinking to take a stance on.
Right. I didn't necessarily say that everything is a lie, right? They could be honest about many things. They could have an invoice for nuts and bolts. I don't think they're lying about the invoice for nuts or bolts. I just don't think that those nuts or bolts are going where they claim that they're going, right? Based on some evidence. So here's the thing. It's not necessarily that everything is 100% a lie, everything's fake. I know you had mentioned previously, after having a conversation with Witsit, that typically your conversations go with flat earthers is that space is fake and gravity doesn't exist. That's broad generalizations that most people in this conversation might just say those terms, but there's a lot more behind those ideas than such a simplistic phrase like gravity doesn't exist or space is fake. There's a lot more to that, right? So there's a lot more research that goes into that understanding. So when we say, or somebody may say, gravity doesn't exist, the implication of that is that the explanation for why things tend to have a downward vector and or upward vector, depending on their density, the explanation from the globe side of it, we don't agree with. Doesn't mean that we don't think that the action that we're seeing take place isn't actually taking place, right? So there's a lot more behind it, but when it comes back, go ahead.
And it's not that we don't agree, right? It's not that they haven't actually validated it, right?
Right. There's no empirical evidence for it. We don't just take things necessarily on like blind faith.
So what would be appreciative for someone like myself is to go through what you just said instead of just saying it's fake. And therefore my response would be, that's an ignorant point of view. And then ultimately how today happened was that's exactly what happened. Someone said, made a vast generalization. And I said, that's an ignorant point of view. And then I got sent to rehab, and I had lengthy conversations about it. And then I was just belittled by, what I would consider people of power in this Discord server, who didn't actually take the time to really explain the position. And I just wanted to talk about that because there was a lot of points that I was trying to make that were just getting thrown to the side because I would use the word belief. And all of a sudden, that was a big deal.
Sure. So within this server specifically, people try to stick to empiricism or things that you can prove empirically. And when it comes to space, now it might be a gross generalization to say space is fake, right? I could expand on that a little bit and say space as you know it or think you know it doesn't exist in the way you think it exists.
Well,
and then we could get into more detail about that, right?
We could actually say space as they tell you, right? Because that's what we've been told. What they describe space as is a violation of natural law.
And then I would ask you to elaborate on what that means and what you're implying by violation of natural law, right? Because there's a conversation, there's some learning that needs to be had between someone that is quote unquote just religious glober and who just believes the common rhetoric, such as myself. It's tough to make these giant leaps. It's a very extreme point of view that Flat Earth has because it's dramatically different than what I've been taught my entire life. And I think there's a presentation or like a weaning that needs to be, taken place instead of just a tacky dialogue. If I don't want to boil it down to that, but you know what I'm trying to get at.
So it violates the second law of thermodynamics when it comes to gas, right? So what happens is that you can't have lower pressure system next to a higher pressure system without the gas equalizing. So, meaning they're telling us that we live our system, we have gas pressure here on Earth, right? And we're next to a vacuum, which is a lot lower pressure system, an infinite lower pressure system, and the gas magically stays here for this magical thing or whatever. Now, in order for you to have gas pressure, you have to have a container, right? And if there isn't a barrier, something for gas to press upon, it will expand to whatever available space is available into the system.
So I mean, that is a great explanation for something. Unless you factor in why someone like myself who believes in a globe Earth would believe that there's a gradient to the atmosphere. It's not a pressured system in a container and all of a sudden there's a vacuum outside. It slowly changes from pressure to no pressure, which would be the vacuum. So you're not going to have a suction effect, right? And the reason why the gas stays on the Earth would be because of gravity. But again, I can't validate any of that because I'm not, equipped to go and do all of these tests. That's just the information I've been told, and it makes sense to me.
I mean, if you take it at their head, it will make sense to you because you're believing what they're telling you. Now, what's demonstrated, it's that gas always needs a container, even if you have gradient in the gas in a container. You can have you have a container with gradient gas in it. Now, the problem is that they're telling you that there isn't a container and that gravity is the one holding things down. They haven't shown us any evidence of gravity. All they have is a story and a lot of just stories that this is what's going on, right? And a lot of begging the questions, fallacies, and that's the thing. So you could believe that, but you will have to actually show it that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's a big claim they're telling you. Well, look, we're on here on Earth, right? We have gravity. Okay, show us that. Don't just tell us, look, you see something fall, gravity. No, that's not. That's just you begging the question. Then they're saying that there's space out there and we could go through it. We could easily travel to the outside, but the gas stays here. And then when you explain gravity is the strongest at Earth, and gas pretty much goes freely everywhere in any direction.
Are you talking about like Brownian motion?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and so basically,
but it doesn't, because then you would experience there would be an equilibrium throughout the entire container, and I did air quotes there, but
no, because we don't live in a homogeneous system. We live in an inhomogeneous system, and there's gas generation at the ground level, and there's temperature, the most temperature down there, and then that gets colder and colder as you go up. And so, with Charles's law, you would expect to have more pressure there, especially when the gas is generated there, and then when you go up, it gets colder and colder, and then the gas condenses again and falls in the form of condensation or rain, and so you have gas being taken out of the system above.
So there's a few things there. I'm not familiar with Charles' law. Can I get a spark notes on that?
I'll give you a simple example. If you take a helium balloon and you blow it up in inside where it's warm, and then you go outside where it's very cold. I live in Iceland. It's very observable here. I've done this many times. The balloon appears to deflate. It the volume of the gas shrinks.
Oh, we just talking gas law, like PV equals nRT?
But in this specific case, it's Charles's law.
Okay,
but it's related. Yeah,
temperature affects pressure, and which also is related to volume. Like, yes, I'm okay. I understand what you're talking about now. Okay.
I think one of the key words there is actually volume, right? Because there's basically any of the gas laws that work without using a volume. And what the globe is claiming basically is that we have an infinite volume.
How can you apply gas laws with an infinite volume?
You can't.
Right. I mean, you wouldn't work with the equations because you just end up with like things like infinite temperature or infinite pressure. Or
the problem also is if gravity did contain gas by some downward vector, we would be able to show that under lab environments. We cannot show that under any environment. The gas always expands to fill the available volume.
Would that not imply that the size of the system would also be a factor in the gas's effects?
Yeah, because then you have a gradient and Charles's law, and you can see that the volume gets more spread out, and it works out almost, and that's why you have Whitsitt with like his electrostatic ideas, and like it all kind of works out for us, but then Globers just say gravity and ignore all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why, because it's a very extreme point of view, and we already have an explanation, as well as.
Yeah, but there's no experiments to validate the explanation. It's just like we believe in gravity, and therefore it should probably be gravity, even though we have a bunch of effects that actually would affect it, and they're not accounted for.
Yeah, so this was actually one of the main talking points of today for me was the requirement for objective and personal truth. It's interesting because for me, and this is what I'm calling my foundation of belief, is that I logically think that inference is proof, or it is utilized in theory to basically, it's almost like an axiom for explanations that rely on other theories. But a lot of the flat Earth claims is that if you can't measure it and there's no validity to it, then there's no inference that could be accepted, and it's very challenging to have two different belief systems if we completely differ on that foundation.
Well, I mean, what's the difference of inference, right?
What's that, sorry?
I asked, what was the definition of inference?
Basically inferred data. So, there's an implication behind whatever we're talking about, where they utilize something like gravity for their explanation. It's a model. There's a lot of inferred theories using gravity, but because we don't have a general or a singular version of gravity, there's all of a sudden it loses all its validity. And we also have these other explanations for what could cause gravity. There's one that gets tossed around a lot, which I understand fully, and I get the point. But you talk about fairies a lot, and fairies are doing their magic or whatever, and it's to me, it's we have this model that we've built off of inferred information, and that is the explanation for us.
The problem here is it's not inferred information. It's not a conclusion reached on the basis of evidence and reasoning. Rather, it's just an inference based off the assumptions or beliefs that are currently dominant. And because they hold those beliefs, it must be this, it must be that. That's not scientific.
I'm not using the word it must be as in 100% certainty here. When I'm talking here, it's it's all a belief, because I personally have never done a single experiment to, you know, to measure the curvature of the Earth, to talk about even the atmospheric gradient, or like large scale gas pressures and all that kind of stuff. And I would be shocked as well if the lot of you have done those experiments yourself, and you're just using a lot of the YouTube videos or articles to read that are written by other flat earthers and stuff like that.
Sure.
So,
well, here's the thing, bud. So all we're saying is gas pressure needs containment, right? All instances of gas pressure that we know of that we can test all need containment. When we're talking about gases, we have things like, you even talked about the ideal gas law. So within the ideal gas law, where does gravity come into play? And even if we want to talk about something like the standard model of particle physics, gravity is the only alleged fundamental force, quote unquote, that isn't taken into account within the standard model of particle physics. So your claim that, well, the reason that we have these gases that are coalescing next to this assumed ball is because of something that you call gravity, but it's not actually involved in any math or equations that we're talking about in regards to physics. So I don't know why you think it's some video that we watched from other flat earthers, when why don't you just deal with the questions that were posed to you about gas pressure and containment, or how gases actually interact? Like, why are you trying to take us down some road and infer within the conversation that we are only touting what we've heard on YouTube videos, when we're here to answer questions and you haven't spoken with any of us individually in the past? So why are you making assumptions about us in that way? It's kind of rude.
I'm not making assumptions here. I'm relying on my experience over the past. I've been here in this Discord since the Mars rover launch, which was well over a year ago, and mind you, I haven't participated as much as I have in the last week or so. But the conversations that I have had, typically, the
but we're in a
evidence
conversation
is
right
that
now, right? You're alluding to previous conversations to avoid having a current conversation.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm just explaining why I use that, why I inferred that in the first place. I was saying that typically the conversation goes, we'll be talking about something, and then there will be a video post or a picture post or an article post about why the belief is there, or why their position is the position that it is.
So can you have gas pressure without containment? Do you know of any instance where you can have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I would say Earth, but again, I can't validate that at all.
Right.
That would be circular logic, or begging the question, I think, actually, because we're asking you to prove that gas can exist without a container, and then you're begging you're begging the question that Earth is one of them, but we can't really test it. So
yeah, I would also say that is a straw man argument, because I can't create a system where I create an Earth and apply some gas to it and measure gravity, or measure the effects of gravity on that gas.
This is kind of the point, like, because a claim is made and nobody's really able to demonstrate that claim.
And it wouldn't be a straw man, because you said that Earth is your system, that you believe that gas can be held without a container. And so I'm telling you, you're begging the question, because we're asking you, how can you prove gas pressure without a container? And you're begging the question that Earth is one that's gas pressure without a container, to try to show me that there's gas pressure without a container. But you can't use what we're trying to prove, meaning the Earth, as the thing you're trying to prove that has gas pressure without a container. In other words, if I was to show you that the only way gas pressure can exist without a container, or next to a pressure system, I would show you a container next to a lower pressure system, and then take away the dividing thing that's dividing the lower pressures from the gas pressure, and show you that the gas actually will flow to the next area until it equalizes. That's evidence that shows that gas needs a container.
At that scale and that circumstances, but if you were to, scale this up to an experiment the size of the Earth, can you say that would linearly transform? That would be the exact same case at that scale than it is at this small scale that you're talking about?
Why would we have to? We already have the Earth, right? And we already have what they claim is the gravity of the Earth. So we should be able to demonstrate.
Yeah, but it's not a one-to-one relation here. Like, we're talking about two different pressures. We're talking about an internal pressure and an external pressure, and an equalization between those two containers, the outside and the inside.
I think you might be missing like the fundamental issue here. Is that, well, would you say that the globe Earth and its atmosphere has a finite or infinite volume?
I would say there's some boundary at where there is a line where it's zero pressure, and then it goes down to the surface of Earth where we're sitting at 1 atmospheric pressure. So a gradient. And I think that we can all agree that is the case, whether or not we agree on what space is or what gravity is.
Yeah, sure. There's obviously a gradient. But to me, there being a gradient, that doesn't really prove that there is an infinite volume, or that outer space is there, right? Nor does it really prove that gravity is affecting the air.
Before I leave, I want to say it's also a manipulation of the numbers, because you can ascribe a value of 1 to the atmospheric pressure, but you could also ascribe a much higher number, because you could ascribe the value of what you call 0, which has never been achieved, or the lowest pressures of outer space, as 10 attopascals. So when you look at it that way, the pressure we are under compared to 0 is immense. And there's no way to verify that it ever goes anywhere close to 0.
What do you mean by that? Like we can't achieve a vacuum?
No, what you call a vacuum is actually lower pressure. There's still pressure there.
Yeah, just a very small amount, like a negligible amount of pressure.
Relative to what you're used to, which is really, 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 really great pressure.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, we can achieve much higher pressure in a lot of like containers and whatnot. We can get up to like thousands of psi. Where if a human was put into that container, they would instantly die. So and same with the opposite. If we created a vacuum, there would be no atmosphere to breathe. Sorry.
Yeah, like with the Sandusky vacuum chamber, or like the NASA vacuum chamber, they still have problems. Like, you can't have it empty forever. Like, gas still seeps through everything and inside it.
Okay.
I also would just like to point out the irony of not being able to simulate a vacuum without using a sealed volume.
See how that could be viewed as ironic, yeah? I mean, there's a stark difference between, whatever unit you want to call. I'm going to use atmosphere here. 1 atmosphere and 0 atmosphere. Like that is the boundary, the container itself. That's a stark difference. Of course, there's going to be differences there, but if we look at the explanation for Earth and its atmosphere is that it's a gradient that slowly transitions, You eventually pass all values until you get to whatever the agreed upon value that it was, some pico value of, a very small, insignificant number, essentially zero pressure.
That's the story.
Sure.
Okay, so and this is what the thing is. It's not demonstratable that this is what exists, because every time we do this, even the biggest one in what the NASA did just mentioned, the air leaks in through the concrete and the metal.
Yeah, because it's permeable. There's no membrane out there that is impermeable. There's always holes in it. It's just whether the molecules of atmosphere can pierce through it and the ease of it.
The globe is not supposed to have any membrane.
If there's nothing containing the gas from in here to the vacuum out there, how is gravity, that is not a actual force, holding this stuff down?
I'm trying to make what's that?
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Temple, this is Amish. We spent like 4 hours in Helio Cult earlier today. Just want to say hi.
How's it going, Amish? We had good chat today. I appreciate it.
We did. I appreciate you coming into live stream. That's all. Let me check out. Got dinner and kids.
So yeah, we're talking about gas pressure, right? And you bring up a gas pressure gradient. So if we called gas pressure X, we need to figure out how we have this gas pressure before we can talk about delta X, which would be the gradient. We need to first talk about the gas pressure. I know lots of times people want to move straight to the gradient, which is fine. But then if we want to talk about gradients, what's your explanation for the atmospheric potential gradient that we have with electricity? Atmospheric electricity, we have a gradient of that on the Earth too. Is gravity the cause of that?
I don't know. I honestly, I'll be completely honest here. I am just, when I talk about the atmosphere and its gradient, this is just information that I've been told.
Right. No,
I haven't looked into it, deeply. So if we want to dive into this, very technically and very deeply, I don't have answers, and it would be ignorant of me to just, completely flop over to the other side that it's all a lie and it requires a container and the Earth is perceived flat and we're in a dome and stuff like that. So this is just
it's all a lie isn't necessarily kind of the idea that you think that it is, right? If people had a theory that they thought was sound but was incorrect, and that information was disseminated to a bunch of different people who also thought, okay, this is plausible, we think that this could be the case, and this happens generationally, is it really a lie, or is it just people that may be passing along incorrect information? And we're all just kind of passively believing it because we've never really questioned it because we've been taught that it is the case, right? So it's not necessarily a huge lie as much as it could possibly just be misinformation that keeps getting disseminated over and over again through generations.
Wouldn't there be a reliance on, something like the atmosphere adhering to the Earth because of gravity when we do, apply a lot of other models to it? We talk about weather, or we talk about, we make an inference on other planets and their atmosphere. And I know we can't measure it, and I know it's, not valid or anything. We can't prove its validity and stuff like that. But I mean, there's a lot of things associated to it where there's, on Earth, there's very practical applications to the knowledge that we teach in schools and in university. Why would those be, practical and useful here, but then also a lie or possibly just misinformation? It just by chance that misinformation also works in a practical sense?
The stuff outside of Earth isn't practical use. So we really would just need to talk about this stuff here on Earth. And if you want to talk about weather patterns and pressure and all that stuff here on Earth, that's fine. We can talk about that. In my opinion, it all boils down to pressure mediation. All of it. So the actions and the movement within this fluid system all depends on pressure mediation, and pressure can change based on various energies, right? Various temperatures. Right? That's what controls our pressure, and pressure always tries to seek back to its equilibrium, and we have a very dynamic system that is constantly in flux. We have energies coming in, right? We have a source like the sun, which gives us energy, and we see weather patterns that form based on these energies that are coming into our system. So why do we have to go into the realm of speculation about planets and exoplanets? And we look at a light in the sky and we see it dimming, so then we make an assumption that it's a planet, and then we send out articles and artist renderings of these planets with weather systems that we only infer based on a dimming of a light in the sky. Why can't we just talk about things on Earth?
I mean, absolutely. I think that's a valid point, and I think more conversation should be had, relating to Earth itself. But I'm glad that you brought up the sun, because a few days ago, I can't remember the name of who it was, but we were talking about the effects of the sun, and even that was up for debate, whether or not the heat energy came from the sun or not. And it just really hurts the conversation when there's that kind of conversation that is had, as well as the type of conversation that you and I are having right now. So it's very, very hard to piece together this narrative when there's so many different viewpoints. Some are extreme, some are logical, some are very boiled down, and it just comes to whether or not you believe in inference, or believe in things beyond your personal experience. So
that's the thing. I mean, it's not like this community is 100% in agreement on every single aspect of reality, right? Most of us have just gone down a journey, and we started questioning the things that we thought we knew to believe, right? Because people tend to not go searching for answers to the questions they think they already have the answers to. And when you start to do that, sometimes it's like pulling a string on a sweater, and before you know it, you're shivering cold, and you need to figure out a way to work your way back. And many people are in different steps of that journey. Some people have just started to question it and might say things to you that sound irrational, and it's possible that they don't necessarily have the knowledge and understanding to maybe back up what they're saying, but they are also just starting to realize, oh crap, maybe I've been misled about information, and they're starting to figure out a little bit more about what this world may actually be.
Excuse me? But what's the benefit about knowing? Like, I listen to you, and I question myself, what's the benefit of knowing what shape the Earth is? Like, I just got here and I want to know. Like, you guys discuss about that. Like,
I can't tell you what the benefit is.
And
I can't tell you what the benefit is, right? Because is your understanding of a certain thing, or maybe a large shaking up of your worldview, does that affect everybody in the same way?
Like,
if it's no use to you knowing anything about where you are, then why even ask that question?
Right. And everybody has a different experience, right? Whether that be somebody that decides to leave a religion and become an atheist, right? That shakes up their worldview. Or if somebody decides to no longer be an atheist and has just discovered, a creator. But each one of those journeys is different, and I can't guarantee you what that may do to you, right? So why is it significant? If you really want to know the answer, you would go searching for it yourself, right? Because I can't tell you how it can be significant to you.
Yeah, but you just can't compare religion to facts. Like, there are so many pictures. There have been so many people outside of the atmosphere and have seen the shape of the Earth.
Talking about a religion right now.
So we'll go down this road, man.
Proven data, numbers,
So many
there are fossil records.
So many pictures, right? So can you
So you're
provide
telling me that these pictures are fake?
picture? Yeah, Robert Simmons created the blue marble. Did you know that? Robert Simmons works for NASA.
Yeah,
he created it in Photoshop. Were you aware of that?
It is.
I would say that it doesn't even matter whether or not they're fake. The issue is just that they're not really verifiable. Like nobody can take pictures or photos like they are doing. So we can't actually check whether they're real or not. All you can do is you can believe that they're real, or you can say, well, they might not be real.
So you think that the government, the most reliable people,
tell you
go outside to go outside?
Why is the government the most reliable thing ever? When did that happen?
Bro, they tell you that the photographs are not photographs. They tell you they're images, that they're composite images that are stitched together in Photoshop. They tell you that. And then you say, well, it's a picture from space.
Yeah.
And you act like we're idiots when you're the one who hasn't even taken the time to realize that the blue marble was created by a gentleman named Robert Simmons who works for NASA.
It is Photoshop.
Robert Simmons.
But
I never heard about him.
It has to be.
Oh, does it need to be on the 10 o'clock news?
No.
Then would you believe
I heard about Neil Armstrong. He was at the moon and he saw that the Earth is round.
Why do you believe that?
Yeah. Why should he lie? He was outside. Why
would they lie, bro?
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, but why would you believe that, though?
Yeah.
I just want to interject here. I just got to interject, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I got to go. It was a good conversation up until this point.
Yeah, Temple, I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate you acting differently than the gentleman that just came into the room. Thank you.
Thanks,
of course. The one thing I do want to point out, and this is very common in this Discord, and I understand it's just the nature of the beast at this point, but I just parked my truck and I seen that I was tagged like 15 times in live stream, and there is so much dialogue that comes in that is just pointless information, pointless attacks that aren't, aiding the conversation at all. And I find that if you're not, aware of that, this is just an attempt to get you excited or riled up, that these can be very damaging to the dialogue that you're trying to have here. So, and that can be on both sides. I mean, Globers do the exact same thing, but it's just not. It's just not in good sport of conversation. If that's going to be, you just got little chihuahuas in the background just constantly chirping. So that's a big point of mine.
Don't let the peanut gallery get to you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they say.
Well, I shut down globe earthers when they come in and are rude, and I think that the opposite would be appreciated as well, as if there's a lot of dialogue that happens that you just put them in their place a little bit, because it gets a bit much, and it can be very overwhelming for people who don't have the courage to speak up, or whatever it is here. So that's the point.
Yeah, Temple, my Discord rule of thumb most of the time is like, unless I'm in a conversation and I need a visual that somebody's presenting to me, I don't always pay attention to the chat.
Yeah, well, I haven't until this point, because it's an hour and a half drive home for me, and I had 15 mentions, so I just went and read them all, and it's hilarious.
I think we just got a couple more because you were talking about.
Yeah. Anyways, cheers, guys. Appreciate it.
You're a celebrity around these parts, Temple.
Yeah,
Laugh it up
here, man. Just keep an open mind. and listen, bro. There will be conversations with some information where you'd be like, oh, maybe I should look into that a little bit more. And there's do the due diligence on your own. Yeah.
Definitely will, because what was first said about the orbit and how there's no proof which way or the other. It's that's definitely a conceivable fact or a conceivable idea. And if you know anything about trying to prove something, it always boils down to it could be absolutely true or it could be completely false.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'll definitely look into it.
As far as geocentrism is concerned, everybody that is worth their salt in the conversation, including Einstein and his contemporaries, will say that there's no way to prove definitively from Earth whether it's geocentric or otherwise. It's solely based on philosophical reasons. So yeah.
Temple.
Absolutely. Yep. Who's talking?
Do you? It's me, Rossi. I saw your profile picture and I wanted to ask you if you want to play Rocket League later.
I made that my display pic years ago, and I haven't played Rocket League in a while, but you know what? Shoot me a message. Shoot me a private message, and we'll see how rusty I am.
100%.
All right, cheers.
We'll do rocket rust in a vacuum.
So, Napalm, let's get back to the conversation.
Yeah, did you take time to look up Robert Simmons?
Did not. So
why not?
You're like I saw your roles, and you're the informed guy for me now, and you can tell me, and I'm going to trust you. Because I should not trust the government, so I'm going to trust you, and you're going to tell me about the Robert Simmons guy.
Oh, yeah, the point of this server is to encourage you to think for yourself. All right, don't trust us. Don't trust anyone. Think for yourself, man.
I'm here to learn.
Yeah,
that's the attitude.
So go look on NASA's website. His name's Robert Simmons. He's a NASA data visualizer who created the Blue Marble, the first background image of an iPhone that was created in Photoshop. And most casual observers think that that's an actual picture from space. The only actual picture from space of the Earth in its totality that NASA even claims to have is from 1972.
Okay, I'm going to Earth. Picture NASA.
I got the link
1972
for you right now. Hey man, I got the link for you right now in the live stream voice text if you want to just check there. NASA's website.
I love y'all. Doing good convo, hearing good stuff. I'm gonna head out.
Take care. Come back anytime.
Okay. But if you look up Apollo 16, you can see that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, if you believe those images are authentic,
yeah.
How would you go about validating those? What would you do to determine whether or not that's a true image of the Earth?
I can ask you the same question about the NASA thing. I want that you get me 100% flat Earth. But if you tell me that I shouldn't trust these pictures, I ask myself, why should I trust the other pictures?
Well, I'll tell you what I would do. I would just go out and test the globe, right? I would just measure the surface to see if it matches the globe. And if it doesn't match, if it's not curving at the rate it would need to be that thing that they're showing you in those pictures that they admit they Photoshop, then it can't be that thing. Simple as that.
Just talking about only talking about satellite pictures. We should talk about other things, like how do you explain gravity for a flat Earth? Like if we have a globe, you understand that you have the Fuck, what is it called in German? Sorry. Give me a second.
No worries.
Like what it is, I don't know.
It's core. The Earth has this core in the middle with a lot of energy, who's like pulling the things to it.
Right.
That's
cord. Was ist das? Cord.
Magnetic.
That's a story, right? How would you know that to be true, especially if the Earth isn't measuring as curved? Then it can't be a ball, and if it's not a ball, then it therefore can't have a core that's pulling everything to the center of that ball. It would first have to be a ball for any of that to follow, and you'd first have to be able to measure a curve to know that.
Yeah, that's like let's just assume that gravity is a theory.
Yeah, it's a story about how things would work on a ball.
So let's assume that this is a theory, but if you need to prove a theory wrong, like you have to, like, let's just take the theory of relativity from Albert Einstein. Like nobody can prove it wrong. Like can you prove the gravity theory wrong?
It hasn't been experimentally validated in the first place. It's just a mathematical construct about how things should work on the grand scale if Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space and all that. There's no experiment validating the bending and warping of space-time to begin with, so we don't even have anything to disprove.
You know that saying, innocent until proven guilty? It's not, you don't just say things and then you go, well, you disprove it. It works the other way. If you say something and you don't have proof for it,
right, that's like me saying I have a Ferrari in my garage. Prove me wrong. And until you prove me wrong, I have a Ferrari in my garage.
Yeah, but I didn't tell you that gravity is a fact. Like, I asked you what you think about gravity. I think that
what version?
You don't have to prove something wrong that hasn't been proven in the first place.
It has.
No, it's a mathematical construct. It hasn't been physically demonstrated, right? It's a philosophical, mathematical construct that's used to explain, how things would work on the large scale with the Earth as a ball in a vacuum with all these presuppositions in mind, right? It's not something that's actually been empirically demonstrated. It's philosophy.
The theory of relativity, that I think that everybody agrees that light is the fastest thing to ever exist. Like, there's nothing faster than light.
Well, it's actually never been measured.
It is because it's so fast that you can't even measure it.
Then why would you claim that's the fastest?
Why are you laughing?
Can't
That's
measure?
disrespectful.
Well, it's just because it seems like a baseless claim. It's the fastest thing, but we didn't measure it. How do you even know how fast it is?
Yeah, there's claims of things moving faster than the speed of light, like Cherenkov radiation.
There have been experiments. Like, you can look up. Like, I'm not the only guy who can look up. You can look up by yourself.
I mean, you just told us that it wasn't measured. So how did they get a number?
It was measured. So, sorry if I told you something different, but it was measured.
One way or two ways speed of light.
You happen to know how they did that?
Look up. Like, you told me to look up Robert Simmons, and I tell you to look up the.
No, we're not asking because we don't know, brother. We're asking so you can support your position. We're not asking because we're not aware. It's your turn to provide evidence for what you're saying.
You do obviously don't know about the theory of relativity as well.
No, we do. It's just
then tell me about the experiments.
There isn't any. That's the point.
There's a hole in your knowledge.
Experiments. You mean that one?
Wait, let me just look it up by myself.
Well, there's a couple that go along with relativity. You have Eddington, where they basically looked through a telescope and they made a prediction about what would happen during a solar eclipse, about stars being visible, where they basically ignored half of the results and cherry-picked the ones that matched what they predicted. And you have
Let me just Google it real quick because I don't know.
Yeah, and the one about the eclipse, that's not an experiment. That's just an observation.
Yeah, it's just an observation. And then the other one is where they basically put an atomic clock in a bunch of planes and send them traveling. but then they have to assume that the Earth is rotating beneath the plates, and that's all sorts of disaster. Not to mention atomic clocks are very sensitive devices, and motion will actually affect frequency. So there's a bunch of problems with that.
You know what I just thought of, fellas? And just for the new guy, this isn't a call center. So if you have questions, we're not just going to sit here and Google up an answer for you real quick, because most of us have been sitting around the table having the conversation for a few years now.
I think he left, actually.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, you might be right. But that is I just thought about that. This isn't a call center. You know what I mean? You call in a call center and you ask a question and they have to go, oh, okay, 1 second. It's we don't have to do that because we've been doing this, like Kanye said.
You ain't got the answer, Sway. Kanye. I've been doing this more than you.
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes it can be a good thing because they will come here expecting that we don't know about any of these things, right? So then when you are able to answer something, it'll kind of shock. Wait a minute. How does this stupid flat earther know that?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole point. I really like that there's that aspect to it, but yeah.
Yeah, it can reply to them obviously quicker than it would take to Google it. So we obviously know. We have it in there.
Well, that's the thing. We know the model. That's why we don't buy it.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, well, you're just not buying it because you don't have all the information. No, I have all the information. I'm an informed buyer, and I'm not buying it because it's garbage.
Well, this Rosie guy actually just left the server.
Jeez, dude.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Creation Bear.
You asked him for the 2-way speed of light, and he just dipped. Just left the server.
Hey,
it's faster than the speed of light.
It's funny the acronym for speed of light is SOUL.
Yeah, true. This guy jetted out of here faster than the speed of light. Damn.
Faster than a locomotive and a train.
It says he Googled it and the Google answer wasn't there that he wanted.
Uh-oh.
Wake up call.
Elbow TV, did you have a guy on your voice, you had him on your phone, or how was that working? Because I heard the guy talking, but your thing was lighting up.
So he likes to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion. And Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring. Wait, what? I cannot believe this. I've never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He's not fighting this guy. He walked out of the ring.
Hey, Creation Bear, how do you do that stuff? Do you have a setup on your computer? I'm really retarded about this stuff. That's why I ask dumb questions, but I'm not trying to be sarcastic.
Hey, I've been saying a good magician never tells his secrets.
Will you get that thing I told you where the guy from Can't Do That on Television goes, I heard that. You got to get that, dude. I'm telling you, dude, that's classic, bro. Anybody who grew up in the 80s will remember that shit.
I remember looking that up. I have it in my search history. I can just save it.
Dude, that shit's so funny. He goes, I heard that. It's so funny.
I wonder why he left, though. I mean, was it something we said? Was it something
shit got real?
I think he just came here for a quick gotcha and quickly realized that was not happening.
What do you want to get, partner?
I love how he thought he was going to start having a conversation about relativity. I don't think he was prepared for that.
Well, I don't think he even realized that that's what he was already having for 5 minutes before he said that. So obviously he wasn't equipped for it.
Well, you gotta love the quick 180s where they go, well, there's no measurement for the speed of light, and then I go, well, I kind of giggle and laugh. He's like, why are you laughing? I'm like, well, you just said there's no measurement for the speed that you're claiming. He's like, oh well, no, we did measure it.
We can't measure it. That's how we measured it to be so fast.
He said there was a hole in our knowledge.
How long was he in here?
This wasn't his first time, though. I think I've seen his name in here before, right?
Oh man, why is the speed of light so important?
I don't know. I think he brought it up.
I think they're trying to talk about fucking quantum mechanics and all that stuff.
Yeah, he was trying to talk about relativity, and that's like all he really knew is something the speed of light.
It's because when they lose the argument about the Earth, they jump on to other topics.
Yeah. Dude, when you Google it, how is the speed of light measured? Look what you get, dude. I just posted it. Dude, it's ridiculous. He probably saw that and he was like, I'm out of here.
Who cares? Who cares? The question isn't how is it measured. The question is why is it important?
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Well, it is to them.
It was measured in 1776 or 1676, dude.
Okay, but I got a question on the table. Why is it important?
Globers, why do you care?
Because they'll try to measure the distances to the celestial bodies and stuff using assumptions about the speed of light. I guess.
Sure, but it's more profound. It's more profound than that in their worldview. Well, in their worldview, nothing is ever at rest. So measurements are impossible unless you have a baseline standard. And so they just chose the speed of light as their baseline standard from which to construct their relativistic model of the universe. They could have just as easily chose the speed of farts.
Yeah.
Right? So when you look out into the cosmos at Uranus and it opens up to let out gaseous clouds, thanks to the organization known as PNAS, which gave us that lovely information about that thing in the sky. Right? When you look at that thing letting out gaseous clouds, that's also named Uranus, coincidentally. Why couldn't they just have measured that? Exactly.
It's a little slower than the speed of light, but it goes the same distance. So
Well, they have that now. I mean, they're talking about the speed of science now, AI.
Oh, no.
Okay, that was.
But they have probes on Uranus, though, right?
Not on mine. Shit.
I know.
Yeah, they've been trying to probe Uranus for years.
Oh my!
The hell they have.
That's how they found the raining diamonds. Hang on, it's raining
They would have got away with it too, bro, if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Yeah. What are you talking about, man? Nothing in their worldview is at rest, and why is that important?
Because you can always measure the distance it's traveling, bruh.
Especially if you know the speed, right? They make up a speed. Oh, shit, we know everything.
Now I'm trying to understand why it's important that nothing in their worldview is at rest.
Oh.
Oh, because then you'd have a fixed reference. And then be more rational. And the more rational that the universe is, the more intelligible it is. And the more intelligible it is, the more obvious that it's intelligently designed. Now, why does this matter? For obvious reasons. But why do I know that this is the case in their worldview? Well, the answer is because they have admitted to that in their own words, in lectures, in books, in interviews, that they, the convoluters of this paradigm, are terrified. Terrified is the words they use. Horrified is the words they use of the idea that the Earth was specifically placed here by a sentient agent to which we would then be accountable.
Why is it scary? I mean, I don't believe it, but what the fuck? Like, I don't get it.
Well, it's scary for obvious reasons. I mean, the idea that it's scary is obvious on its face.
No, it's not. I don't care one way or the other if there's a creator. I'm not scared of shit. What are they scared of?
Well, let me tell you, okay? It's simple. When you look out upon the world and your experience, you recognize that the world is made up of constructs, physical constructs. Then you start to realize self-awareness, which is a metaphysical construct. You then start to realize that other metaphysical constructs probably exist, and you then validate that through intuition by interacting with other constructs that also, according to you and your experience, would also have sentience. Now, in those relationships, you realize that there's a moral dynamic, that there's things you can do to other sentient agents that are immoral, that are wrong. You start to realize that people who do wrong deserve to be punished. And that is the axiom that you come to through this dynamic. And once you accept that moral wrong should be punished, you then say, well, who should do the punishing? If you then have a sentient agent who's responsible for reality, then your moral crimes answerable to it. And it's the ultimate authority that you can't escape because it's higher dimensional. Now, that's terrifying if it's true. And the scientists want to avoid that at all costs, and they've said as much in the past.
Oh, but what makes you think the creator of this place cares about anything like that? Or what makes them think? What, what?
Well, because in the interactions with other sentient agents, they realize that one of the greatest joys is interacting with other sentient agents, not objects. And so, since we would be designed by something, right? He wouldn't design us greater than himself. That'd be entropically impossible. So we must be, at least in some sense, at a pattern after that creator. So in that case, they would think that he would want to be involved. It's like, why would you create a child, right? And then just leave it on the side of the road?
I don't know. Why don't you ask all the moms and dads and all that shit when they leave their families? Like, it's one of the most heard stories. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would, but it happens all the goddamn time. Pun intended.
Yeah, sure.
A mom and dad is not the all-powerful creator.
All right, who is?
The all-powerful creator.
Well, let's get to talking about some stuff then. I got bones to pick.
Like, who made you in this universe? This
no clue.
Realm.
Well, that's fine. The point is, even if you take this only as pure hypothetical from their point of view,
right?
Okay, that would be, if they think that that's the implication, that would be terrifying. The idea that there's a moral arbiter that you cannot escape, that's terrifying. If you have moral crimes,
so
sure.
Listen, if you're a good person, then it doesn't matter, right? You do well, it doesn't fucking matter what happens. Who's judging what when? Just be a good person.
Right. So that's redundant.
How do you know what's a good person?
Huh? Hold on. You learn from life experience what causes pain and what doesn't.
Right.
I don't have to read a book to say, hey, that's bad.
It's not about reading a book to say what's bad and what isn't bad.
That's what
it's about. The implicit feeling within ourselves, whether some people in specifics don't have this, normally they're referred to as sociopaths. But anyway, the implicit feeling within ourselves is that guiltiness requires punishment or forgiveness. Those are the options. That's how we operate, by the way, in regular life. When somebody does horrible things, our intuition is, oh, well, that person needs to go to prison for the rest of his life.
It's fight or flight.
No, it's not that basic.
Yes, it is. It all is.
Well, I mean, you could claim so, but the truth of the matter is that the hierarchy of society always comes out with a justice system in which people appeal to other people's emotional and intuitive senses in order as an aggregate whole to punish individuals on behalf of the wronged party. So if you kill my child, right, I want justice. If you rape my child, I want justice. If you steal my car, I want justice.
And don't hate the player, hate the game, partner. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's the thing. It's not that they hate the game.
In that case, hate the player.
These guys that did the heliocentrism, they don't hate the game. They hate the game designer.
Right.
Now, you don't have to believe in a game designer to understand that that paradigm is powerful.
Sure.
It's intuitive to our nature, and which is why throughout human history, in all anthropological areas, there's always no without fail, a religion. So it's hardwired into us, whether people like it or not. That is just the way we are.
I think we know that moral and physical law adhere to the principle of equilibrium. And this is why Jesus was the sacrifice of all sacrifices. And with that, he restored equilibrium.
I'm biting my tongue off over here, man. You guys go ahead.
Oh, man. Look, and that's fine. Personally, I do believe that view. However, we're talking about people's motives on a grand scale. Okay, the idea of freeing yourself from guilt by removing the weight of guilt, by removing any metric from which guilt could matter, right? By having a cold, dead universe in which things like emotions, joy, pain, love, passion are all just chemical firings in the brain. And then in that sense, you're not accountable to anyone. Even this idea, we all know pain and pleasure becomes irrelevant. In fact, those who are bound by pain and pleasure and emotions about other people are actually less evolved than those who are cold to others. Because in a cold, hard universe, the only thing that matters is you and what you want and what you can get. And everything else is just a hindrance to you or a benefit to you.
They want a consequence. Yeah, they want a consequenceless existence. I get it, but I don't know. I mean, I just feel like it'll work itself out in the end. The monsters will eat each other, and that's that. I don't know.
Hey, can I add some points too? I'm not listening too much, but I want to add something too. Hello?
Did you pay the $5 fee?
It's $7 now, and a Bitcoin.
What? Inflation, holy crap.
Plus tip.
Go ahead, make your point.
Let's just say, let's just not think in the Abrahamic thinking way, but let's just think in a natural or human way, okay? So in the East, we don't have a tradition or idea of a God or a almighty omnipotent, but it says existence itself is creating, operating, and destroying. So we are part of this existence. So if I'll be hypothetical over here. If there are 7 rooms above us and 7 rooms below us, and we are in the middle, okay? So what if I tell you whatever action you're doing is like a ripple effect? So you're the ripple or a consciousness, individual consciousness, but in a collective way, we're all the same. Just like server is running like a Facebook, but the profiles are different. So in the Eastern way, the reason we have this human body or human tendency is that this is the only body or the instrument where we can self-realize and help others to self-realize. And there is this tradition as time goes on, there is a rise and fall, like yin and yang. There is this mist of darkness and mist of light. Just the time. This is just the way of nature saying light and darkness come together. So right now is the age of darkness. So, but even though it's the age of darkness, just like every reset does it, like they change the patterns and everything goes on. Right now, there's a waking up movement going on. So rather than thinking about a God as a Abrahamic thinking way or Abrahamic pattern, we'd rather go with the Vedic science and the other prehistoric era too, because it's like the indoctrination too. I realized something because I have been working with and I have a different cultural friends with different aspects. We value our way of pattern the best, or the way we were raised, or similar to us, to be the like a democratic way. But in nature, nothing is certain. Never was and never will be, because everything is changing, ever changing. That's why it's incomplete. Existence is self fulfilling, and self-destroying by itself. That's what I think reality is. Um, for flat earthers, I rather focus ourselves on self-realization. You know why you were here as a group, or why as a flat earther it matters to me. You know, we should be self-realized first before we have this tendency of having God or Almighty thing on our life. I think so. Before we get self-realized, I don't think we can comprehend those ideas.
Well, that's the ultimate goal of the heliocentrist is self-actualization, and in fact, self-deification. They're on an evolutionary track to ascension from a rock, right, that exploded out of the Big Bang's butthole, to an amoeba, right, to a fish, to a mammal, to an ape, to a human, to a transhuman cybernetic organism, to a post-cybernetic organism, which means they no longer need the physical structure of the organic bioorganic mechanical structure to exist, and they'll transcend the need for physical matter and become energetic beings, essentially gods. That's their whole daydream. Now, how do I know this is what they dream about? Well, if you just listen to physics lectures, right? Just go on YouTube, listen to a physics lecture about something about space, and just let them autoplay. About the second to third, maybe fourth lecture, will be some physicist talking about one day humanity will reach the stars, not in spaceships, but by transcending the very need for a physical body and becoming some kind of energetic space cloud floating in the cosmos. So when you see, right, these stars and these gas clouds millions of light years away, you might actually be seeing previous civilizations that have already evolved to energy. Now, at least in standard religions, you start out with the energetic matrix, right? Whether it be a specific deity or whether it be just the universe itself. But what they want to do is start from nothing and become God in the end.
So they worship Satan.
Oh, bingo. There you go. You got it.
Sounds like the fall of man in Genesis.
What a commentary. Nice. You can be like God.
And if they can hide God and get us to think that he didn't exist, he didn't create the world.
Then it's easier to believe that you can be God.
Well, listen, if there is no external agent in an objective sense from which the universe is contingent upon, right, then you only have two options: that the universe is contingent upon itself in the sense that it's eternal in a self-causal loop, okay, which is retarded. So then you have a sentient agent within that universe being yourself, who's aware of it, right, of which the material universe, as it's explained, has absolutely no reason for a sentient agent to exist whatsoever. So, divide by 7, carry the kumquat, and you end up with the inevitable conclusion that since you're a sentient agent and it's verifiable, and reality must be present only when you're present, because that's the only thing you can actually verify, then by reduction, you are God. So there's no escaping God existing. There's only two options. Either God is an external agent to the reality in which you inhabit, or you yourself are indeed God. Those are the only two options.
And then you have to exclude one, right?
Well,
you're only
yes
left with
and
the-
no. No. Yeah, I will say yes and no, and here's why. There's a religion called monism. Or, sorry, not a religion in specific, but a philosophy called monism, that one is all and all is one. So God is simultaneously the subject and the object, which ultimately is just the subject. So it's called subjective reality, right? So reality itself is caused by itself and experienced by itself. So in that sense, you and God are one entity. Not two separate entities, one entity. Which, it kind of sounds like it leads you back to the same conclusion, but it's slightly different because it makes reality subjective. So in that sense, you're only accountable to yourself because ultimately you're God. So any wrong that you do is ultimately allowed by yourself, and you're just learning. You're just teaching yourself, growing, experiencing. There's no accountability in that worldview. Which, by the way, interestingly enough, as curious as this may sound, the materialistic scientific mainstream consensus narrative paradigm is, as they must have been the entire time, slowly conceding that this is the case, that the nature of the universe is based on consciousness fundamentally, not material quantities or materializations or. Well, let's make it relevant to the guy that was here previously talking about gravity and pressure and all this gobbledygook. Like, why does the globe paradigm need gravity? Is it to hold the atmosphere to the Earth in their worldview? Yes, but that's not the real reason they need it. The real reason they need it is for their creation story, because it's the force that created everything. Without gravity, you just have one big chaos pit of explosion. So they need gravity to coalesce things into planets and give us the Earth that we love and enjoy. And that's why they can't sever gravity in the way they explain it from their worldview, because it's part of the explanation of how everything got here. Right? And every good religion needs a creation story, right? And who are we to deprive them of their religious liberties? This is America, after all.
Damn straight.
Except for you guys who are joining us that aren't in America.
Because they're forcing their creation story on our kids in school.
There you go. That's the difference, isn't it? They've guised their creation story in the name of science, right? So that they could have a religious sword to force people to believe what they want them to believe. In the past, they used to behead people if you didn't conform to the religion. Now they just make you fail a test. You're like, oh, you don't conform to our religion 100%? Oh, well, I'll just give you an F on your test. Bobby, don't you understand that the Earth, right, goes around the sun, Bobby?
It's not knowledge, it's regurgitation.
Exactly what we're going through now.
95% of education is memory and regurgitation. And
I was actually hoping that guy. Go ahead.
AI, I don't know if you know the timeline or not, but I was curious as to whether there was any type of parallel or overlap between removing any type of talk of religion within schools and the implementation or the idea of the Big Bang coming about and thus being taught into schools as kind of basically fact, the way that they teach it. Like the separation of church and state, the clauses, the fundamental removal of the Bible or any type of talk of a creator, was that kind of around the same time frame as the Big Bang came into play?
That's it. That's an interesting question, especially in light of the fact that the Big Bang was conjured by a Catholic priest. I just don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure there was like a transitionary period of time, because I do remember there were people protesting it and even some cases. And then there was the Scopes monkey trial that had to do with evolution. But that was already, the heliocentrism was already accepted before that. But that does make sense. Like when you say to all the children and to the world, oh, we've excluded religion from the classroom, so that must mean by implication that everything we're teaching is true, not religious.
Right, and it's removing one creation story and replacing it with another. The only thing is it's a creation story under the guise of facts and science and not philosophical standpoints.
Right, because they don't teach you.
Separation of church and state was never to remove God. It was so we had the freedom to worship God regardless of what the state says, like a republic, not a democracy.
Right. Well, the whole point is that they can make no law establishing. Okay, it's not about teaching, because when you think about it, a school should teach the most prevalent paradigms in the world, so you're aware of them, understand the implications and stuff, which they try to do about a lot of other subjects. You don't learn in school. You don't learn in school when you're taught about the heliocentric model that the people who conjured it up, right, and supported it after the fact. Well, one, you don't learn it came from a Catholic priest. Two, you don't learn that all the scientists involved have philosophical statements on record saying that they made certain choices based on philosophy and fear of the implications rather than the science. You don't hear any of that. You just hear, this is established, this is where we live, the test is on Tuesday, so you better write down exactly what I told you about the Earth is this big and this far away from the sun, and blah, blah, blah. In fact, I don't know the exact number, but I know it's less than a dozen. So there's like about 8 to a dozen specific claims of the heliocentric model that are directly the opposite of any of the major religions. So by pushing the heliocentric model, you're automatically stepping on the toes of all of those religions. So you have a philosophy and a paradigm and a religious culture that you're basically saying, oh, well, your views are wrong and this is the truth, even though these are the people that you're teaching. From a secular point of view, people don't care. They're like, oh, well, reality doesn't care about your made-up religion. These are the facts of life, so we're going to teach those. But those same people who say that are the same ignorant retards who went through the school system and were never told that heliocentrism is a religious philosophy. So they're just perpetuating the same stupidity. And then you're taught that this stuff is true and factual, and then you must reassess your beliefs based on it. So, we have people come in here and claim to be adherent to a particular religion that says one thing, but then on the other side of their mouth, they say, no, I believe science over my religion 100%. Anytime, quote unquote, mainstream science, fundamentally goes against their philosophical or religious beliefs, they side with science for some reason. And we all know the reason. The reason is because scientific methodology gives you a validatable result, which you can kind of, just take as truth. And so they borrow that banner of truth and they stamp it on all of their nonsense. So they say, oh, astronomy is science, when it's not tangibly accessible to the scientific method, or even for a lot of empirical validation or specific measurement validation. It all requires some fundamental philosophical framework to even begin. It's not like a hard science. It's a soft science at best and a pseudoscience in practice.
Yeah, and they try to call those observational sciences, as if tacking the word science on the end of observation makes it somehow justifiable.
Yeah, that's like having an observational girlfriend instead of just being a stalker.
I have to rethink my whole life now.
Woo! It's like that guy in here earlier. He said, listen, you guys don't accept things that require the conclusion to be based on inference. And so you have to throw out all of these valid explanations. Right? Yeah, the problem is that they're not validated explanations. That's the difference. He's basically saying, well, if you open up your heart and mind, if you open up your heart to new ideas, if you open up your heart to accepting the unvalidatable, then you could just have so much more knowledge about the unvalidatable if you just open up your heart and soul and mind and accept it. Oh, I mean, that sounds like Jehovah's Witness coming to your door. If you would open up your heart to our Lord and Savior, curvature and gravity. Oh, guess what? Guess what, friends? If you open up your heart, we have a really good creation story, and we have a really good apocalypse story about the end of the world, and then we have a really good salvation story about how we're going to become cyborgs. We have all these cool things.
Yeah, it's no different from any other religion and their salvation story and their gods and what they do.
I would say the only difference from any other religion is that it's deceptively pitched to people as factual and not a religious belief. I would say that's the only difference.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because they also invert a lot of things from those religions. Because it's kind of like the anti-flat earthers, how they try to invert stuff. So it's weird. Close to a religion, but it's not like the other old ancient religions, which have all these similarities, which the globe model is trying to justify as being totally different.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part about trying to talk to people within your real life regarding these situations, right? Like, I have some friends that are overtly overtly atheistic, right? But also enthusiastically what they would consider scientific. And it's a very difficult conversation to have about their religion compared to yours.
Well, see, that's the problem, is the assumption that their paradigm is atheistic. It isn't. Their paradigm just ends with God. It doesn't begin with God. So the standard paradigms are, right, the omnipotent source created everything, right? And their paradigm is that nothing created the omnipotent source. But you first have to go through the whole process of evolution, right? Which is why we've got retarded scientists, right?
It's a trick for a trick. That's a hell of a way to look at it, AI. I never thought of it in those terms.
Yeah, well, think about it. Think about how retarded these people are. Check this out. So, all the positive numbers, right, when you add them to all the negative numbers, you end up with 0. Right? So everything that is added to everything that isn't ends up with 0. Therefore, because of a force called gravity, something can surely come from nothing. Woo! Yeah, some retard said that. Some retard scientist retard that is given a floor and allowed to speak in front of people without being muzzled and sedated, right? Literally said, because of mathematical constructs and a force called gravity, something, a physical object, can come from nothing, a concept. What a retard.
Yep. Let me guess. Astrophysicist?
Let me think.
Maybe, perhaps.
I think it was Lawrence. I think it was Lawrence Krauss. No, I don't remember his credentials, but he is into that type of stuff.
I think Tyson said that, man. All you need is gravity.
He was probably Neil deGrasse Tyson. No, Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't smart enough to be that dumb.
Something can come from nothing.
Krauss talks about thank the stars and not Jesus, you know. Big G.
Well, it's just like this, this concept of like antecedent consequences, like gas pressure, containers. But it's like whatever, because you can have a substrate or a container or an object within a container of any permutation, right? And still have either a homogeneous or a non-homogeneous dynamic system within either. So these Globers grasping at straws to say somehow anything about the atmosphere proves the shape of the Earth is just stupid. But anyway, where's an example, right, of even in principle of something coming from nothing?
Yeah, here's one.
Or where's an example, even in principle, of an uncaused effect?
Yeah, I got one.
Without
or where's an example, even in principle, of a glober who can actually answer the question, how high do you have to be to see the curvature of the Earth?
without like going back to philosophy, you can't answer those questions.
Well, I did get one answer. So let's say 7 or 8 years, right? I've been asking that same question. And I finally got somebody to actually give a rational answer. And their answer was all altitudes. It's irrelevant what altitude you're at, because if the Earth is curved, you're always going to be seeing it 100% of the time. Now, obviously, it's a little more nuanced than that, because you want to say, when can you detect, right, or discern that it's actually curving? And you will get different answers, right, from Glovers. But the point is, they won't give you a definitive answer. They'll always say, "Oh, well, 35,000 feet," because that's what Google said. All right, go ahead.
It also depends on what you're asking. Like specifically, like, are you asking for the horizon to appear to curve, or are you asking to see some apparent curvature in the ground? Like, different things would be different at different altitudes and be more obvious.
Right. Well, one of their classic canards, right, which they try to play on the unsuspecting, unwitting victim, is, oh, well, I can see curvature simply by witnessing the bottom of a boat disappearing, so I'm seeing curvature. Well, they're being dishonest, because all they're seeing is the bottom of a boat disappear. There's no curvature being witnessed. So you see a straight horizon, right, and you see the bottom of a boat become unresolvable to you. So you have the bottom of the boat missing from the final resolved image and a straight horizon, and somehow you claim I'm seeing curvature. That doesn't add up. Now you could then say, oh, but I'm seeing the effect of curvature. Okay, fine, but that wasn't the question. The question was, when do you see curvature?
Yeah, that's them trying to find the curvature on the c-axis, but not seeing any on the ground leading up to the horizon, so they're just like, it has to be there.
Exactly. Now, why is this apropos? It's always been apropos, and the answer is, if they see any curvature whatsoever in any image at all, ever, as soon as they see it, they're like, aha, the curve of the Earth. Now, why I said Neil deGrasse Tyson is too smart to be that dumb earlier is because Neil deGrasse Tyson actually publicly is intelligent enough to remind everyone that just because you see a curved image doesn't mean you're seeing a curved object. He famously critiqued the morons that thought the Red Bull jump was showing the curve of the Earth. Right? Because he didn't want people to be that retarded. He's like, holy crap, I believe the Earth is curved, but you guys think that the Earth is the size of New Mexico because you're looking out of a fisheye lens claiming this is the curve of the Earth when it's clearly a hypercurve based on the optic. And I, being Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's smarter than you, am going to let you know that. But of course, a lot of Globers say, oh, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong. You totally could see the curve of the Earth. It's like, wait a minute, which is it? Is Neil deGrasse Tyson right, or are they right? And so you ask them, okay, on what principle did Neil deGrasse Tyson make his assertion? What mathematics? Right? And none of them know the answer. I have to date not had one person on the globe side come up with the answer without being prompted. Now, they've used similar argumentation to make different points, which is this. Okay, this is the point, guys. If indeed the horizon is the limit of the edge of a spherical object, right? then that means from your observation point, right, from your observation point, all right, whoever, man, mute yourself, homie. Anyway, from that observation point, right, to
Hold
the
on, before
horizon.
you go forward, I just want to say, before you go forward, I just want to say, ironically, they call a false horizon one that is created by a physical obstruction, like trees or mountains or anything like that. FYI. Proceed.
Oh, cool. Right, so the claim is it's the sphere, it's the edge of the sphere, it's the eye line intersecting at the sphere. So you're standing on the top of the apex of a sphere, right? The spherical shape is going 360 degrees in every direction from your feet. Your eye line is intersecting the sphere. Now, if you spin around 360 degrees, every single point of the extent of the physical extremity of the sphere is at the exact same angle as every other part. If it's all at the same angle and it's all entering the optic in identical angles, right? You following so far? Then there's no differential in the angle from which to discern any curvature, because it's all at the same distance and at the same angle, which means it's going to render at the exact same location. So in other words, you have to defeat those two principles before you can discern curvature, which is why Neil deGrasse Tyson intelligently said, no, my friend, you're not going to see curvature at that close range to a giant ball, because your viewpoint to it is going to be equidistant. Now, lo and behold, an even smarter guy than Neil deGrasse Tyson, who happens to be a planetarium director, did a lecture for his students, demonstrating the exact same principle applies to the height of the ISS. That the ISS is not far enough away from the alleged curvature to have any discernible information from its viewpoint. And therefore, the images that they're showing of curvature is not curvature of the Earth, but curvature of the optic. Now, if you watch some of the footage, you can get out landmarks and compare them to other footage, and you can tell that the curvature is grossly exaggerated. You know, making the Earth like 1/6 the size that it would or should be in their worldview. So if those principles hold true, then the question must be asked, at what range from the Earth, right, would those principles stop holding true and there actually be discernible information for the optic in question based on its resolvability capabilities? Because if you're not getting high enough in principle to have any discernible curve information, and you show me a curved image, I'm going to assume it's a curved image, not a curved Earth. Would that be a fair assumption based on the knowledge that I just explained, plus the knowledge of optics, that lenses are curved and the way in which they gather the information causes distortion? Even rectilinear lenses have edge distortion, which is where they claim all the curve is happening at these very fringe edges. What do we have? We had Mr. Sensible. Go
You'd
ahead.
have to explain it again to the slow kids in the back. Did you catch that?
Have to do what?
I said you would have to explain it again. I don't know what you were talking about. The curvature and the angles and the perception. I didn't catch
sure.
I didn't catch what you were putting down.
Well, you gotta, in order to see, right? Like you've seen Super Mario Brothers.
Yes.
right? The original with the crappy graphics.
Yes.
That's right. Anyway, so my son corrected me. Those were the classic graphics. True. But if you take a high definition source signal, right, like a video game that's in high definition, and you go back and you try to play it on an old TV that only has a limited amount of pixels to display, and there's curved lines, you won't be able to see them. You can't even read the text, right? Because within the swing of the pixel, there's not enough information for that curve to be displayed, so you just get like this big blocky blur of blue. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Right, so it's basically that principle. If within the range of swing of available pixels to render something, there's no discernible information, then you're not going to see anything. It's just going to be the same. So in order to see a curvature, you must have a differential, right, in the line. You can't just have a straight line. One part of the line has to be different than the other.
Have your spare keys.
So you're saying it? Wait, AI. You're saying you're certainly not saying the curvature's there. We just can't render it.
That's one possibility. The other possibility is that all the light is entering at the exact same angle. So there's no discernible information. So it's all going to be basically coming at you in what's effectively a straight line. Which is exactly what the planetarium director quoted. He said, if you look at it, it's going to look like a straight line. Now, if you haven't seen that guy mention that, we do have it on our video bot if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I'd have to go
excerpt. Yeah, it's an excerpt from his lecture. Well, I mean, it's very simple. Just take a basketball and stick it right up to your face, to where you can't see the boundaries. It's just, I mean, it's just going to look like one big spot.
Yeah, but I don't know. Earlier you were talking about you should see curvature from every altitude, right?
Well, that was what this one guy answered.
Right.
He said his answer was, if the Earth is curved, no matter where you are, you're seeing it curved, right? But of course, you have to define what you mean by seeing. He just meant you just can't detect it. You could see it. You're always looking at the curvature of the Earth, but you just can't detect it or know it's there because you don't have enough difference, right? And so he basically conceded the point that you must be in a location relative to the Earth where the differential, right, of the angles is significant to where it will render a differential in the final image. Pardoning no distortion from the lens. So in an ideal world, right, what height would you have to be before that information is available?
Well, if your eye is the camera and your eye is unable to discern it, then how can you answer that question?
Well, I mean, Globers want to answer it all day long. They want to say 35,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 8,000 feet on the top of a tree. These are the answers we've gotten.
and they're saying you should never be able to detect it because the light's coming in at the same angle all the time. Is that what you're saying?
No. That's what people like. No. That doesn't say you never would. There's a range at which these two principles don't apply. Like when you get far enough away. Well, look, it's like this. Imagine a ball in front of you. If you're looking at a ball in front of you, you could see the entire ball and recognize that the outline of the ball is indeed a circle. And of course, the Globers will tell you if you're on the surface of the ball and it's a giant ball, you wouldn't be able to tell. And so they say if the Earth was a giant ball, you would be so small that on the surface you wouldn't be able to tell it's a giant ball. When you go out into the world, you can't tell it's a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth is a giant ball. It's the whole thing. It's like, why don't I see curvature everywhere I go? Why does the Earth appear flat? Well, they answer that question by saying, well, the Earth is so big that you can't discern the curvature and it appears flat to you because you're on the surface. And then the question has to be asked, the very next question will be, well, how far from the surface do I need to be before I start seeing this big ball that you claim I'm standing on? And that's the question that we've been asking. And there's no definitive answer, by the way. Now, you can go to Google, and Google will say, oh, you could see it at 35,000 feet. Why do they say that? Well, that's because that's the height planes fly at. A lot of people go that high, and they look out, and they think they see a curved Earth, when really they're just seeing a curved image. And then you ask them, well, okay, where's the math showing the differential of the visual information angles, right? The angles of visual information coming that are necessary to have a differential in the final image. Where's that information? Where's that math? They never give it to you. Now, according to this planetarium director, okay, keep in mind, this isn't me saying this, even though I am saying it. I concur with his result. His claim, himself being a Glober, running a planetarium to a bunch of students, demonstrating the angles and the principle and saying, okay, kids, from the height of the ISS, there'd be no discernible curvature information based on the dimensions of the globe we're given and the way optics work and angles of propagation work. You wouldn't be able to see Earth curve. It would just look flat, the same as it does at low altitude. You need to get higher than the ISS. It's very interesting coming from a Glober, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that flies in the face of a whole bunch of other claims that people make.
It's like a hostile witness, man. That's pretty good stuff.
Now, I can't do it for you right now, but if you just search in our thing for the planetarium director video, it's easy to find. We also got the quote in there from the guy. Also, there's people who doubt his credentials, and so his name's in there, and the organization he works for. But it doesn't really matter, okay? Because whether he has credentials or not is highly irrelevant. It just makes him more of a hostile witness. The principles, okay? The principles that he's speaking about, the merit of the principle itself, the argument proper, that's what matters. He could be a homeless bum. If a homeless bum comes up to you and says, the horizon is equidistant, the angles of propagation are equal, 360 degrees around you, where's the discernible curvature differential that could be rendered in the image? If a homeless bum says that to you, that's a valid question. You don't then ask the homeless bum, my good sir, I don't need to answer your question because you don't have a university degree. Now, it could be the case that the planetarium director is wrong, that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, that me, myself, and I are wrong. But I have asked and presented and inquiried, and no one's demonstrated the propagation angles, the math. I mean, the way it would render in an image. I mean, nobody's done any of that. They've just said, oh, here's a photograph at high altitude. It looks curved, therefore the Earth's curved. Oh, we used a rectilinear lens, like what Homeboy, McToon, and Mr. Sensible recently. Right? They sent up a camera attached to a balloon with some PVC, and they did a string, right, in front of the camera, and then they had a differential between the string and the image of the horizon out in the distance, which, of course, isn't out in the distance when it's finally on the camera. It's all in a single plane. Right? Did they demonstrate the math as well? No, they just said, oh, we have a rectilinear lens. Rectilinear lenses, according to our claim, purport to have zero distortion. Therefore, I must be seeing the curve of the Earth, not a curve of an image, even though if you actually just look it up from photographic websites, you'll find where they'll say that, yes, indeed, rectilinear lenses do have expansion distortion towards the edges, which if you had two non-homogeneous color fields, in other words, contrast, like let's say black and blue, right, as it gets towards the edges of the line to the extreme left and right, it would expand, right, and it would make the blue and the black stretch, and it would make the blue on the far right and the far left look lower than the blue in the middle. Oh, interesting. Amazing how that works. Oh, but what do I know? I don't have a university degree. Oh, wait a minute, I do. Oh, wait a minute, but it's irrelevant. So I don't need to prove it to anyone that I do or don't, because it's highly non sequitur to the point. So I can just claim I have 5 degrees, or I could claim I have none. Does it matter?
Man.
Appreciate the commentary.
Oh, man. All right, who has any questions before I need to go take care of real life? Not that this isn't real life, don't get me wrong, but we all know what I mean. I said a lot of bologna sandwich there. I could have been talking smoke up your ass. So if you have any questions, now's the time before you go out there and be like, oh, I heard this guy say such and such, and I heard that guy say so and so.
I came in late, but I was wondering if you could clarify then. They can legitimately say that a ball the size of the Earth cannot display curvature or any visible curvature. And they would be right mathematically in that assertion, right? Is what you're saying?
No.
No, then please clarify.
You need a metric of the sensitivity of the observation tool. So if you had an ideal sphere, right? Perfect. Absolutely equidistant radius to every extremity, right? So you'd have an absolutely polished, smooth sphere, right? And then you wanted to look at it from various vantage points. There'd be curvature to see, in a sense, depending on how fine-tuned your ability to detect the differentiation is. On top of that, you need a range or a location in which there is available angles of light from which any discernible information could be gained.
Where would that be?
Oh, that's the question we've been asking for 8 years now. not, to them.
So you just hypothesize that.
Well, the principle is sound, that there's no discernible information from a low altitude because the horizon is ultimately equidistant, right? It's the same distance in all directions, and it's at the same drop angle from your point of view. Right? So it's all going to be coming in essentially a line. That's the only information you have. So that being said, astute globers who are honest, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Mr. Planetarium Director, whose name escaped me at the moment, have publicly said as much. Okay, that from certain altitudes, there's no discernible curvature information. Therefore, these images that these people are showing you, claiming this is curve of the Earth, are false claims. They're curved images. They're not curved Earths. You need to get higher. You need to get higher. You need to get higher. That's always the thing. Oh, you can't see it here, but you need to go higher, and then you'll see it. So the question remains, based on all those principles, to the globers who claim this is, that you can go high enough to see the curve. Cool story. How high do you have to be, and what are the principles at play? Not just show me a curved image, because we already know, based on all the principles we just laid out, that you can get a curved image without having a curved object. So mathematically, how high do you have to be off that surface? You can use ideal numbers. Now, nobody's going to give you an answer anytime soon.
There's no
Thank you for
formula.
okay, people.
There's no mathematical formula that they can produce that would give the height at which you could see the curvature.
It might not be in a formula, but there's math that could be done that could be like 3 different pieces of math together that would give you a conclusion. It might not be a single formula.
Has anyone given that?
Most Glovers don't even try. What most Glovers do is they just show you images that look curved of the curvature of the horizon, quote unquote, right? And they claim that the curvature in the image is the equivalent to curvature of the Earth. Or they show you the bottom of something disappearing at range and then claim, right, through some form of logic, for example, if the Earth was a globe and was curved, objects in the distance would be obscured from the bottom because there's a big hump of Earth curve in the way. Objects in the distance are obscured from the bottom. Therefore, there is a big hump of Earth curve in the way. Now, that's a formal logical fallacy. It could be true. It's not necessarily true. To assert it as if it is true and conclusive is to make a fallacy. The premise, if the Earth was a globe, must be proved in the first instance separately. You can't borrow the conclusion from a fallacious logic string and then input it as the premise having previously been proven. You need to prove it in the first instance. Now, most globers will rest their laurels on the Earth being a sphere as proved in the first instance by photographs from space.
But the only,
Unvalidatable in principle to the common man.
but still, of those photographs, the only mathematically legitimate one would be the one taken from the moon.
Or beyond the range in which the differential is to the case. Like I think like a fourth, an actual full fourth of the Earth or whatever. You get my point, though. But yes, essentially so far away that you can clearly see the majority of the thing or the entirety of the thing.
And they've never posited any or shown any photographs that are not as far away as the moon and yet distant enough to where you could see the curve mathematically.
Right. And we just had an astronomer, astrophysicist, an astrologer, one of those things, pop in here not a minute ago. And they could have given us the answer. But they don't have it. That's why they didn't give it. I mean, if they had it, they would have just stated it as read. Like it's in the record. Here it is. There it go. Here it be. Look, these kinds of things should not be tedious. They should be readily available. I would think, if this proposition is true. If the proposition is true that the Earth is indeed curved and it's visible at certain heights, right, based on the principles of optics and propagation angles and all of those things, then that should be easily found. Now you will find statements if you Google that'll say, "Oh, you can see it at this height." Now, why do they say you can see it at that height? Is it because they present mathematics that demonstrate it to be the case? No, it's because they have anecdotal evidence from human beings claiming to have seen it at that height. They then say you can see it at that height. How do I know you can see it at that height? Because there's humans that claim they've seen it at that height. Wow, that's sound logic. How do I know the Earth's a globe? Because there's humans that know the Earth's a globe. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Slow clap for the kids on the short bus. I'm being a little rude intentionally because I'm trying to poke the bear. Because I want an answer to my question. Maybe if you'd answered my question 8 years ago, I would have retired from Flat Earth.
Amazing that the academia is so devoid of any intellectual investigation on these very simple subjects as to where we live.
Yeah. You got it. These are kind of like I don't know what they call it, like the scratch in the back of your head that you just can't itch. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like you think to yourself, wait a minute, how come I never noticed this before? For example, there's this lady, right, who I have to preface with this. There's a lot of Glovers that claim no pilots believe the Earth is flat. No airplane flyers, blah, blah, yada, yada. So we have an official pilot, right, who had like a 30-year career, 20 to 30 years, can't remember exactly. We have it here in our video files linked, where she flew her whole life And then for some reason, somebody had mentioned something to her or something happened. And then she finally thought about it for a second. She said to herself, wait a minute. If I'm flying across the half of the Earth and arriving at the other side of an alleged globe, then my gyroscope should be upside down. I look at my gyroscope. It's not upside down. Interesting. And then she tells herself, why did I never think of that before? It's been right in front of me my entire career. Now, any glober worth their salt right now would argue, oh, well, that's because the pendulous vanes keep it from flipping. Okay, that's if her gyro had pendulous vanes. Maybe you ought to listen to her story and see if that's the case.
What is a pendulous vane?
Well, okay, so a pendulous vane is essentially a construct in a gyro that's in a plane that keeps the gyro essentially upright so it doesn't flip over.
Is that mobile?
No, it's basically an air shunt that supposedly as the plane flies, the plane is going to change attitude relative to the Earth. So the plane starts out level, but as it's moving across a curved Earth, it would have to change attitude, which means it would no longer be in the same orientation it was previously, but it would still be level relative to its location. So down would always be down. The pendulous vanes reacts to down, right? And then force the gyro to recorrect. So the gyro always stays roughly horizontal. Now, if you don't have the pendulous vane and you fly a plane around half the world, the gyro is going to be upside down for obvious reasons, because the gyro maintains its original position throughout the journey, whereas the plane rotates around the gyro housing, called a change of attitude. Which, by the way, I need to correct homeboys at Nathan Oakley show, because recently they said pitch data, but really they meant attitude data is what they need, because the pitch could be the same, whereas the attitude changes. So if anybody is getting over to Nathan's show, make sure you remind them of that. It's attitude data, not pitch data. Oh, why were we mentioning that, my friend, Miss Ildiko? Well, the answer is, again, 7 or so odd years ago, some glober claimed that the attitude data in the flight recorder of an airplane will prove that the plane makes the necessary changes in attitude to follow an arced path. Whereas in a flat Earth, it would just fly and the attitude would stay the same, a straight line, right? The nose and the tail wouldn't constantly be changing. Whereas if it was flying over a curved Earth, the nose and the tail would have to constantly change. Every second, it'd have to change. Every single moment, it'd have to change. And his claim was that the attitude data in the black box proves that this happens, and that he would provide it to the flat Earth community to settle it once and for all that planes do indeed fly over a curved surface. 7 years later, yada, 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 and here we are.
My goodness.
Now, to be fair, getting the black data isn't a walk in the park. All right, friends, I have to take off for now. Don't trip on any geometric horizons while I'm gone.
Hey, if we do, we'll let you know all about it. Later. It's so quiet now.
As an addendum to what AI was just saying, the pendulous veins that were built into the gyroscope. Oh shit! I'm still listening. Hold on. AI was just shut this. Let me mute this video. The pendulous veins that were built into the gyroscope. Let me. It's the wrong fucking tab.
You done?
No, I fixed it. Hold on. But anyway, the pendulous veins weren't built into the gyroscope to account for the curvature of the Earth. It was what they call precession in the gyroscope over certain distances, especially if you're not going in a straight line. If you have to turn or whatever, sometimes they call it precession. I was just reading an article about it while he was talking about it. I'll share that now. Now, in this article, he might say it, it makes up for the curve. But if you study the pendulous veins and how they were invented in 1941, and that was the basic beginning of it. And even modern commercial aircraft, they don't use the standard gyroscope that they used back in those days. But they had a problem with precession of the gyroscope, especially if they were moving a lot, in different directions. And so it would kind of throw your artificial horizon off, so your aircraft wouldn't be able to go by the instrument panel and fly level, because the gyroscope is kind of thrown off a little bit. That's why they invented the pendulous veins. I mean, without really looking into it, you won't find it. But this article's pretty good so far. We'll skimming through it. But yeah, I looked into it before. But yeah, it was never invented to make up for the curvature of the Earth. That's not what the pendulous veins were That's not how they were created or the reason they were created. So let me post this article that I was reading. I know Ildiko was asking about it, so let me post this. It's going to put it in live stream voice text. But yeah, there's a lot more information about it and the creation of them. Just wanted to put that out there. And I'm gonna restart the live stream, and then I'm gonna go to dinner. I'm going out to eat. Yeah, it's doing awesome. See, the Globers are like coming back and saying, "Oh, they made pendulous veins because if what they're saying is true, then if you start to fly toward the horizon, toward the artificial horizon, but you need pendulous veins to make you stay toward the artificial horizon, they're just going to fly off into space." So dumb. Their claims are dumb. All right, research what the pendulous veins, what they were created for, because they had a lot of problems with the gyroscope. When you try to maintain level flight and you're doing a lot of different maneuvers, then you have to. Anyway, just look into it. It's called precession. It's in that article. It's just like little air pockets built into the gyroscope to help it maintain the original artificial horizon when from liftoff. Before you lift off, that's where you establish your artificial horizon, and then if you do different maneuvers, then you have to have the pendulous veins there to keep it essentially where it was in the first place. Yeah, but the claim by Globers that it's for making up for the curvature of the Earth. That's just not true at all.